Age of Elves. I can eavesdrop on the voices of Elves 201-250. Chapter 201 _ The Treasure House of the Old Alakazam. However, the world has changed a lot because of my arrival. Mewtwo became a sick girl, I saved Lance, and Lance turned against the Alliance early. Because of my relationship, Lance didn't hate Team Rockets so much, but instead accelerated the speed of falling out with Damalanchi. Feng Che thought to himself. He thinks that it should be because Mewtwo failed to breed successfully, and 4 Elite fell out with Damalanchi. So Giovanni decided to take the opportunity to attack the Union directly. Team Rockets simply fired the first shot of the underground organization Rebel Alliance. Afterwards, Team Plasma also followed in its footsteps and rose up, almost destroying the Unova Alliance. But the Alliance's backhand is more than what is on the surface. According to what I know, there are more than 2 elites hidden on the dark side. The 3 Holy Birds Unity project has a powerful drawback, and that is the device for the 3 Holy Birds Unity. The 3 Holy Birds are controlled by this combined device. Once this device is broken, the 3 Holy Birds will recover their freedom. But now Damalanchi should also be secretly planning to win the top of Logia. The Beast's plan. In addition to the Logia who was captured by Price, there is also a Logia who has been sleeping for a long time in the 7 Islands, and that Logia obviously has a greater divine power. In the hands of High Priest Xiaomiao of the Johto region. The High Priest Xiaomiao is the tower owner of the Johto region Bell Tower, which is equivalent to the actual leader of the Johto region, and he is also the owner of the 7 Islands. 17 inches Sadamalangi wants to get the control of this Logia. If you have power, you will try to get rid of the High Priest Xiaomiao. Quote. As long as you hold this Logia in your hand, you can achieve a crucial step in Damalanchi's reign as king. The reason why the Alliance did not take action when the 4 elites launched the rebellion was because Damalanchi was fighting against the High Priest Xiaomiao, and he wanted to use the power of the 3 Holy Birds to suppress Logia. It is precisely because Luokia escaped with a wound, and Damalanchi's plans fell through. In addition, the noble families and nobles who supported Damalan were all swept away by the 4 elites in this cleanup operation. So in the end, the Damalan wizards suffered from this dumb loss and forgave the sins of the 4 elites. Team Rockets failed by launching a rebellion in a city they controlled, causing so much damage that the Sylph Corporation and the underground black market in Saffron, 2 places that accounted for half of Team Rocket's finances, ceded to the League. Quote. Plus Vermilion City was also affected, so it accelerated the fall of Team Rockets. It wasn't until the end that Giovanni broke his tail to survive, turned against the wind, absorbed members of other region underground organizations, and created Celadon Rainbow Team Rockets, which became the real underground king. However, if Team Rockets directly attack the Alliance right now, it's hard to say. Feng Che secretly took a look at the current and future situation. After Feng Che walked out of the office building, he saw Sabrina folded her hands on her chest, waiting for Feng Che at the door. Feng Che, Old Alakazam has something to do with you. If you are free, go to Old Alakazam's place. Sabrina looked at Feng Che with some worry. Because some time ago, Feng Che had been in the Unova region, and Old Alakazam had no way to contact him. Old Alakazam could only ask Sabrina to keep an eye on Feng Che's trail. If Feng Che comes to Rocket Hideout, let Sabrina tell Feng Che. I can do it anytime. Old Alakazam should want me to prepare Celadon Rainbow Potion. Feng Che said to Sabrina's telepathy. I don't know the specifics, all I know is that after the last fight with Moltres, the Old Alakazam was not doing well. I see it getting older every day. If it doesn't break through the current bottleneck of qualifications, there is no way for it to extend its lifespan. Becoming an elite-level Pokémon is the wish of Old Alakazam. As long as you can help hand Old Alakazam become an elite-level Pokémon, Old Alakazam should be willing to work for you willingly. Sabrina said to Feng Che's mind. Okay, without further ado, with my current level of advanced psychic practitioner, there shouldn't be much of a problem in preparing Celadon Rainbow Potions. Feng Che nodded. Sabrina used teleport on Feng Che, and the two disappeared directly in place. Hey, I still want to ask Sabrina for something. Sabrina pulled Feng Che away in such a hurry. Koga said helplessly as the two suddenly disappeared. Koga originally wanted to ask Feng Che something, but as soon as he looked up and saw Feng Che, he saw Feng Che and Sabrina disappeared in a hurry. Koga has always wanted to discuss with Feng Che how he cultivated such a good Arabic. It really doesn't work, it's better to find a kind of Arabic with Feng Che. Koga shook his head and sighed, but he had no choice but to keep the question in his head. It's really strange to say. That competitor named Apothecary has disappeared since he sold Magnazone and Magnazone's evolution method to me. It's really thanks to that apothecary for taking Zapdos this time. I really want to know who that apothecary is. What a holy place. Lieutenant, Serge said with emotion. Koga, that pharmacist just traded me a blue qualified sleepy rollet. I think he's at a loss. Lieutenant, Serge said carelessly to Koga who was beside him. It's not easy to find out who that pharmacist is. You check who has a rollet among the recent Team Rocket's members, and then screen again to find out who is the pharmacist. Koga looked at Lieutenant Serge speechlessly. Yeah, why didn't I think of such a simple question? It's really a blindfold. It seems that I'm a little dizzy looking at my Magnazone core, haha. Thanks, Koga brother, let's have a drink later. Lieutenant Serge hurriedly ran to the logistics office to retrieve the information. He was a little impatient to find where the pharmacist was. Feng Che and Sabrina came to a vast forest. Here, the old Alakazam built a tree house. It is drinking tea leisurely, looking very leisurely. But the old Alakazam also grew older, and his body was much thinner than before, and even his back was bent. Feng Che, you are here. Old Alakazam was a little excited when he saw Feng Che's arrival. The ability to make an epic Celadon, Rainbow Potion is now the last straw for old Alakazam. Old Alakazam, I haven't seen you for 3 months, why have you become so old all of a sudden? Failed to hit the elite? Feng Che asked old Alakazam. Yes, failed. No matter how many psychic potions and sandscale potions you offer, I'm still stuck in this damn aptitude checkpoint. Quality has become the bottleneck that binds me to break through, and it has also become the noose around my neck, which has strangled me to the point of breathlessness. Can you formulate an epic Celadon, Rainbow Potion now? If you can formulate it and let me break through to elite. Not only can I send you my carefully collected collections, but I will unconditionally promise you 3 conditions. Old Alakazam solemnly promised. Yes, after a few months of practice, my psychic has also improved a lot. I can prepare the epic Celadon, Rainbow Potion now. I'll show you the Millennium Celadon, Rainbow Fruit first. Bar. If you think it's okay, you can give me the 10,000-year Celadon, Rainbow Fruit on your 050. Feng Che said confidently to old Alakazam. No problem. A relieved smile appeared on the aged face of old Alakazam. As long as you can use the 1,000-year-old Celadon, Rainbow Fruit to prepare an excellent level Celadon, Rainbow Potion, I will immediately take out the 10,000-year-old Celadon, Rainbow Fruit. And I only need a bottle of advanced qualification potion, and the rest belongs to you. As for the raw materials and excipients for the preparation of Celadon, Rainbow medicaments, I have prepared them. Follow me, please. Old Alakazam said slowly, leaning on a cane. Old Alakazam tapped the tree trunk with his cane. This towering tree with a diameter of almost 6 meters appeared a passage for one person. Sabrina, follow me too, this is the treasure trove I built to store rare herbs and tree fruits. All the herbs and tree fruits collected, no matter how long they have been stored, are the same as those that were newly picked. Old Alakazam said proudly to Sabrina and Feng Che. Old Alakazam took Sabrina and Feng Che through the long steps to the depths of the tree hole. Here, there is a breath of life. There are a lot of tree fruits and herbs piled up in the tree hole. As the old Alakazam said, the fruits and herbs are not much different from the freshly picked ones, and they are very fresh and well preserved. I set up an eternal grassy terrain here, so the fruit and herbs are well preserved, said the old Alakazam. In the center of the treasure house, There is also a celadon, rainbow fruit that emits a colorful and brilliant light, shining brightly. 10,000 years celadon, rainbow fruit, the top treasure of psychic qualification advanced medicine, is comparable to a legendary resource. This is also the top medicine that pharmacists dream of. Feng Che murmured, his eyes also bursting with brilliance. The well-informed Feng Che can't help but sigh secretly at the old Alakazam's collection. Chapter 202 Even if you want the stars in the sky, the old man will pick them up for you. You can use the fruit and herbs here as you please. As long as you can create an advanced level of psychic potion, I will take out the celadon, rainbow fruit and accessories. Old Alakazam solemnly promised Feng Che. I have collected a set of experimental equipment made of top psychic crystals. It is the best equipment for making advanced psychic potions. I hope it will be helpful to you, so you can use it as much as you like. If you can create epic levels, I will give you this set of experimental equipment. Old Alakazam snapped his fingers, and an experimental bench made of psychic crystals appeared on the ground. The beaker, the alcohol lamp, and the tamper are all crafted from luxurious psychic crystals. Well, with this set of equipment, the probability of me making an excellent celadon, rainbow potion will be much higher. Feng Che nodded. Then it's not too late, I'll hurry up and start. Feng Che put on the lab coat prepared by old Alakazam, and calmly adjusted his breathing. After a while, Feng Che used psychic to take out the 1,000-year-old celadon, rainbow fruit and some excipients for making celadon, rainbow medicine. The Millennium celadon, rainbow fruit is suspended high in the air. Feng Che is looking for the best entry point. He used psychic to scan the inner structure of celadon, rainbow fruit over and over again. It was not until he had mastered all the structures of celadon, rainbow fruit that Feng Che picked up the knife made of psychic crystal and slashed 7 knives at celadon, rainbow fruit. I saw that the celadon, rainbow fruit was divided into 7. Celadon, rainbow fruit is completely blocked by the inner membrane of the celadon, rainbow fruit. This experimental bench made of psychic crystal is really easy to use, and it can reduce 50% of psychic loss during the production process. Feng Che nodded secretly. And the knife made of this psychic crystal is extremely sharp. The celadon, rainbow fruit, which is as hard as a diamond, is like paper paste, and is easily divided into 7 petals by a knife. With the help of the psychic crystal knife and the precise control of Feng Che psychic, the diaphragm of celadon, rainbow fruit was not damaged in the slightest. Psychic crystals are also continuously replenishing the wear and tear of Feng Che psychic. It is indeed a good thing that the old Alakazam spent a lot of money to build. Feng Che used psychic to pick up other adjuvants. He processed the excipients according to different needs, slicing slices, grinding and grinding. After everything was settled, it was only a quarter of an hour before the start. There are 3 difficulties in formulating celadon, rainbow fruit medicine. The first difficulty is the decomposition of celadon, rainbow fruit, which consists of colorful fruit petals. Different colored petals of celadon, rainbow are separated by a thin film about 0.1 mm as thin as a hair. As long as there is a slight deviation, the separated fruit petals will be mixed with other fruit petal colors. The celadon, rainbow fruit potion formulated in this way will have flaws, and the quality will naturally not be much better. With the old Alakazam's knife made of psychic crystals, I can easily overcome this difficulty. The second difficulty is that the 7 fruit petals that are decomposed must be individually formulated into potions, and the quality of the 7 primary celadon, rainbow potions must be of the same quality. It's very difficult, almost 99% of pharmacists. The third difficulty lies in the final mixing effect of the 7 primary potions. This is the last step in the preparation of celadon, rainbow potions, and it is also the key to determining the success or failure of celadon, rainbow potions. The celadon, rainbow potion must use the 7 order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple to arrange the colors of celadon, rainbow. That's how the celadon, rainbow potion has been formulated. Feng Che explained to Sabrina and Alakazam next to him while preparing the medicine. At this time, Feng Che was immersed in the fun of preparing Celadon, rainbow medicine. Sabrina and old Alakazam watched Feng Che move smoothly. Celadon, rainbow elixir is extremely complicated, takes days to complete, and consumes a lot of psychic. Without a psychic pharmacist, a large amount of physical potion would have to be prepared to complete the entire process. When Feng Che felt that his psychic was almost consumed, he used the Starry Sky Calm Mind method to restore his psychic. 3 days later, 7 bottles of Celadon, rainbow primary potions like works of art were placed on the test bench. Celadon, rainbow primary elixir, red, epic quality, combined with other Celadon, rainbow primary elixir of different colors, it will have unexpected effects. Feng Che unexpectedly discovered that these 7 bottles of Celadon, rainbow primary potions were of epic quality. 7 different colors of Celadon, rainbow primary potions have different effects. For example, the red one can quickly increase the speed of psychic cultivation. The blue ones increase the capacity of the psychic. It seems that only 1,000-year-old Celadon, rainbow fruit has achieved the effect that the old Alakazam wanted. If the 10,000-year Celadon, rainbow fruit is used to prepare medicines, then the prepared Celadon, rainbow medicines may reach the legendary level. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che used psychic to draw the Celadon, rainbow potions in 7 colors from the reagent bottle. The potion floats in the air. Only when these 7 potions are mixed together to form 7 brilliant colors is the true Celadon, rainbow potion. Very well, Feng Che is indeed a genius pharmacist, and he can prepare 7 colors of Celadon, rainbow potions so easily. And I think this Celadon, rainbow potion is clear and translucent, at least at the level of excellence. Old Alakazam was satisfied said. I hit the elite level too many times, and my body is full of dark wounds. Now I am like a huge basket, full of holes. I guess I will have another chance to hit the elite. Quote. In 7 days, the psychic tide will start. At that time, it will be the most favorable time for me to hit the elite. The epic Celadon, rainbow potion, for me, only has a 30% chance of success. If Feng Che can make the legendary Celadon, rainbow potion, plus the spirit potion and sand scale potion he made, my probability of success can reach 70%. Old Alakazam thought secretly. Feng Che used confusion to pour the Celadon, rainbow medicines of different colors into the reagent bottles in turn. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, blue, purple. Feng Che was careful, layer by layer. It wasn't until 5 bottles of Celadon, rainbow potions emitting colorful light appeared in front of Feng Che that Feng Che wiped away a cold sweat. Celadon, rainbow potion. Epic level, psychic Pokemon taking Celadon, rainbow potion has a high probability to increase his qualification level. The first time you take it is the best. Psychic qualifications. I didn't expect Celadon, rainbow medicine to be effective for psychic people. I always thought that only Pokemon could take it. Feng Che thought to himself with some surprise. As soon as Feng Che looked up, he saw the old face of old Alakazam. Feng Che, what's up? You've created an excellent Celadon, rainbow potion. Old Alakazam asked with hope. Judging from my experience, this Celadon, rainbow potion is not only at the excellent level, it is likely to have reached the epic level. You can judge by hand. Feng Che pursed his lips, looked at the 5 bottles of Celadon, rainbow potions on the table and said to old Alakazam. Good, good. Old Alakazam picked up one of the Celadon, rainbow potions and played with it carefully. I saw old Alakazam carefully and repeatedly checking the color and transparency of Celadon, rainbow's medicine. Old Alakazam looked more and more surprised. That's right, I've read the records in ancient books. The Celadon, rainbow potion at the epic level can emit the halo of Celadon, rainbow, and in terms of appearance, it is also the best in the epic level. Old Alakazam was overjoyed. Old Alakazam, although I have prepared an epic Celadon, rainbow potion this time. But I still hope to make another Celadon, rainbow potion with 10,000 years of Celadon, rainbow fruit. I have a feeling this time, I think I should be able to make a legendary Celadon, rainbow potion. If I can make a legendary Celadon, rainbow potion, I shouldn't be far from the master of breakthrough potions. Feng Che said to old Alakazam. Okay, no problem. As long as you can make a legendary Celadon rainbow potion, even if you have stars in the sky, the old man will pick them for you. When old Alakazam heard Feng Che's words, his beard trembled with joy. Legendary potion, I didn't even dare to think about it before. With the legendary potion, I will be 70% sure to break the current deadlock and win a new life. Old Alakazam thought to himself. Feng Che, thank you for your hard work. If there is a legendary Celadon rainbow potion, old Alakazam will definitely be able to break through the current bottleneck. Sabrina could understand how old Alakazam felt. Old Alakazam is, to Sabrina, a Pokemon like an elder. Sabrina entered Team Rockets. She also entrusted the care of old Alakazam, and Sabrina grew into a senior cadre of Team Rockets step by step. So Sabrina is happy for old Alakazam too. The wind is clear that the 10,000-year Celadon rainbow fruit is not as easy to handle as the 1,000-year Celadon rainbow fruit. Its membrane is thinner than the Millennium Celadon rainbow fruit, and becomes like a foam that bursts with a touch. I need to practice a bit more. Feng Che looked up at the tree fruit in the entire treasury, and found a foam fruit that was as light as foam. This kind of foam berry is very rare, and the whole berry is like foam. The pulp of the foam fruit is the top ingredient for making cloud ice cream. Only highly skilled pharmacists and cooks can peel off the frothy skin perfectly and get the pulp inside. As long as the foam bursts during the processing of the foam fruit, the entire foam fruit will disappear. Among them, Kalos region, water-type elite Zemi is the best at handling foam fruit. All I have to do now is to split the foam fruit in two without bursting the foam fruit. Once I'm proficient at separating the foamy fruit, I'm sure I can handle this 10,000-year-old Celadon rainbow fruit. Feng Che uses psychic to keep the foam fruit in the air. When Feng Che picked up the knife and was about to gently pierce the foam fruit suddenly burst. Feng Che, the way you handle the foam fruit is wrong. The foam fruit is a very sensitive tree fruit, only growth in the quiet valley. When you are dealing with the foam fruit, you must discard the distracting thoughts and touch the foam fruit with the calmest mind. Once you have distracted thoughts, the bubble fruit can feel the fluctuations in your mood, and it is easy to burst. Old Alakazam said to Feng Che. This foam fruit, I have a lot more in my collection, you can try it. If you can handle foamy fruit easily, you'll be fine with Celadon rainbow fruit. After the old Alakazam finished speaking, the teleport disappeared with Sabrina. Only Feng Che was left alone in the tree hole to concentrate. Foam fruit is a very unpopular fruit and vegetable. Of Lees have not dealt with it before. The foam fruit itself doesn't have much effect. The most well-known feature of it is that it is very delicious. Feng Che knew that special tree fruit was very difficult to handle. As long as it was handled slightly, the tree fruit would be destroyed in one fell swoop. Keep a calm mind, keep a calm mind. After Feng Che calmed down as much as possible, he picked up the knife again and stabbed into the foam fruit in front of him. It worked. Feng Che successfully stabbed the knife into the foam fruit. But when Feng Che was about to use a knife to gently peel off the peel of the foam fruit suddenly burst. This made Feng Che extremely stunned. Did I just push too hard? After more than a dozen foam fruits burst, Feng Che learned to use confusion as an aid to peel off the skin of the foam fruits. Feng Che found that this was also a good way to improve psychic. To use psychic, it needs to be very gentle, like a hair, slowly constrict on the peel of the foam fruit, so that the peel of the foam fruit can be peeled off little by little. As expected of Feng Che, he has mastered the correct way to peel off the peel of a foam fruit so quickly. Old Alakazam, who was secretly observing Feng Che's movements, nodded in satisfaction. Foaming fruit is also an important prop for old Alakazam to exercise psychic. The most important thing is that this foaming fruit is extremely delicious. Foam fruit can not only exercise the effect of psychic, but also satisfy the appetite. Why not do it? Johto Region, Blackthorn City, Dragon's Cave. Claire is practicing in the Dragon's Cave. She suddenly noticed a black phantom in front of her. Countless dragon-type Pokemon are surrounding the phantom. And Chapter 203 _ you have to remember to pay my debts, don't die. When Claire got closer, he realized it was Lance crossing. Cousin, when did you come here? Claire said to Lance, who was wearing a black cape. I just arrived, and I saw that some dragon-type Pokemon have been injured, so I'm helping the dragon-type Pokemon to heal. Lance gently stroked the Dragonair and Dragonite beside him. And Dragonite lowered their proud heads, enjoying the gift of Viridian power. Cousin, I heard that there was an accident in the Dragon's Cave in the Kanto region. Claire said with a serious expression. I want to go to the Kanto region to find out, but the second elder doesn't allow me to go out. Claire pursed his lips, a little excited. You don't have to worry, the matter of the Dragon's Cave in the Kanto region has been resolved. It was the Alliance's hand on our Yulong family. They are already dissatisfied with the independent and transcendent status of the Royal Dragon family. They want to force us to submit by destroying our sacred tree. It's a pity that their conspiracy is still controlled by our foresight. For this reason, I quarreled with Damalanchi, and Damalanchi even said boldly that it was all for my own good. Lance Crossing showed a cold look on his face. Thanks to my pharmacist friend who helped me a lot this time, I was able to solve the problem of the holy tree. Fortunately, Johto region is the place under the control of the High Priest Kamyo, and Damalanchi can't intervene for the time being. But Damalanchi's ambitions are huge, and I'm worried that they'll attack High Priest Camius. Lance Crossing said to Claire with a worried look. Damaranchi won't hurt the High Priest Camus so easily. Our Royal Dragon family will protect the safety of High Priest Camius. Royal Dragon family and Bell Tower are eternal allies. Claire said confidently. Don't worry too much, cousin. Claire reassured Lance Crossing. Don't let anyone know about my visit to the Dragon's Den in Blackthorn City. In a short time, I will do a different thing in exchange for a brighter world. I don't want to drag you into the water. Lance said coldly, jumped onto Dragonite's back, and then flew away into the distance. Cousin. Claire watched with worry as Lance disappeared into the thick fog of Dragon's Den. At this time, Feng Che was concentrating on inserting the knife into the foam fruit. Then I saw the edge of the knife cut through a perfect arc, and the peel of the foam fruit peeled off instantly. A perfect foamy pulp appeared in front of Feng Che. This foam fruit is handled perfectly. You have only used it for 3 days, and you have mastered how to handle the ingredients that can be called S-level difficulty, foam fruit. Yes, you all think that foam fruit is just an ingredient, it has no effect, and the processing difficulty is so high, so few people really study the effect of foam fruit. Foam fruit is made by absorbing the growth of countless quiet breaths of nature. It has the magical effect of concentration and tranquility. At the same time, it can improve the pleasure of Pokemon and make Pokemon smile from the heart. This is the specific magic of foam fruit. Come on, you can taste the specific taste of foam fruit. Alakazam handed Feng Che the bent spoon in his hand. Feng Che looked curiously at the pulp of the foam fruit like the colorful VHDF Pseutopolis. A strange fragrance wafted throughout the tree hole. Just smelling this fragrance can make people feel refreshed. Feng Che used a knife to cut the foam fruit in two, and half of it was placed in a small saucer and handed to Sabrina. Sabrina took out the bent spoon and carefully scooped down the pulp of the foam fruit with the spoon. The pulp of this foamy fruit is like jelly. Put it between your lips and teeth and chew it. You can taste the peculiar flavor of Sprite mixed with various tree fruits. It was as if the mouth was stuffed with various tree fruits, and every mouth was filled with the taste of happiness. At this time, Sabrina did not know what language to use to describe the deliciousness of the foam fruit. Feng Che tasted the foam fruit, and was shocked by the deliciousness of the foam fruit, and his face was filled with a smile unconsciously. Is this the taste of happiness? It is indeed called the most precious tree fruit ingredient in the world. Feng Che murmured. At the same time, Feng Che discovered that foam fruit can quickly recover his physical strength, and his originally tired body was filled with strength unconsciously. If this foam fruit is added to Pokeblocks, it will definitely be able to create epic quality Pokeblocks that restore stamina. A lot of inspiration suddenly appeared in Feng Che's mind. Shining Leo, pineapple fruit. Feng Che seemed to be in a state of bewilderment and called out the names of a bunch of tree fruits. He quickly took a foam fruit. The outer skin of the foamy fruit is then quickly peeled off. Feng Che used Psychic to remove the needed berries from Alakazam's treasury. After a few days, Feng Che already knew exactly where the tree fruits were placed in the Alakazam treasure house. Feng Che picked up the knife and waved it forward quickly. Countless tree fruits were processed in an instant and floated in the air. Afterwards, Feng Che used Psychic to perform rapid spin, tossing out all the juice of the tree fruit and collecting it into the container. Then Feng Che added the pulp of the foam fruit to berry juice. The pulp of the foamy fruit melts into the juice instantly. Come out, hot meow. Feng Che used confusion to perform rapid spin on this mass of juice to remove impurities in the juice by high-speed centrifugation. Hot meow, use a constant temperature of 75 degrees to heat this ball of juice. Feng Che yelled at the heat. A flame appeared on the hot cat's back. Hot meow carefully manipulated the flame to wrap the juice. After a while, a jade-like Pokeblocks formed. Fine, this is the epic Pokeblocks I've made. Feng Che used the knife to swipe forward, and the Pokeblocks were equally divided into square pieces. Next, it's time to deal with the big guy. Feng Che looked at the Wanian Celadon, rainbow fruit. With the experience of handling foam fruit, Feng Che is very skilled in dividing Celadon, rainbow fruit into 7. The next steps are simple. Just repeat the steps of making Celadon, rainbow elixir from Millennium Celadon, rainbow fruit. Old Alakazam, living up to expectations, it's finally done. Feng Che looked at the legendary Celadon, rainbow potion and said excitedly. Old Alakazam looked ecstatically at the Celadon, rainbow elixir, which glowed with colorful light. Compared with epic level potions, legendary level potions emit a more powerful halo. Old Alakazam's whole body was shaking. This is the Celadon, rainbow elixir of legendary quality. I've waited so many years and I finally got it. With a 70% certainty, if I can't break through, then my fate is over. Old Alakazam said meaningfully. Old Alakazam, keep all these Celadon, rainbow potions in your hands. When you break through the bottleneck, return them to me in double. Feng Che said to Old Alakazam with some playfulness. Also, Old Alakazam, remember to pay your debts to me, and don't die. Acknowledgement, if, water. The first, send, steal, book, sell, money, die. Mom, Feng Che was silent for a few seconds and added another sentence. Old Alakazam burst into tears and nodded heavily. Feng Che had been in the Old Alakazam's treasury for 9 days. Feng Che stretched his muscles and bones, and quickly walked out of the tree hole. The forest outside the tree hole is lush and exudes a pleasant coolness. The sun is like wisps of golden fine sand, passing through the layers of branches and leaves, and falling on the grass, forming mottled tree shadows. There is a small stream not far from the tree hole, gurgling flowing. From time to time a few small fish jump out of the water, chasing and playing. A curvy girl in a white dress was reflected in the stream. Her slightly tilted face, like white porcelain, shone with delicate and transparent light in the sunlight, and her long black hair fell behind her shoulders. A gust of wind passed, and the petals were like rain, falling lightly on the hairline between her eyebrows, and the long flowing hair shone with colorful halos under the sunlight. Sabrina was sitting beside the creek at this time, and her little feet as pale as jade were playfully stepping on the water on the creek. She raised her head, her big watery eyes looked at the white clouds in the sky. White clouds lie on the blue sky, like cotton candy blossoms, slowly drifting away. Everything around seemed so quiet and beautiful. Feng Che, you must have prepared the legendary Celadon, rainbow potion. Hearing the footsteps, Sabrina's spiritual eyes turned, looking at Feng Che who came out of the tree hole, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Old Alakazam must be so happy. I remember when I was a kid, because my psychic was often out of control, my parents brought in old Alakazam specifically to teach me. Just like that, old Alakazam was always by my side. I was brought up by old Alakazam. So my relationship with old Alakazam is very strong. Old Alakazam has lived for innumerable years. If he can't break through this time, he will really die soon. It's really thanks to your helping hand this time that old Alakazam can hopefully get a breakthrough. Sabrina said happily to Feng Che. At this time, Sabrina was like an ordinary little girl, quietly pouring out her heart. It seems that Sabrina can be completely relieved of her guard only at the old Alakazam's residence. From childhood to adulthood, because I awakened Psychic was often out of control, and everyone regarded me as a monster. Only old Alakazam is willing to take care of me, teach me how to use Psychic, teach me not to spite anyone. Old Alakazam is like my relatives who are both teachers and friends. Feng Che, I really appreciate your helping hand, old Alakazam, for the Celadon Rainbow Elixir. Sabrina looked at Feng Che gratefully and said. Chapter 204-Sudden Dusk Noir. You don't have to be too polite. Old Alakazam is also my friend. He has helped me a lot. I should do these things. Feng Che said with a smile. I hope old Alakazam can successfully break through the elite class this time. Sabrina folded her hands, closed her eyes, and prayed deeply. Feng Che looked at Sabrina quietly. It was rare to see Sabrina so peaceful and lovely. Old Alakazam has a good heart and a lot of luck, and he will surely die. Feng Che said softly, and then followed the example of Sabrina and folded his hands and prayed devoutly. Why do you want to learn from me? Sabrina opened her eyes and said to Feng Che with a look of resentment. Because it's so cute. Feng Che smiled at Sabrina and said jokingly. Don't talk nonsense, this is so cute. Sabrina's face was flushed. It was the first time someone used cute words on her body, which made her not used to it for a while. I'm going to start Pokemon training as soon as possible, and making potions takes a lot of time. Come out, my Pokemon. Feng Che released all Pokemon except Zeraora. So you are the one who exchanged Rowlets with Lieutenant Surge. Sabrina's clear eyes suddenly lit up, and she said with a look of surprise. This Rowlet really sleeps well. Sabrina saw that the Rowlet was sleeping so soundly that the saliva came out. She was pretty sure it was Lieutenant Surge's Rowlet. LT. Surge kept complaining to me that he couldn't find that mysterious pharmacist. This time he was able to capture Zapdos because of the helping hand of the pharmacist. So you are Lieutenant, the pharmacist, that Surge has always been thinking about, Sabrina said with a playful smile. Feng Che smiled shyly. He didn't expect this Lieutenant Surge to be so persistent, asking about the whereabouts of the pharmacist everywhere. Wow, you still have an Aerodactyl. Feng Che, you really don't show your face. Sabrina looked at Aerodactyl, which had grown into a height of more than 3 meters, and said jokingly. These Pokemon are like my family, just like old Alakazam is like you. Feng Che looked at these Pokemon and said softly. At this point, the old Alakazam had been calm-minded for a while and adjusted his state. There's still one more day to make or break. If I can't get through, then I'll just fall. Disappeared from this world. Old Alakazam opened his eyes slowly. Old Alakazam had been waiting for this day for a long time. Old Alakazam put an altar on the ground with psychic crystals. These can be said to be old Alakazam's life savings. Old Alakazam sat cross-legged in the altar, holding 2 old bent spoons in his hands. It closed its eyes silently, and the huge psychic kept circulating on the altar. Sandscale elixir repairs broken cells in old Alakazam. The psychic potion can quickly replenish the spiritual power of the old Alakazam. Celadon Rainbow Elixir can improve the qualifications of Helping Hand Old Alakazam. With these 3 prongs, the old Alakazam shouldn't have much problem breaking through. Feng Che said to Sabrina. You can rest assured, old Alakazam will definitely be able to get through this difficulty and break through to Elite. Feng Che looked at Sabrina with a worried face and cheered. Sabrina nodded, still frowning slightly. Just then, Dano staggered over. In order to keep Dano's vision from being blocked by the hair, Feng Che made a small braid for Dano. Dano saw when he opened his eyes was Feng Che. So Dano regarded Feng Che as his mother. This Dano is quite sticky, and it's a lot weaker than my other Pokemon. Feng Che took out a Pokeblocks made of dragon blood fruit from the bracelet and stuffed it into Dano's mouth. This kid, like Rowlet, is still growing, and I'll nurture it for a while. By the way, I have a nurture house in Celadon Rainbow. If you are free, you can visit my breeding house. Feng Che warmly invited Sabrina, which was just enough to disperse Sabrina's anxiety. Well, I'll go when I'm free. Sabrina looked at Feng Che and replied happily, her frowning brows gradually relaxed. At night, the sky is already full of stars. There was a faint blue light around the altar. Old Alakazam was sitting cross-legged on the altar to receive the star power from the sky. Gradually, the light on the altar became brighter and brighter, and the light blue light spots gradually disappeared into the altar. The once-in-80-year psychic tide is coming. The power of the stars is about to fill this place. Old Alakazam suddenly opened his eyes and poured the legendary Celadon Rainbow Potion into his mouth. Old Alakazam felt that as soon as the Celadon Rainbow Potion entered, a cool breath was constantly circulating in his body, washing his body. Old Alakazam then slammed the Sandscale Potion into his mouth. Psychic Tide begins. This day is the day when all psychic Pokemon are enlightened. The huge psychic overflowed from the depths of the forest, spreading out like a ripple. Old Alakazam has seen bottlenecks that belong to Elite. After passing this level, the old Alakazam will have a longer life and enter another life form. If he fails, the old Alakazam will disappear into the world, and his psychic will return to the world. Old Alakazam closed his eyes and kept calm mind, his breath getting deeper and deeper. Psychic Advanced Elixir is constantly improving its qualifications. It has clearly felt that its physical fitness is improving by leaps and bounds. The originally withered body burst out with extremely strong vitality like a dead tree in spring. The Sandscale Elixir is increasing old Alakazam's reflexes. Old Alakazam chose to hit his bottleneck when the psychic tide was at its strongest. Old Alakazam used his huge psychic to charge away in the direction of the bottleneck. Each impact has a huge impact on the old Alakazam's body like a candle. Then, the old Alakazam's nose was dripping with blood. The blood was dripping on the old Alakazam's white beard, dyeing the old Alakazam's beard a blood red. For flowers. This is the backlash caused by old Alakazam's impact on psychic. Sabrina, can't old Alakazam use grassy terrain? Feng Che hurriedly asked. Feng Che has the intention to let Ivysaur use grassy terrain. But he was afraid that grassy terrain's life energy would interfere with the old Alakazam's impact on the Elite. Don't worry, old Alakazam has set up an altar, and this altar can guarantee the safety of old Alakazam's life. Sabrina said to Feng Che. The windy Pokemon watched the old Alakazam attacking the Elite, and silently looked at the old Alakazam in the center of the altar. Froakie, when will I become such a strong man? Ditto, that old Alakazam's Pokeblocks look delicious. Blue Jay, get stronger, I can't wait to fight an opponent like this. Hot Meow, I want to become stronger and protect my trainer. Aerodactyl, well, I feel like I should be able to break through this bottleneck in the near future and become a powerful elite Pokemon. Zero, Scyther. If I could take such a strong man as my little brother, I would die of laughter. Feng Che couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly as he listened to the voice of his Pokemon. Feng Che saw that old Alakazam picked up the other 2 bottles of legendary level advanced potions and poured them directly into his mouth. It simply wiped away the nosebleed and continued to close its eyes. 2 bottles of legendary level advanced potion were poured into the mouth, and the advanced potion at this time was not as gentle as before. Old Alakazam felt like he was sitting on a lava volcano. Old Alakazam felt that his bottleneck had completely loosened. Just when old Alakazam wanted to concentrate all his psychic in one go to break through the bottleneck, old Alakazam was stunned to find that a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky for some unknown reason. The dark cloud grew bigger and bigger, covering half of the sky. The dark clouds exude a dazzling ghostly energy. Damn, Dusk Noir is making trouble at this critical moment. Sabrina's heart suddenly froze, her brows tightened, and her face changed drastically. She was a little careless, forgetting for a moment that old Alakazam's rival. Old Alakazam used the power of the altar to protect his body. The power in the altar comes from the starlight cast by the stars in the sky. The sky is now covered by half, and the source of star power is naturally reduced by half. Old Alakazam is in danger. What should I do now? Sabrina said anxiously to Feng Che. Sabrina bit her lip anxiously, panicking. Sabrina, can you use psychic to move this dark cloud away? Feng Che asked quickly. No, this dark cloud was created by the Lord of the Forest, Dusk Noir, using the breath of the spirit world. Dusk Noir didn't get along with the old Alakazam. I didn't expect it to be so vile and take advantage of it at this time. Once Dusk Noir uses dark clouds to cover the entire sky, the old Alakazam will completely lose the blessing of star power, and self-destruct will die. Sabrina said to Feng Che's mind. Sabrina was already in the air, trying to stop Dusk Noir. And Chapter 205-Incredible Garden, Chaos Demon Attacks. Old Alakazam needs the blessing of star power. Feng Che frowned, thinking secretly. Speaking of Xingli, Feng Che suddenly remembered the statue of Jirachi he got in the ruins. That statue can gather star power to help Feng Che cultivate psychic. Forget it, old Alakazam also helped me, so let's lend this statue to old Alakazam. Feng Che was ruthless and sent Jirachi's statue to old Alakazam's side using psychic. The more people know about this kind of mysterious treasure, the more dangerous it is to Feng Che. Jirachi fell on the altar, and an extremely strong light suddenly erupted. The star power in the sky was quickly gathered by the statue of Jirachi and poured into the old Alakazam. Old Alakazam suddenly felt a huge energy pour into his body. At this time, the old Alakazam was full of energy and used the psychic of his whole body to attack the bottleneck. Soon, the bottleneck was overwhelmed by the torrent of psychic composition. A great pressure surged from the body of old Alakazam. A saffron-colored light appeared on old Alakazam's body. After the light disappeared, the old Alakazam of Mega Evolution appeared in midair. Alakazam after Mega Evolution, the armor part of his body has changed into a purple robe. The overall color remains the same, with a red crystal in the middle of the forehead. Sharp horns grew on the top of the head, and the yellow mustache turned into a huge pale beard. The 2 feet, 050, are put together and use psychic to make themselves float in the air. The number of spoons was again increased to 5. The spoon was no longer in his hand, but was held behind him by the old Alakazam using psychic. Because of breaking through the bottleneck of Elite, the appearance of the old Alakazam looks much younger. Old Alakazam opened his eyes slowly, and the sharp gaze made Dusk Noir, the Lord of the Forest, flinch. Dusk Noir saw that the old Alakazam broke through the elite class, so he could only hurriedly stop and flee in a hurry. Dusk Noir, today you took advantage of my distress to besiege me. I have already remembered it in my heart, and I will surely return it to you in the future. Old Alakazam shouted to the fleeing Dusk Noir. I really want to thank you this time, Feng Che. If it weren't for the medicine you provided, and the helping hand at the last minute, I might not have been able to lance crossing this disaster, and I wouldn't have understood the essence of Mega Evolution. I am now Alakazam doing the Mega Evolution on my own, so I can maintain that form forever. But I just broke through Elite, so I'm going to retreat for a while to maintain my Elite status. Little friend Feng Che, old Alakazam won't break his promise, but I can only give it to you after I come out of retreat. Old Alakazam said, returning the statue of Jirachi to Feng Che. This Jirachi statue has absorbed a part of my psychic when I advanced to Elite. You can use it to practice to get twice the result with half the effort. You can use the fruits and medicinal materials in the treasure house as long as you like. The experimental utensils you used before are also given to you according to my promise. After the old Alakazam finished speaking, a teleport disappeared in place. Feng Che, thank you, you stood up when old Alakazam was most dangerous. You helped my dearest family, Lance Crossing, through this difficult time. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me, and I will do my best to help you. Sabrina looked up at Feng Che and solemnly promised. Feng Che looked at Sabrina's promise, smiled and nodded. This time here in old Alakazam, a lot of time has been consumed. I'm also going back to Saffron to develop my rapport with Moltres. Do you need me to give you a ride? It's not far from Celadon, Rainbow. Sabrina asked Feng Che. No, I'm not going back to Celadon, Rainbow for the time being, there's one more place I want to go. Feng Che plans to visit the incredible garden of Venusaur. Ivysaur was almost unable to suppress the light of evolution. Feng Che wants Ivysaur to complete the final evolution in the Garden of Wonders. Okay, then I'll go first. Sabrina a teleport disappears in place. Okay, everyone come back, let's go now to the incredible garden. Feng Che put all the Pokemon back in the Pokeball. By the way, Feng Che wanted old Venusaur to see what happened to Rowlet. In fact, it was the first time Feng Che had encountered such a sleepy Rowlet. Neither Feng Che gave Rowlet the nutrient solution nor the Pokeblocks to improve Rowlet's sleepiness. Rowlet was still in rest except for the hour he was awake. Feng Che was also helpless against Rowlet. Feng Che took the cover of night to leave the forest where old Alakazam was. After Feng Che left, this forest completely disappeared without a trace. Incredible garden. Old Venusaur was lounging in the sun. Since the little daredevil who kept his head up, old Venusaur suddenly felt a lot easier. Old Venusaur feels the air in this incredible garden is so much fresher. When the old Venusaur was about to take a nap, it suddenly heard the voice of the little daredevil. Old Venusaur's heart suddenly froze. Barna, Barna. Old Venusaur, didn't that little daredevil follow the humans? Old Venusaur, why, I had hallucinations and heard the voice of a little daredevil. Old Venusaur, I should have illusion. Old Venusaur, am I thinking of little daredevils? Old Venusaur shook his head suddenly. Then it lays its head on the grass, closes its eyes, and lays down comfortably, enjoying the warm sunshine. Ever since the little daredevil was gone, the old Venusaur's life had been so good. Barna, Barna. The little daredevil's voice sounded again. At the same time a grass-like thing was scratching back and forth under the nose of the old Venusaur. Akiu. Old Venusaur sneezed. Then, the old Venusaur opened his eyes suddenly, and he saw an Ivysaur looking at him naively. Old Venusaur, I grass a plant, how did the little daredevil come back? How could his trainer put it back? Old Venusaur, didn't I specifically explain to its trainer, can't abandon the little daredevil? Old Venusaur's forehead was oozing with visible beads of sweat. Venusaur, long time no see, Ivysaur misses you so much. I happened to be passing by here, and Ivysaur was crying and clamoring to come here to visit you. Feng Che said with a smile. In the eyes of Venusaur, this is simply the attack of the demon of chaos. Old Venusaur, help, I want to live longer. Old Venusaur frowned and stood up abruptly. The excited old Venusaur was unsteady and took a few steps back. For some unknown reason, the old Venusaur sat on the ground with his feet empty, and the scene was a little embarrassing. This made the old Venusaur embarrassed and almost cut out the 4 rooms and 2 halls. Venusaur, my Ivysaur is about to evolve. I've thought about it, but it's safest to go back to Ivysaur's hometown and come to evolution. Feng Che said with a smile. Old Venusaur, my mother, you still come, and if I come again, I will have to take out my old capital. With Ivysaur's qualifications, I will not have enough resources to fill it. Closing curly bracket. Old Venusaur is about to cry, but you're going to be a disaster for others, don't keep catching me. Ahem, this Ivysaur has excellent qualifications, and it would cost me half my life to change it from Bulbasaur evolution to Ivysaur. If Ivysaur is allowed to evolve here, it is estimated that the grass energy of the entire secret garden will dry up. Old Venusaur persuaded Feng Che bitterly. Old Venusaur, I gave the crystals of leaves, isn't that enough? There are so many Ivysaurs in the secret garden, I have a headache where to find resources. The voice of the old Venusaur made Feng Che's mind come to the figure of a sad-faced old farmer. The old peasant opened his mouth and shouted, Ivysaur in the secret garden is sold, save Ivysaur. Old Venusaur, if they are strong enough, I do know there is a place to complete Ivysaur's evolution. Feng Che's eyes lit up after hearing the voice of old Venusaur. I don't know where else can help hand Ivysaur complete the final evolution. Feng Che sighed and said, his expression a little frustrated, as if his heart was broken for Ivysaur. Old Venusaur, hey, seeing this young trainer, I really don't want to hit this trainer. Feng Che successfully used empathy to make old Venusaur feel Feng Che's love for Ivysaur. Well, there's one place I don't know if I should tell you. That place is very dangerous, but it is a holy place for grass-type Pokemon evolution. Old Venusaur hesitated for a while, and said to Feng Che. That place is on an archipelago of the 7 islands, and there is an underground world in it. At the end of this underground world, there is a source of evolution called grass-type Pokemon. Their Ivysaur should be able to evolve into Venusaur. That place is also called the Underground Medicine Field. But the Pokemon level there is very high, and the superior who guards the source of evolution is not a guy to mess with. That guy's strength has reached the champion level, and I have some friendship with him. If you really want to go Underground Medicine Field, take this to meet Superior. The old Venusaur took out a pale green leaf from the flower bud. If you can see Superior, there shouldn't be much of a problem. There are quite a few grass-type Pokemon where you go to Underground Medicine Field 3.5, and you have to defeat them to get to the Underground Medicine Field. It's a very difficult thing. You can wait until your Pokemon is stronger. After you arrive at the 7 islands, this light green leaf will direct you to the Underground Medicine Field. After the old Venusaur handed the light green leaf to Feng Che, he ran away. Old Venusaur, I have to retreat during this time, and retreat well, so that the little daredevils will not run back. The old Venusaur had never tried to slip back into the tree hole so fast. On the way, it also stepped on a sharp stone, and cut a deep hole in its foot. Venusaur couldn't care less, he entered the tree hole without looking back, and the wound disappeared the second it touched the grass. It seems that every time the old Venusaur meets Ivysaur, he will encounter deep misfortune. Is this the mega dark void between the old Venusaur and Ivysaur? Feng Che was also speechless. Underground Medicine Field. I still know of a place called Sky Medicine Field, where even the 3 holy birds often haunt there. The one in charge of the Sky Medicine Field is the King Leguan, known as the Grass-type Super Beast. After all my Pokemon are elite, I can go there. Feng Che thought to himself. Chapter 206 _ The whereabouts of the Underground Medicine Field. Unova Region. Team Plasma Underground Palace. Quizzes was in a fit of rage. Vio, you really disappointed me. I trusted you so much that you didn't even get Dano back. Kuikizi looked at Vio with a look of hatred. I've tried my best, and I can't do anything if I don't get Dano. The trainer who captured Dano is very powerful, and even my daughter's scales are broken. Vio retorted loudly. Kuikizi turned his head with a black line and glanced at Kamo-o, who was chewing the dragon blood fruit. The Kamo-o seemed to be stronger and smoother after returning from the dragon's cave. And this Kamo-o is eating the priceless dragon blood fruit. Dragon's blood fruit is a treasure that even Kuikizi is envious of. Kamo-o is like eating an apple, one bite at a time. Its cheeks are full, like a little squirrel. Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry, I will lose the fight against this idiot. Kuikizi suppressed his anger and comforted himself silently in his heart. Okay, let's go down first. For the sake of capturing a lot of Pokemons, this mission will be given to you. Kuikizi waved his hand and took a deep breath. It's so stingy, I captured so many Pokemon back, and there is no credit or hard work, not even a reward. Vio muttered, not too loudly, not too loudly. Just enough for Kuikizi to hear. After Kuikizi heard this, his blood surged. Roll. The roar of Kuikizi came from the underground palace. 7 islands, lights illuminate the volcano pier. This is the only pier that can reach Nantoshima from the Kanto region. This is also the most prosperous place in the 7 islands. Feng Che looked at the billowing black smoke coming out of the crater of the 17 lights. Blue Jay, Frogadier, Hot Meow, it's time for the evolution. Sometimes too many Pokemon can be an annoyance. If it wasn't for Feng Che getting a batch of precious tree fruits and medicinal herbs from the old Alakazam this time. Maybe Feng Che has to find resources everywhere, helping hand Pokemon evolution. The Blue Jay is still in some trouble. The most important celestial stone can't be found, so we need to go to Tianqing Mountain to find it. If you can get Rayquaza's dragon scales, it will be the best thing. Wait, I remember it as if there is a chance to get Rayquaza dragon scales. Feng Che's eyes suddenly lit up and he remembered something important. There is a legend that the 3 Hoenn gods first appeared in the Johto region. In order to worship the 3 Hoenn gods, the ancient people also built an ancient tower for them. It is also the legendary burial tower. They enshrined the scales of Groudon, Kyogre, Rayquaza as relics. Later, the burial tower was deserted with the collective exodus of Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. However, an accident is said to have occurred so that the relic was not taken by the ancient people. In the game, someone excavated the relic from a place where the burial tower collapsed. It almost shook the entire Pokemon game world at that time. Looks like I'm going to find a chance to go to the burial tower. Now the tower is deserted. Groudon's scales are just for the hot cat. Although Groudon is a ground-type Pokemon, Groudon's scales draw on the power of fire and have infinite power. It's just right to use Groudon's scales as a medium for the evolution of the Hot Meow. Kyogre's scales are for Frogadier. Quote. Then I'll go to Sea God Island again to complete Frogadier's final evolution. I don't know if the monsters of the sea welcome me. Feng Che thought to himself, and couldn't help grinning. As for Rayquaza's scales, they can be used to improve the Blue Jay's aptitude. Feng Che has already planned the use of these resources. However, I'm thinking too far now. The most important thing right now is to find the underground medicine field. Old Venusaur just said that he was in the 7 islands, but the 7 islands are so large that it is impossible for me to check every island, so that I can find the underground medicine fields without knowing the year of the monkey and the horse moon. And the token given by Old Venusaur should be close to the underground medicine field in order to have a reaction. Feng Che took out the blade that the Old Venusaur had given it from the bracelet, but there was no response. The 7 islands are made up of 7 main islands and some small uninhabited islands. I think it's most likely in the berry forest on the 3rd island, and the island of exploration on the 7th island. Feng Che took out the map of the 7 islands, and the islands on it were densely covered. Feng Che used Psychic Lock-On for the distant spatial coordinates and teleport. Berry Forest. Koga is training Pokemon inside the berry forest. The interior of the forest is covered with countless snow and ice. A large icy blue bird is flapping its wings gracefully. This is Articuno. The goose feather-like Icarus was floating from Articuno, and a thin layer of snow had already appeared on the ground. Articuno is a large bird Pokémon with beautiful icy blue plumage. Its wings are said to be made of ice and look like ice blue crystals from a distance. Articuno has a crown of 3 dark blue diamond-shaped feathers on his head and eyes like rubies. Its beak is short and gray, the same color as its long, slender legs. Articuno has a long, bunting-like ice blue tail that is longer than Articuno's body. Articuno, use Psybeam against the treetops. Koga directs Articuno to attack a towering tree. I saw Articuno spit out an ice blue breath with one mouth. The towering tree froze instantly. Articuno flapped his wings again, and the tree was scattered into icy blue powder. Well, Articuno, you've reached your true potential. Koga sighed at Articuno. Articuno looked at Koga contemptuously. Actually Articuno doesn't like Koga. But Articuno looked at Grimer on Koga's back like a shoulder pad, and turned his head away again. Articuno, that Grimer is really tough. Articuno, that Grimer stinks too much. Articuno recalled the fear of being dominated by the smell, and his body trembled slightly. Articuno, who is obsessed with cleanliness, really hates Pokémon like Grimer. Who? Suddenly Koga felt the spatial fluctuations. He made a gesture, and an Ariados rushed out of the canopy. Ariados spat poison sting in the direction Koga was pointing. At this time Feng Che is using teleport. As soon as he came to Berry Forest, he saw an Ariados attacking him. Hot Meow, use flamethrower. Feng Che threw out the Pokeball and released the Hot Meow. The hot cat spewed a pillar of fire in the direction of Ariados. The pillar of fire destroyed the poison sting of Ariados. I thought who it was, but it turned out to be Feng Che. Koga looked at the man in the black cloak wearing the smiling face mask and spoke slowly. Koga crossed his chest with his arms, looking cool and handsome. Lord Koga, how did you recognize me? Feng Che took off the smiling face mask, revealing the handsome face of Function. Haha, how can I not recognize your iconic Pokémon Hot Meow? I think the boss Giovanni asked me to check whether this hot cat was poisoned. You don't know, I am proficient in phrenology. As long as I see Pokémon, I can immediately detect it. This is the necessary knowledge to be learned as an assassin. Koga said triumphantly. Feng Che, last time you and Sabrina left in a hurry. I still have something to ask you. The Ekans and Seviper of my snake cave are about to reach the breeding season. Your Ekans are very strong. Do you want to go to the snake cave to breed offspring? Don't worry, I will give you a high reward. As powerful as your Ekans, I will give a good price. Koga repeatedly emphasized to Feng Che that he would give a generous reward. Lord Koga, I think my Arbok is still a bit young. I want to wait for it to grow up a little bit, and to wait for its aptitude to improve. The offspring bred in this way may have better aptitude. Che politely declined. Haha, forgive me for being abrupt, please contact me in time if you need it. Otherwise, when Arbok is older, the price will be hard to say. Koga said with a smile. It is true that the Arbok of Feng Che has been cultivated very well, and his qualifications are likely to go further. An Arbok with excellent aptitude from both the parent and the parent will cultivate even better Ekans aptitude. At this moment, Articuno flapped his wings and fell gracefully. Haha, this is Articuno. It's the first time I've conquered Pokémon other than the poison type, and Articuno has cooperated with my training. This makes the poison I've prepared for a long time useless. Koga shook his head and said with some regret. Articuno, why do you human beings still want to poison me? Fortunately, I am obedient. Otherwise, there is a real possibility that you, a human being, will bring disaster to you. Articuno has a worried expression on his face. Feng Che, what are you doing here? Koga asked casually. My Ivysaur is about to evolve. I'm looking for a place with strong grass-type energy, helping hand Ivysaur to complete the final evolution. Feng Che replied calmly. This forest isn't bad, but there's a place that might be better for your Ivysaur to complete evolution. Have you heard of underground medicine fields? There is a powerful grass-type Pokemon guarding it, right in the ice-blasting cave on the frozen island. Koga gave the answer before Feng Che could answer. The ice-blasting cave on the frozen island. How could there be a holy place for grass-type Pokemon? Feng Che felt a little confused. It's incredible. I thought it was incredible at first. When I captured Articuno, I accidentally broke an ice surface in the blasting cave. I saw a garden that is like spring all year round. Many powerful grass-type Pokemon are patrolling the garden, with a Serperior being the most powerful. I relied on the strength of Articuno to enter this garden and found that there are many precious tree fruits planted there. Just when I wanted to pick the tree fruit, Serperior shot. A pale green glow. Articuno fell to the ground. I also used the cover of a few poison-type Pokemon on my body to escape. Koga explained with some regret. Serperior, that's right. Feng Che thought secretly. If you're going to find this underground medicine field, you can fight me. I will suppress my strength. Let me see how powerful you are and whether you are strong enough. Of course I will use my newly cultivated Pokemon, otherwise it will be too bullying. Koga said to Feng Che. Of course there's no problem, I'll just use the hot meow. Feng Che nodded. Chapter 207 _ Koga. Then I'll have to send out this Pokemon. Come out, Drapion. Koga released Drapion. Drapion is shaped like a scorpion, with shades of purple all over its body and blue dots on its forelegs and tail. Drapion is covered in hard armor, and his physique is very strong. The claws on both arms have the destructive power to rip cars to scrap metal, and release toxins from the ends of the claws. I've been breeding this Drapion for a while. There's a wormhole under my Crimson Gym. It's a little guy that was born out of a combination of Tentacruel and Drapion. It just completed the evolution not long ago. Feng Che, I have a lot of poison-type Pokemon resources in my poison insect cave. If you develop poison-type Pokemon in the future, you can buy some from me. Koga said to Feng Che with a smile. The poisonous resources of the poison insect cave were created by Koga's ancestors. Koga's willingness to sell poison-related resources to Feng Che is also in the mind of making good friends with Feng Che. Haha, then thank you Lord Koga. Feng Che said with a smile. Drapion walked fast on the leaves of the forest, making rustling noises. Hot Meow walked unhurriedly. The pads on its paws allow it to walk silently. Fine, Hot Meow, use Ember. Hot Meow opened his mouth, and a trace of sparks spewed out of his mouth. Sparks fall on dry leaves and set them on fire. A plume of blue smoke emerged from the leaves, and soon the flames engulfed the leaves and turned them into a raging fire. Haha, fortunately this is an uninhabited forest. If it's in a crowded place, maybe our battle will be interrupted by the forest rangers. Don't worry, Feng Che, fight to your heart's content. Articuno will cover up our battle marks and won't attract the attention of the rangers. Articuno used Psybeam to create a transparent ice crystal shroud that enveloped the aura of battle under the ice crystals. Drapion, use acupuncture, then use agility. Koga calmly gave an order. My Drapion is fast, you have to be careful. Drapion turned into a purple streamer, forming layers of phantoms, dazzling. Feng Che knew that this was because of the illusion created by Drapion agility. Hot Meow, don't panic, use the flame vortex to chip away these phantoms. Hot Meow spewed out flames from his mouth. It manipulates the flame to form a flame vortex. The fallen leaves on the ground were caught in the vortex of flames and turned into black ash and scattered in the air. It was like gray snow falling in the sky. Drapion, use Ice Fang. I saw that Drapion used Ice Fang on himself, making Drapion covered with a layer of ice armor. But Drapion didn't slow down in the slightest. It turned into an ice blue streamer and rushed into the vortex of flames. Drapion, use the shadow ball in the middle of the flame vortex. Drapion's hooked claws condensed a shadow ball emitting a black arc, and even a shadow ball appeared on Drapion's tail. 3 shadow balls tackle together, creating a huge explosion. Just listening to a muffled sound, the entire flame vortex was blasted. The flames scattered on the ground, forming a raging flame. The hot cat crawled on the ground to avoid the impact of the explosion. At this moment, Drapion was not far from the hot meow. Drapion, use lethal needles. Drapion raised his hooked claws and stabbed hot meow hard. However, Drapion's attack was blocked by the sky-high flames that erupted from the hot cat. Even Drapion's claws were engulfed in flames. Drapion only felt a burning pain in his paws. The flames had crawled up Drapion's body along the claws. Drapion fell to the ground and rolled around, trying to put out the flames on him. Missed, Feng-Che, you've been waiting for Drapion to get close to the hot meow. Koga patted his head. Yes, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Feng-Che nodded with a confident smile on his face. Drapion, use the venom missile. Drapion, who was rolling on the ground, barely stood up. It opened its claws and released a huge amount of venom from it, and the venom spread into the air. After the venom came into contact with the flames on Hot Meow's body, it turned into a purple poisonous mist. Hot Meow, use flames to isolate the poisonous mist. Feng-Che said to Hot Meow. The flame on Huomew's body was 3 points bigger. Haha, Drapion's venom is inhaled through the capillaries of the skin, and the toxin spreads very quickly. Your hot cat wants to use flames to block Drapion's poisonous mist, it may be too late. Koga laughed. Koga doesn't know, my hot cat has absorbed Moltres, fire of life. So as long as the surrounding is full of flames, the hot cat can be invulnerable to all poisons. Feng-Che thought to himself with a calm face. It was Articuno's ability to use the fire of life's ability to use the hot cat. Articuno, this trainer's Pokemon is not easy, he actually learned Moltres, fire of life. It seems that Articuno is aware of the fire of life in the hot cat. It's no wonder, after all, Articuno and Moltres are old friends who are always together, so they can definitely see the abnormality. Feng-Che thought to himself when he heard Articuno's inner voice. Drapion, use the venom missile again. Koga continued. The purple poison sting that burst out of Drapion fell onto the hot meow's flames. The purple poisonous mist is getting thicker and thicker, to the point where you can't see your fingers. Haha, Feng-Che, what's up, this trick works well. I used the flames on the hot cat to create a favorable environment for Drapion. Koga shouted to Feng-Che proudly. It's really good, but this little trick can't stop my hot meow. Hot meow, use flamethrower. Such a high concentration of poisonous mist is enough. Feng-Che raised his eyebrows and snapped his fingers calmly. The hot meow spewed out a pillar of fire that shot up to the sky. Just hear a bang. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the air. Smoke was everywhere. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and a huge deep hole appeared in the ground. After the smoke dissipated, Drapion's body was cracked, and he fell into the deep pit and lost his sense of self. Koga was disgraced and hid under a big tree in a very embarrassed way. His clothes had been ripped apart by the explosion just now, and the good ninja suit had turned into a whole suit. Why does explosion suddenly appear? The original situation had been developing in Drapion's favor. This sudden explosion really stunned Koga. Lord Koga, have you heard of dust explosions? Your smog concentration is already high, and Articuno has created another ice shield. So it only takes a flame to form an explosion that will raise this area to the ground. Feng-Che walked over from a distance with a hot cat. At the moment of the explosion, Feng-Che used teleport to avoid the impact of the explosion. Hot Meow escaped the explosion through its own resistance to fire. Haha, the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. It seems that I will fight you with all my strength next time. Take it, Feng-Che. Koga wiped the ashes from his face and threw a kunai at Feng-Che. Kuwu Sheng holds a map. Next time we meet, let's have a good fight. This time I was negligent. Next time I will definitely win you. Koga finished speaking, he threw a smoke bomb, and the whole person disappeared. Feng Che pulled out the kunai made of superalloy. Maps are folded together. When Feng Che opened the map, he found a pink badge. This is the Crimson Gym badge. Haha, I didn't expect to get a Crimson Gym badge here. Originally, I planned to go to Crimson Gym to challenge. Feng Che smiled. The map drawn by Koga is very detailed. The map also identifies the distribution of Pokemon. Koga is really attentive and the maps are very detailed. Having this map saves a lot of time, of Lee's. But one thing that gives me a headache is that the Ice Blast Cave is a gathering place for Ice-type Pokemon. It is also where Lorelei, one of the 4 elites, cultivates Ice-type Pokemon. According to Team Rocket's, Lorelei is now very popular. Probably on the Frozen Island. If I go to the Blast Ice Cave, I will most likely meet Lorelei, one of the 4 elites of the Alliance. Lorelei's attitude towards Team Rockets is unknown. Feng Che frowned secretly. However, I have the prosecutor's badge from Lance Crossing on me, so Lorelei shouldn't be too embarrassed for me. The Pokemon in the Ice Cave and the underground medicine field are extremely powerful. If Ivysaur wants to get a better evolution position in the underground medicine field, it is estimated that he will have to fight other grass-type Pokemon who want evolution. Feng Che called out Aerodactyl and flew towards the Frozen Island. Ah, I forgot to tell Feng Che to pay attention to Lorelei on the Frozen Island. Koga slapped his forehead sharply. Lorelei is training the Ice Corps on the Frozen Island recently. This is the news I heard before. I don't know how it's going. Forget it, that kid Feng Che is very clever. Koga is flying in the sky, a purple Crobat is lying on Koga's back. Next to him, Articuno was flying unhurriedly. And Chapter 208-Ice Army Corps in Blast Ice Cave. Feng Che flew to the Frozen Island on Aerodactyl. The Frozen Islands, also known as Seafoam Islands, are also home to the 4 elite Lorelei. But as soon as Feng Che landed on the sandy beach of the Frozen Island, he felt that something was wrong. There are too many Ice-type Pokemon on this Frozen Island. Seal, Shelder, Cloyster, Dugong are everywhere, among which Shelder is the most common. And every now and then there is Shelder evolution into Cloyster. Shelders are similar in structure to clams, encased in a hard shell with 2 spikes on each of the upper and lower shells. Its eyes are located in the black soft body inside the shell, and it always sticks its tongue out. Swim backwards by continuously opening and closing 2 shells up and down. Shelder swims pretty fast. Its hard shell deflects any attack. Something's wrong, something's not right here. Are the 4 elites already acting in advance? Feng Che was secretly vigilant. These ice-based Pokemon seem to be on patrol. A Magikarp jumped on the sand, flapping the evolution into a Gyarados. Evolution was so fast that Feng Che felt incredible. Just as Gyarados was preparing for Snarl, Shelder suddenly used Psybeam to freeze Gyarados in place. Gyarados were still twitching. It seemed a little unbelievable how it was frozen in such a vulnerable and weak Pokemon as Shelder. I saw a Cloyster crawling over. A Pokeball sprayed out of Cloyster's mouth and landed on Gyarados to subdue Gyarados. It turns out that these Cloysters should be taking over Pokemon according to Lorelei's order and forming a dragon army. The reason why Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados should be Lance Crossing's handwriting. Feng Che saw a Shelder suddenly open his mouth, revealing a saffron-colored dragon ball inside. There were countless Magikarps around Shelder. Dragon Ball of Gyarados, so it is. Yulong family actually took out a Dragon Ball of Gyarados, and captivate Magikarp with extremely high dragon blood. However, there are so many Shelders that can only be moved by Teleport 050. But to use Teleport, you must locate a space coordinate. It can't be moved randomly, or if I accidentally land on Shelder, it's a big joke. Come out, Zeraora. Please, before Shelder doesn't react, use agility to enter the ice blasting cave in front. After you enter the blasting ice cave, wait for me on the spot. I will use your location as the spatial coordinate, teleport to your side. Feng Che said to Zeraora. After more than 10 days of running in, Zeraora no longer has any hatred for Feng Che, and has gradually recognized this human being. Zeraora even considers the Zeraora's Pokemon egg made by Feng Che as if it were his own. Zeraora nodded. Then Zeraora incarnates into a saffron-colored streamer. It entered the ice-blasting cave before Shelter could react. Not long after, Feng Che used teleport to successfully enter the ice-blasting cave. Psychic, it's most useful at this time. Feng Che was secretly proud, and easily entered the ice-blasting cave. The ice-blasting cave is surrounded by ice. There are bizarre sculptures made of ice everywhere. There are more ice-type Pokemon in the blasting ice cave, and Jinx, Seal, and Dugong gather in groups of 3 or 5. Seal has the shape of a marine mammal with a pointed horn on the top of its head. There are upturned teeth on either side of the mouth, and the tongue sticks out. The tail is split in two, like waves rising from a fountain. Because of its thick fat, Seal can move freely at -40 degrees, but it is prone to heat stroke in the warm sea. Seal's head are so hard that they can break through ice and smash icebergs. Dugong was all white. Like Seal, it has sharp horns on its head, 2 downward teeth around its mouth, and enlarged eyes. Dugong has accumulated a lot of heat in his body, so he is very cold resistant and can swim vigorously even in the sea with floating ice. Dugong's streamlined body reduces water resistance, allowing it to swim in the sea at a speed of 8 knots, and its long tail acts as a quick turn. Energetic Dugong is, and I really like rest on the cold ice. It sunbathes on the beach after eating, helping hand digestion by raising its body temperature. In the distance, some more elite Pokemon are training. These Dugong and Seal were all lined up, breathing the ice breath aggressively. A big brown-haired sister in professional attire is training these Pokemon with a spiel in her hand. This is the Ice Elite Lorelei. Ice Elite Lorelei wore high-heeled shoes, an elegant attract figure, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Lance Crossing is missing now. If it wasn't for Yulong family who sent other clansmen, I doubt whether Lance Crossing regretted rebelling against the Alliance. Since Damalancy came to power, the whole league has been in a mess. In order to obtain greater benefits, Damalancy has engaged in heavy industry, which has caused the ecological environment of the entire Kanto region to become extremely bad. Lorelei bit his lip, staring sharply into the distance. At this moment, Lorelei felt that the mechanism he had arranged at the door of the ice-blasting cave was touched. A little mouse got in. Spiel, use Blizzard for that position. Lorelei snorted and said to Spiel. Spiel is shaped like a ball and has a blue body with a few white dots. It has 2 small ears on its head, a beige belly, and 2 teeth sticking out from its mouth. Spiel opened his mouth, and a heavy plume of snow spewed from his mouth. Oh, I was discovered by Lorelei, how did she find out? Feng Che glanced around through Psychic. He found several threads like broken spider silk attached to Zeraora's body. So it is. Lorelei set up ice wires at the entrance of the blasting ice cave. When Zeraora rushed into the ice explosion cave, Lorelei was alerted by the broken ice strands. Feng Che suddenly realized. Come out, Hot Meow, use the flamethrower. Feng Che threw out the Pokeball. Hot Meow jumped out of the Pokeball, spewing a pillar of fire in the air. The pillar of fire swept away Spiel's blizzard. Hot Meow fell to the ground, but did not know when his limbs were frozen into ice. Hot Meow can't break free. As expected of the Lorelei Elite, fire-type Pokemon can't even melt the ice frozen on them. Feng Che clapped his hands and walked out of the hiding place. You little mouse BHDF is so daring to come out swaggeringly. Lorelei looked at Feng Che coldly and said. A Slowbro came out of hiding, confusion flashing in its eyes. Slowbro also has a hot cat doll in his hand. Slowbro is a pink Pokemon that walks on 2 feet. The head of Slowbro is almost the same as Slowpoke. The abdomen is cream-colored with stripes. Slowbro also has longer limbs due to his upright walking, with 3 claws on his front paws and 2 on his hind paws. Top shell on Slowbro's tail can be said to be Shelder's evolution material. The shell's teeth clung to the bite's tail, which was dotted with spikes and dark markings. Slowbro is also able to learn skills such as Megaton Punch and Ice Punch because of his hands-free Ice Puppet. Lorelei ordered to Slowbro. This is Lorelei's trick to fame. Her Pokémon are good at absorbing the energy of humans and Pokémon to make ice crystal dolls. Once the dolls fall apart, so will the man and the Pokémon. This is the horror of Ice Elite Lorelei. Use Icicle Spear. Lorelei ordered Slowbro to attack. Just as Zeraora was about to fight back, Feng-Che stopped him. I have no ill will. It's just that I have reasons to have to go through here. I'm a friend of Lance Crossing. When Feng-Che finished saying this, Slowbro's attack stopped abruptly. At this time, the icicle spear in Slowbro's hand was pressing against Feng-Che's neck, and it was only a matter of time before it could pierce Feng-Che's throat. Do you have any proof that you are friends with Lance Crossing? Because now Lance Crossing is missing and we're all looking for him now. If you have evidence that you are his friend, I will let you go, Lorelei said coldly. I have the prosecutor badge from Lance Crossing here. This is the first time he got the badge as a prosecutor, and it has a very important commemorative significance. Feng-Che took out the badge from the bracelet and handed it to Slowbro. Slowbro, a teleport, handed the badge to Lorelei. Lorelei looked at the badge, which had Lance's name on it. Lance Crossing should attach great importance to this person in front of him, otherwise he will not give him his alliance badge. Then I will sell my favor to Lance Crossing. Lorelei thought for a while. What's your name? Lorelei's attitude suddenly eased. My name is Feng-Che. Feng-Che replied. Indeed, I have heard Lance Crossing mention your name. I don't care what you're doing here, but I'm here to train ice-type Pokémon, you must not leak it. I'll let Slowbro imprint the psychic mark on your head. As long as you reveal the news, you'll be self-destruct dead. Lorelei said solemnly. No problem, Feng-Che said calmly. After Feng-Che branded the psychic mark as required, Lorelei's solemn expression was relieved. You go, although I don't know what attracts you in the depths of the ice-blasting cave. However, since you are a friend of Lance Crossing, I kindly remind you that the level of Pokémon in it is very high, so you can do it yourself. Also, this is something from Lance Crossing, please keep it carefully. If you see Lance Crossing, help me with a word to Lance Crossing. Everything is going according to plan and we need him back to take over. Lorelei said to Feng-Che. At the same time, Lorelei threw the prosecutor's badge back into Feng-Che's hand. The ice-type Pokémon I control will not attack you. But a large part of the Pokémon in the Blast Cave is not under my control, and this part of the Pokémon is very human hatred. Lorelei snapped his fingers, and Slowbro, who was blocking Feng-Che, gave up a position. Thank you, Lorelei Elite, I'm going one step ahead. Feng-Che smiled and waved at Lorelei before disappearing in front of Lorelei. The passages of the ice-blasting cave are intricate. The crystal-clear ice walls reflected each other like mirrors. In this cave, you will see countless figures of yourself. If Feng-Che hadn't been a psychic, he might have been lost in the ice-blasting cave in minutes. Just now, Feng-Che had discovered several trainers frozen in ice blocks in the ice-blasting cave. These frozen trainers were smiling, without the slightest panic or fear, and their expressions were very peaceful and natural. There are oddities indeed. Usually being frozen in ice cubes will not be so peaceful, and the expression will not be so natural. This should be the work of a Pokémon with some special ability. Feng-Che thought to himself thoughtfully. Chapter 209-Thunder's Darling, Zeraora. At this moment, Feng-Che heard a silver bell-like laughter. A kimono-like Pokémon looms. Sure enough, Frostlass. Frostlass had no feet and was floating in the air like Glalie. Its body is very similar to a kimono, especially the red belt on the waist is similar to the drawstring of a kimono. It looks like an ear-like arm that hangs around its head, and it is dressed like a kimono. The shiny parts of its arms have patches of pale blue. Frostlass' hand has 3 little fingers. And its head looks like a sideways drop of water. There are 2 ice crystals and holes on the top of the head, through which you can see its purple skin. Frostlass can freeze enemies with its -50°C breath. It roams the blizzard, finding unsuspecting humans and prey, and attacks by freezing them into ice cubes. Frostlass are said to secretly show off their frozen corpses. Frostlass are usually found in snowy mountains. But Frostlass can also be found in ice-filled caves. When Frostlass saw Feng Che, rage's expression appeared in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Frostlass close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent yellow. Characteristic, snow hidden. Open black lens bracket level, 48 close black lens bracket. Attribute, ice plus ghost. Skills, hex, ice fang, powder snow, glare, crunch, astonish, protect, ice shard, frozen wind, confuse ray, draining kiss, etc. Open black lens bracket status, rage close black lens bracket. Comment, this Frostlass has been abandoned by human trainers, so it is extremely hostile to humans, and likes to freeze trainers into ice cubes and store them. Close black lens bracket. Frostlass, all trainers have to die, all trainers have to die, I'm going to freeze them and make them my collection. Zeraora, use Thunder Shock. Feng Che said to Zeraora on the side. I saw Zeraora take a deep breath, and the claws suddenly burst out with a very strong current. The current penetrated the ice and locked on the position of the Frostlass. Frostlass is trapped in a cage of electricity. Frostlass was a little panicked at this point. Frostlass, no, it's wrapped in electricity. Frostlass, no, I'm going to shake people. Frostlass suddenly let out a sharp cry. Boom, boom, boom. There was a heavy sound in the distance, as if a heavy object kept hitting the ground. After a while, a dark figure rushed out. It's a Glalie. Glalie is a round Pokemon constructed with a black stone core. It has 2 large black cone-shaped horns on either side of its head, and its skin is covered with ice. It has icy blue eyes and large flat teeth. It also looks a bit like a football. Glalie, green aptitude, level 57, hey, a proper gym level Pokemon, but Zeraora isn't weak. Feng Che touched his chin and looked at the menacing Glalie calmly. I saw Zeraora grabbed his hand fiercely, and lightning were intertwined. Frostlass had saffron arcs all over his body. Frostlass' body soon fell apart. Feng Che found out that this was just an ice and snow clone made by Frostlass. Zeraora, be careful, beware of Frostlass attacks. At this moment, Glalie sprayed Blizzard at Feng Che. HMPH, I want to shoot directly at the trainer. It seems that the trainer in the ice-blasting cave was frozen by you. Feng Che smiled and then used confusion to create a barrier in front of him. Blizzard landed on the barrier in clumps of ice. The psychic in Feng Che's body was gradually consumed. At this time, Zeraora pounced on Glalie. I saw Zeraora use plasma fists to drop hundreds of punches on Glalie's body. Glalie slammed into the ice wall with fist marks on her body. Cobweb-like cracks appeared in the ice wall. Good, Zeraora, use Thunderbolt. Zeraora is the darling of thunder and lightning, it can release millions of volts of electricity. At this moment, Zeraora's body suddenly froze. I saw that Frostlass did not know when to appear on Zeraora's shadow. Frostlass, face. Oops, I'm a little careless. Just when Frostlass wanted to use Draining Kiss against Zeraora. Zeraora was a little annoyed. I saw a large amount of current coming out of Zeraora's body. The electric current fell on the tiny ice cubes and turned the ice cubes into a plume of blue smoke. Frostlass was constricting with electricity all over his body, sending out a shrill growl. Frostlass crackled. Feng Che saw that Frostlass was scorched black by the electricity and fell to the ground. Rage blushed when Glalie saw Frostlass taken down. Glalie, I'm going to die with this human being. Closing curly bracket ellipsis. For flowers. No, Zeraora, Glalie is going to use explosion. Feng Che was confident that he could use teleport to escape explosion. But if Glalie's explosion affects Lorelei, it will be bad if Lorelei is dissatisfied with himself. Zeraora appeared beside Glalie in a flash. A very strong current erupted from its body again. Glalie followed in Frostlass's footsteps, crackling with electricity. Glalie, who originally wanted to use explosion, was also stunned alive by Zeraora's sudden explosion. These two ice-type Pokémon should be the more powerful Pokémon in the depths of the ice-blasting cave. Feng Che threw the Pokeball casually. Zeraora's move shocked the surrounding Pokémon. The rustling sound from the surrounding area also quickly disappeared. Zero Feng Che knew that these ice-type Pokémon were afraid. Very well, I'm going to jog through the ice-blasting caves while these Pokémon don't react. Zeraora took Feng Che away from the place at a very fast speed, and ran directly to the deepest part of the ice-blasting cave. There are many fork roads inside the blasting ice cave, like a labyrinth. If it weren't for Koga's map, Feng Che really couldn't find the route to the underground medicine field. Sea God Cave. Suddenly a giant submarine appeared here. A bearded man with a blue hood emerges from the submarine. Afterwards, many people lined up neatly, standing on the deck of the submarine. The bearded man was looking at the Sea God Island in front of him. This is the place where our ancestors once lived, Sea God Island. It is said that the blessing of the Sea God can be obtained here. I don't know if there is any trace of Alpha Sapphire here. The bearded man is the current leader of Team Aqua, Archie. Everyone, listen, I will reward you for finding the Poseidon ruins. Archie said to his subordinates. As people of the sea, we have to find our final destination. Let the sea expand and let the sea submerge the land. Archie's eyes showed a frenzy look. Team Rocket's lab. Giovanni comes to Team Rocket's laboratory every day to check the progress of the three holy birds. The focus of Fuji Professional's work has also shifted from the manufacture of Mewtwo to the research of the combination of the three holy birds. Neither of them noticed how tall Mewtwo, who had been weak, was already. And Chapter 210-Mysterious Garden Hidden in Snow and Ice. Mewtwo. Sure enough, Feng Che is right, human beings are groups of interests, and they will ignore me when they see that I have no value. Mewtwo felt a little uncomfortable seeing that the researchers of Team Rockets were busy taking care of the embryos of the three holy birds, but she was completely left out. Mewtwo, when I'm fully grown, I'll sneak out of here. Fuji Professor, what stage is the three sacred bird fusion experiment now? Giovanni asked Fuji Professor with a serious look on his face. Leader Giovanni, it has now reached the testing stage. As long as the Sabrina Cadres, Lieutenant Serge Cadres, and Koga Cadres have successfully run in with the three holy birds, we can start the final test. Fuji Professor said to Giovanni. Very good, Fuji Professional. How is the situation on the 13th now? Giovanni hesitated, then asked the Fuji Professor. The situation is not particularly ideal. Although Feng Che brought back a lot of data from Team Plasma, most of the 050 in it is about how to clone Eudemons. The case of number 13 is a special case, so there is no good solution for the time being. Fuji Professor said somewhat helplessly. The resources of number 13 should be supplied as usual, they have grown to this point. The follow-up plans for Mewtwo will be temporarily suspended, and there is no point in sticking to it. Giovanni made an important decision, and he was determined to stop the Mewtwo project. If the 13th died, then died. Mewtwo project has taken up most of Team Rocket's resources. Again and again bad news came, consuming the last of Giovanni's patience. In the future, you should focus on cloning you demons. Let's understand Team Plasma's technology first. We will restart the Mewtwo program when we have it fully mastered. Giovanni looked at Fuji Professor meaningfully and said. Feng Che followed Zeraora to an unremarkable fork in the ice-blasting cave. Feng Che walked along one of the forks to the end, and a huge ice wall appeared. If Koga and Articuno hadn't accidentally destroyed the ice wall, Koga wouldn't have found the entrance to the underground medicine field. This is it, Zeraora, use plasma fists against this ice wall. Qingwu pointed to a part of the ice wall and said to Zeraora. I saw Zeraora take a deep breath and punch forward. Only a burst of sound was heard, and thousands of fist marks suddenly appeared on the ice wall. This is Zeraora's plasma fists, capable of throwing thousands of fists in a second. Because Zeraora shot too fast, in the eyes of ordinary people, Zeraora simply threw a punch. Only heard a pop. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ice wall, and the ice surface was blasted away. The front suddenly became brighter. A scent of flowers permeated from the cracked ice. A garden full of colorful flowers unfolded before Feng Che's eyes. Lots of hop-ups, skiplooms, and jumpluffs are floating in the air, and they get together and play with each other. A scene full of life, and the world beyond the ice wall is a world away. However, after seeing Zeraora break the entrance to the underground flower field, an Abomasnow quickly emerged from the soil. Abomasnow is a giant Pokémon that stands on 2 feet. It is covered in shaggy white fur, and has lavender eyes with bushy eyebrows. A few long strips of fur covered its mouth. It grows 2 longer tufts of fur on both its chest and back. Its dark green hands, feet and tail are stubby, like the leaves of an evergreen tree. It has 4 green spikes that resemble pine cones on its back. Abomasnow can create blizzard to hide itself. In battle, it will swing its large arms like a hammer to attack opponents. At this time, Abomasnow looked at Feng Che with a bad expression. It raised its thick fist and used Ice Punch to smash Feng Che ruthlessly. At this time, Zeraora shot. Zeraora's claws flashed saffron-colored arcs. The skyrocketing arc split the surrounding flowers and plants into wisps of blue smoke. It throws a lightning punch at Abomasnow. The icy blue frost power collided fiercely with Saffron's lightning power. Set off a huge impact. Abomasnow and Zeraora took a few steps back after receiving the shock. Wait, Abomasnow, I have no ill will. Feng Che took out the old Venusaur's token from the bracelet. At this time, the old Venusaur's token reacted and emitted a pale green light. Abomasnow saw this crystal clear leaf and recognized it as a token of Serperior, the guardian of the underground medicine field. I saw Abomasnow snorted coldly and used Blizzard against the broken ice wall. The ice wall then returned to normal. Abomasnow, I dared to destroy the ice wall and break into the underground medicine field. If it wasn't for the token sent by Serperior, I would have blasted the human dog's head. Abomasnow glared at Feng Che fiercely, and then drilled into the ground again. Very well, Venusaur's token is finally working. But it's not easy to find the core of the underground medicine field. Although the grass-type energy here is relatively strong compared to the outside world. But it's just the outer layer of the underground medicine field, and it's not the best place for Ivysaur evolution. Come out, Ivysaur. Feng Che released Ivysaur and took Zeraora back. According to the information provided to me by the old Venusaur, the area of the underground medicine field is huge, and the underground path is intricate. Many of these places are also populated by a number of toxic Pokémon. The feces of poisonous Pokémon are very good breeding materials for poisonous Pokémon such as Victreebel. They have formed a symbiotic relationship. Although the underground medicine field is underground, it is like the daytime. The sun shone through the cracks in the rock wall, and reflected colorful rays of light on the crystal clear ice wall. There are also many lampshade night mushrooms standing on the rock wall, emitting bright yellow light. The lampshade night mushroom is a giant white Pokemon that resembles a mushroom. Its slender body is similar to its stem, and it has a large purple mushroom cap on its head. Its eyes are large and black with light green semicircular markings on the outside. The mushroom cap on the head has pale green oval markings and a pale green underside for lighting. Just when Feng Che had a headache, how did he reach the core of the underground medicine field? Ivysaur stretched out Vinewhip and tugged at the legs of the clear trousers. Ivysaur, I seem to be able to sense the location of the source of evolution. Ivysaur took Feng Che to the distance. In addition to the grass-type Pokemon, there are many poisonous insect-type Pokemon in the underground medicine field. Beedrill and Dustox are busy among the flowers. Ivysaur led Feng Che to the core of the underground medicine field at 3.5. The grass-type Pokemon here are all at the level of high-level superior. A huge Serperior is lying in a sea of flowers. Behind the Serperior is the fountain of grass, which glows with a pale green sheen and emits a fragrance of green grass. The source of grass is about the size of a pond. Above the source are emerald green roots. From time to time a pale green liquid dripped from the roots and fell into the fountain of grass. A pale green mist floated over the source of grass. Serperior was cultivating at this time, and every breath took in a large amount of mist. Serperior's whole body also exudes a green light like jade, like a crystal emerald. This verdant root is the root of the tree of life. Man, no wonder there is a fountain of grass formed here. It's no wonder that a thriving underground medicine field has formed in this icy cave. Feng Che secretly sighed. Chapter 211-Fierce Ivysaur. The Tree of Life is a mythical resource second only to the World Tree. Although there is only the root of the Tree of Life, it is also a top-level resource no less than a legendary resource. The Tree of Life is usually hundreds of meters high. Feng Che did not find such tall trees on the frozen island. It seems that something must have happened, causing only the roots of the Tree of Life to remain. But there should be the remains of the Tree of Life nearby. I'll come back here and explore when my Pokemon is stronger. Now, in this Pokemon world, the only place I know of where the Tree of Life exists is in the Galar region, the forest where Thaled lives. Feng Che thought to himself as he looked at the green roots of the Tree of Life. At this moment, the blade floating on Feng Che's head fell on Serperior's body with a whistle, turning into Serperior's scales. Serperior opened his eyes suddenly, and an extremely powerful pressure erupted from his body. When Serperior's reddish-brown eyes saw Ivysaur, it lazily punched a yawn. The pressure around him gradually dissipated. It turned out to be the clan of the old Venusaur. By the way, I owed the old Venusaur a favor before. Serperior said to himself. Then Serperior wagged his tail. Huge vines burst out of the ground, tying Ivysaur layer by layer and dragging it in front of it. Old Venusaur is really scheming. Ivysaur 17 with such a strong qualification, what a waste of grass sources. Serperior said helplessly. Are you Ivysaur's trainer? Although you were introduced by the old Venusaur, the underground medicine field has its own rules. Well, I will let 3 Pokemon who have reached the advanced level challenge Ivysaur. If Ivysaur can beat these 3 Pokemon, I will allow Ivysaur to enter the Fountain of Grass. If not, then I have no choice. Serperior said to Feng Che. Champion-level Pokemon can use the power of the mind to achieve direct dialogue between humans and Pokemon, which is much more advanced than telepathy. I have no problem. Feng Che agreed to this proposal. Let me state in advance that these 3 Pokemons are extremely ferocious wild Pokemons. There's a good chance your Ivysaur will be seriously wounded against them. You have to think about it. It's too late to quit now. Serperior looked at Feng Che and explained lazily. If this Pokemon and its trainers are able to get out of the way, Serperior will also be happy and save a lot of time. I have no opinion. I have a lot of confidence in Ivysaur. Feng Che said to Serperior. Good. Serperior raised his head and screamed, and a group of grass-type Pokémon came around. Then these grass-type Pokémon dispersed, leaving only 3 Pokémon that looked unusually strong. The 3 Pokémon are Vileplume, Victreebel, and Exeggutor. Vileplume is a bipedal flower-type Pokémon. As in its pre-evolution form, it has an indigo blue bulbous body and legs. But now it has a huge flower blooming on its head. The flower consists of 5 large bright red petals with round white spots and an orange bud in the middle. Vileplume is said to have the largest petals in the world, and its flowers take up most of its height. Vileplume has small red eyes and a small mouth, and hands and feet appear tiny against the huge petals. Vileplume scatters poisonous spores and releases poisonous gas. Its poisonous pollen can sometimes cause severe allergic symptoms in opponents. The larger the petal, the more pollen it scatters. These allergy-causing pollen are said to turn the air around Vileplume yellow and paralyze prey. The petals of this Vileplume in front of me are huge. With every step it took, its petals shook off a mist of pollen, turning the surrounding air a saffron color. Victreebel looks like a pitcher plant, with mostly yellow flowers with dark yellow spots. The evolved Victreebel can stand upright, with an arrowroot growing out of its head to cover its huge mouth. The mouth grows sharp teeth, and there are a pair of small eyes below the mouth. Its mouth emits a fragrant liquid that attracts prey. The original brown shoots become long vine whips with small yellow leaves at the ends. The leaves on the sides of the body also become large enough to serve as Victreebel's hands. Victreebel is a very ferocious Pokémon with a strong sense of territory. Anyone who enters Victreebel's territory or Pokémon will be swallowed directly by Victreebel. And in a very short period of time, it dissolves people or Pokémon with a digestive juice that is similar to strong acid, so that there are no bones left. Exeggutor is a tall Pokémon that looks a lot like a coconut or pineapple tree, only it has legs. Exeggutor's legs and body look like tree trunks. It has thick legs with 2 toes and olivine-colored pads on the underside of the feet. It has slender leaves at the top that look like Exeggutor's hair. Exeggutor has 3 to 6 round olivine-colored heads that look like coconuts. Similar to Exeggcute, each head has a different facial expression. This Exeggutor has 6 olivine-colored heads on its face. Exeggutor is a typical Pokémon with more heads and stronger strength. The 3 Pokémon will attack your Ivysaur at the same time, and you can stop at any time. But after you say stop, your Ivysaur loses access to the Fountain of Grass. Serperior said to Feng Che. Go on now, Vileplume, Victreebel, Exeggutor. I saw light blue psychic burst out from Exeggutor's 6 heads at the same time. These psychic enveloped Ivysaur. Ivysaur instantly felt a strong pulling force in the surrounding air. Exeggutor delusions of pulling Ivysaur to the sky through psychic. Vileplume sprays out a lot of saffron-colored powder. The yellow powder enveloped Ivysaur like a mist. Victreebel used the razor leaf. The 1-meter-long razor leaf flew in the direction of Ivysaur. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. I saw Ivysaur's 16 vine whips combine to form a giant gavel. Ivysaur took the gavel and swung it forward. The mallet knocked Victreebel's razor leaf straight down. The mallet slammed on the ground, and the ground created a crack like a cobweb and caused a huge vibration. The vibration disturbed the Exeggutor. Exeggutor swayed from side to side and finally sat on the ground. The confusion it condensed also dissipated instantly. 050 As for Vileplume's saffron powder, Ivysaur soon had a solution. I saw Ivysaur take a deep breath. A powerful suction came from the huge bud on Ivysaur. The suction sucked Vileplume's numbing powder directly into the buds on its back. Then Ivysaur sprayed paralysis powder from the bud and fell on Exeggutor, who was the greatest threat to it. After Exeggutor inhaled the numbing powder, a saffron-colored arc swam around Exeggutor's body shortly after. Obviously the Exeggutor has fallen into a paralyzed state. Serperior, I didn't expect this Ivysaur to gain an advantage over the enemy so quickly in a 1-to-3 situation. What a terrifying strength. Superior. These should all be thanks to the trainer. I saw the bonds between the trainer and the Pokémon. After the Exeggutor fell into a paralyzed state, every movement was extremely difficult. Not to mention focus on using confusion. Ivysaur's mallet hammered in the direction of Vileplume. Ivysaur is going to put the healing Vileplume on the ground. But at this moment, Victreebel suddenly stood in front of Vileplume. I saw Victreebel spread out a blade like an arm. Victreebel used his thick body to block the fatal blow for Vileplume. Taking advantage of this gap, Vileplume sprinkled pollen that could relieve the paralysis. These three Pokémons work really well together. Exeggutor takes the interference route, Victreebel takes the main attack, and Vileplume takes the auxiliary route. The three together can deal with a gym-level Pokémon. Feng Che couldn't help but admire. Chapter 212 You should never come back to the underground medicine fields to pick wool. However, Ivysaur managed to put Exeggutor into a paralyzed state, but Vileplume can't help Exeggutor to relieve the paralyzed state. Ivysaur, use Frenzy Plant. Feng Che ordered Ivysaur. Ivysaur's body emitted a pale green light. I saw vines rising from the ground one after another, surrounding Vileplume. Vileplume was not easy to move. After encountering the attack of the vines, the state became worse. A large amount of saffron-colored pollen shook off Vileplume's body. Vileplume, what to do, what to do? I'm most afraid of pain. Victreebel, please help me. The whimper in Vileplume's heart didn't save him from his predicament. I saw that Vileplume was constricted by Frenzy Plant and was directly involved in Frenzy Plant. At this moment, Victreebel suddenly spewed a large amount of acid from his mouth. Acid, that's right. The corners of Feng Che's mouth rose slightly, with an expression of watching a good show. Frenzy Plant rolls up the Exeggutor directly. Ivysaur blocked the paralyzed Exeggutor in front of him. Acid fell on Exeggutor, and Exeggutor let out a tragic growl. An extremely powerful high-pitched sound erupted from the 6 heads, which shook Feng Che's ears with a humming sound. Afterwards, Exeggutor fell directly to the ground, unconscious. Now in the entire field, Victreebel is still struggling. Superior's eyes were full of approval when he saw Ivysaur defeat Vileplume and Exeggutor of his own rank so neatly. Superior, I thought it would take a while for Ivysaur to beat my hand-picked superior. Superior, I didn't expect Ivysaur's destructive offensive to beat these Pokémon to the point of crying. Superior, although there is still a powerful Victreebel on the field, it is only a matter of time before Victreebel loses. Superior's eyes were extremely vicious, and it had already judged that Victreebel wouldn't last long. Superior, such powerful bonds, that things should suit them well. Superior, well, anyway, this is the treasure that the old Venusaur deposited with me, and it makes sense to return it to the excellent junior of the Venusaur family. Incredible garden. Old Venusaur woke up suddenly from his sleep. It looked around suspiciously. Old Venusaur, the little daredevil is gone, why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Old Venusaur, by the way, I remembered that I had deposited the sacred relics of the Venusaur family with the Superior. Old Venusaur, originally, I only kept the holy relic in the Fountain of Grass for a while, but I forgot to get it. Old Venusaur, Superior probably wouldn't give relics to Daredevil. Old Venusaur, alright. Just as old Venusaur comforted himself, he was finally about to fall asleep again. Old Venusaur, no, that Superior likes the naysayer the most. Old Venusaur, it's over, the Venusaur family's holy relic may really be sent out. When old Venusaur thinks of this, the whole Venusaur is bad. Victreebel saw that his 2 companions were knocked down one after another, which inspired Victreebel's ferocity. I saw that the volume of Victreebel suddenly expanded several times. A nearly 3-meter-tall Victreebel appeared on the grass. Is this using the growth skill? It's getting too big too Feng Che looked up at the giant victory bell in amazement. The larger the size of the Pokémon, the stronger the attack power of the Pokémon. This victory bell threw a razor leaf up to 2 meters long. Everywhere these razor leaves pass, exposed rock is cut in half. The blooming flowers were cut into pieces. Ivysaur, use a strong swing. Ivysaur's vine whip suddenly scattered. Ivysaur manipulated vine whip to dance as tight as a shield. Victory Bell's razor leaf tackle is on the vine whip, with plenty of sparks popping up. Razor leaf was also instantly shattered by vine whip and scattered. After the razor leaf had been crushed by Ivysaur, Ivysaur opened the vine whip. These vine whips zigzag across the ground like snake-type Pokémon crawling. In less than a second, Victory Bell was firmly bound by vine whip. Just as Ivysaur was about to use the solar beam to deliver the final blow to Victory Bell, Serperior stopped Ivysaur from moving. Okay, Ivysaur, I have recognized your strength. Serperior nodded to Ivysaur. Only then did Ivysaur untangle Victory Bell. Victory Bell fell to the ground with a thud and rolled away. Ivysaur has been given access to the Fountain of Grass. But now is not the best time to hold the evolution ceremony. One day later, when the moon is full, is the best time for grass-type Pokémon evolution. Serperior finished, opened his mouth, and hit a yawn. Just as Serperior was about to fall asleep again, Feng Che stopped Serperior. Serperior, wait a minute, I have something to ask you. Come out, Rollet. Feng Che released Rollet. I've done a lot of checks on this Rollet, and it's very healthy. What makes me a little speechless is that this Rollet sleeps extremely long. Pale green energy gushed from the Serperior's tail. No matter what method I use, there is no way to prolong Rollet's awake time. Feng Che said to Serperior while holding Rollet, who was dripping from sleep. It's been a long sleep, isn't it? I'll check it for Rollet. Serperior raised his tail and placed it between Rollet's eyebrows. After a while, the Serperior interrupted the output of energy. Your Rollet has a very strong grass origin and is indeed very healthy. But, I'm sorry, I haven't found what's wrong with this Rollet. Serperior shook his head and said, I can give you a Pokémon path that might solve this problem. You must have heard of Darkrai, the Nightmare God. In the Sinnoh region, there is a New Moon Island and a Full Moon Island. Darkrai is on these two islands. Live in, quote. If you can find Darkrai, you might be able to solve the problem of Rollet's sleepiness. Serperior said to Feng Che. I don't know where you came from. Ivysaur's qualifications are also very strong, and Rollet's qualifications are also excellent. But the source of grass in the underground medicine field, the Ivysaur that supplies you should be depleted a lot. No, there is a way to supply Rollet's evolution, so don't try to think of underground medicine fields. Serperior suddenly said to Feng Che with a vigilant look on his face. Serperior, this little devil's Pokémon qualifications are excellent, he must never come back to the underground medicine field to pick wool. Then Serperior, do you know where else can grass-type Pokémon get the most perfect evolution? Feng Che asked Serperior of Lee's. In the Sinnoh region, there is a family that is very good at cultivating grass-type Pokémon, and that family is called the Yuan family. I used to serve as the guardian Pokémon of that family. They have a suitable grass-type Holy Land on their hands. But their asking price is high, so see your options. By the way, before the evolution ceremony, Ivysaur had better soak in the Fountain of Grass and let it get used to the power of the Fountain of Grass. Let's talk about the rest tomorrow night. Serperior squinted lazily, said the eyes. By the way, let me remind you that the underground medicine field uses a barter transaction method. If you have a suitable herb or a suitable grass-based Pokémon food, you can exchange them directly. Serperior closed his eyes and lay down on the grass to rest. I thought that the fruit and medicinal herbs in the underground medicine field could not be traded. That's fine, just enough to replenish a part of my fruit consumption. Feng Che let Ivysaur soak in the source of grass, and started barter with other grass-type Pokémon. Chapter 213 Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, Ivysaur evolution. Underground medicine field. The second night. A bright moon rose quietly, shedding gentle moonlight. A circular opening opened above the source of grass. The silver moonlight poured down like flowing water and projected onto the grass fountain, turning the pale green grass fountain into sky blue. The Serperior gathers the best Pokémon from the underground medicine field and begins the evolution journey. I saw many grass-type Pokémon gathered together, and their bodies also exuded a light green light. Serperior opened his mouth, and a melodious voice sounded throughout the underground medicine field. It seemed to sing an ancient sacrificial song. Serperior was also covered with a dreamlike sky blue mist, like a blue dragon under the moon. Feng Che could see that the energy of the source of grass was stimulated. The steady stream of grass-type energy formed a sky blue mist that enveloped the Pokémon preparing for evolution. The body of these Pokémon began to emit the white light of evolution. Ivysaur also emitted the white light of evolution at this time. It is continuously absorbing the grass energy contained in the source of grass. Victreebel, please, helping hand my companions get through the disaster of evolution. Jumpluff, I want to give strength to my companions in evolution. Vileplume, bless the companions who are in the evolution so that they can make the evolution a success. Almost all Pokémon are praying silently, donating part of their grass-type energy. Trainer, this is the most sincere heart of grass-type Pokémon. They are all thinking about their 050 companions and wanting their companions' lance crossing to survive the disaster of evolution. Serperior had finished singing at this time, it said to Feng Che. Feng Che saw that Serperior contributed the most grass-type energy. These are the future guardians of the underground medicine fields, and I will not regret my efforts. Serperior seemed to see Feng Che's confusion and explained to Feng Che. This is the selfless heritage of Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Feng Che thought to himself, and nodded with emotion. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the underground medicine field in the morning, the evolution ceremony that had been experienced for one night was completely over. All grass-type Pokémon have successfully reached the next stage of evolution. The windy Ivysaur also became Venusaur. Congratulations to your trainer, your Pokémon has successfully evolved into a Venusaur. This is the sacred relic that the Venusaur family has deposited with me, and it is also a treasure that the Venusaur family has further enhanced. If you can comprehend the mystery, Venusaur's strength can be further improved. Serperior said, raising his tail and tapping on the ground. A lotus flower grows on the fountain of grass. After the white lotus bloomed, Feng Che saw the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, in the core of the flower. Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE by Venusaur. Quote. Feng Che's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw at a glance that it was Venusaur's Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Yes, I didn't expect your research on Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, to be so thorough, that you could recognize at a glance that this is Venusaur's Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Serperior exclaimed, BHDF. It can be seen that your Venusaur is a Venusaur with excellent potential in the Venusaur family. This Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, has been returned to its original owner. Please use the power of the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, well. Serperior took out the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, and placed it in Feng Che's hand. Then we are destined to meet again. Serperior finished speaking. Feng Che found that the scene around him changed. Soon, Feng Che appeared on the beach of the frozen island. This Serperior should have awakened the psychic attribute, otherwise it would not be so easy to use the field exchange trick. But my goal this time has been achieved. The month given by Giovanni is running out. I have to go to the burial tower first. Feng Che thought secretly. He didn't forget to hurry up and take advantage of the hot meow, Frogadier and Blue Jay evolution in helping hand. I can only have the initiative in the next events if I grow up quickly. Feng Che directly disappeared in place with a teleport. Island of Lights Pier. A huge cruise ship is docking at the Island of Lights Pier. Some enthusiastic crew members are beckoning tourists to check in. Through Psychic, Feng Che discovered that these crew members had the emblem of Team Rockets on them. It's a cruise ship owned by Team Rockets. Has there been any special action recently? Feng Che had some doubts in his heart. But he was in a hurry to go to the Johto region now, and he didn't think much about it. With the idea that one more thing is worse than one less thing, Feng Che directly boarded the cruise ship. This is a cruise ship called Ocean Star, a holiday cruise ship. Ocean Star is known as a fortress on the sea, which is full of various amusement equipment. The cruise ship is full of various precious plants. With all kinds of facilities, it can be called a small city moving on the sea. Ocean Star travels through Pokémon regions in the Pokémon world all year round. Passengers on cruise ships can enjoy VIP treatment. Experience the beautiful scenery of each Pokémon region on a cruise ship without leaving your home. Feng Che also happened to know that the yacht was going to Johto region, so he spent a lot of money to buy a scalper ticket. Hey, is there any problem with the plan of looting the cruise ship made by Archer-sama this time? How could there be a problem? Master Archer is known as the brain center of Team Rockets. The plans he made never slipped through the cracks. On this cruise ship, there is Taro Sasaki, the top 10 richest man in the Pokémon world. If he can be kidnapped, the ransom alone will save us the rest of our lives. Team Rockets whispered in low voices. But it was still clearly heard by Feng Che using Psychic. Taro Sasaki seems to be a member of the famous Sasaki family in the Kanto region. Archer planned to kidnap Sasaki Jiro, which is too bold. The Sasaki family is a die-hard supporter of the alliance. If Taro Sasaki is kidnapped, it will become a major event affecting the Kanto region. Feng Che thought to himself. Thinking of this, Feng Che suddenly didn't want to stay on this ship. Feng Che felt that he had a catastrophic constitution, and he encountered all kinds of troubles wherever he went. Unfortunately, this cruise ship is the only one going to the Johto region during this time. And if I showed my identity as Team Rockets on this ship, it would be even worse. After all, the 3 cadres and the 4th generals I belong to are different factions. The 4th generals are happy to weaken the power of the 3 cadres. Feng Che looked thought solemnly. At this time, Archer has hijacked the captain and crew of Ocean Star. Master Archer, we have the entire Ocean Star under control now. We also planted a lot of bombs on the entire cruise ship. A man wearing a Team Rocket's superior combat uniform said respectfully to Archer. If Feng Che was there, he would definitely recognize this man as Talon Superior. Meowth was snuggling at the feet of Talon Superior, lying quietly on his stomach. Very good, Tyrone Superior. If we can successfully kidnap Taro Sasaki this time, and get the Thor crystal in Taro Sasaki's hand, I will remember your merit. Archer said with satisfaction. This is all the result of the plan made by Lord Archer. I just executed it according to the perfect plan of Lord Archer. The first credit should be Lord Archer. Talon Superior said to Archer with a smile on his face. Tyrone Superior's power to flatter him soared. Ha, you can talk. Archer laughed out loud at Talon Superior's words. Since the 3 cadres acquired Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, their status in Team Rockets has risen, which has seriously threatened the status of our 4 generals. Obtaining Thor crystals can attract the arrival of Johto region's 3 holy beasts, Raikou. It's not just me, Lance, Athena, and Chakra are secretly stealing all kinds of crystals, trying to capture the Johto region's 3 holy beasts to improve their status in Team Rockets. This time, we must get Thor crystal. Archer said, looking very ambitious. I wish Lord Archer the best of luck. When Lord Archer becomes the heir of the leader of Giovanni, his subordinates will follow in Lord Archer's footsteps and climb to the top of the world. Talon Superior knelt on one knee and said to Archer, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Talon Superior looked at Archer's satisfied expression, secretly relieved in his heart, and finally managed to fool Archer. This time the mission is not easy to do. I'll find an opportunity to paddle and then evacuate with the main force. Sasaki Taro is a famous wealthy family in the Kanto region, and there are not one or two elite-level trainers around him. I really don't believe it. How can it be so easy to start? Archer is a little whimsical. Taelong Superior thought secretly. Chapter 214 makes me want to rob too. What's going on? Ocean Star Presidential Suite. The rich man Taro Sasaki is enjoying a high-quality and luxurious life. Taro Sasaki was wearing a well-crafted bathrobe and drinking a cup of coffee with hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. There are also millions of steaks on hand, as well as wine from Sinnoh region. The Kanto region is going to be in chaos again. I really don't know what Damalanchi wants to do. The good situation was made like this by Damalanchi. The four elites broke with Damalanchi. Supporting Damalanchi is really the most regretful decision I've ever made. Sasaki Taro felt that his huge sum of money was wasted, and he was a little unhappy. Prices in the Kanto region may soon skyrocket. Go on and find a way to keep prices stable in the Kanto region. Taro Sasaki said to his secretary Nakamura. Nakamura, what's my next schedule? Sasaki asked his secretary. Mr. Sasaki, at 10 o'clock in the morning, make a video call with champion of Hoenn region. Speak with the head of the Royal Dragon family of Sinnoh region at 12 o'clock in the morning. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the regular weekly meeting of the Sasaki group. Nakamura laid out a bunch of itinerary plans. Okay, except for the charity party at night, I was pushed all the way, and it was said that I was not feeling well. I am tired, I have to rest for a while. You can step back first, and call me after the charity party. Sasaki Taro waved his hand impatiently and said, I see, Mr. Sasaki. The secretary bowed respectfully to Taro Sasaki, and then closed the door gently. Why, was there something wrong with your secretary just now? Get rid of your secretary so quickly. A beautiful woman rubbing her golf club said to Taro Sasaki. Kahili, you don't understand, the man just now pretended to be like my secretary. But what he didn't know was that my secretary wouldn't be too respectful to me. Because I'm usually too lazy and don't like work, so my dedicated secretary usually comes to urge me to work with a straight face. It seems that this trip is in trouble, Sasaki Taro said with a wry smile. It seems that there are quite a few mice on this ship. If I'm not wrong, the whole ship should be under control. The only people who dare to do this in the 7 islands are the Team Rockets who are not afraid of the sky. Taro Sasaki said with a solemn expression. Don't worry, Mr. Sasaki, I will keep you safe. Kahiri fiddled with the long light blue hair scattered on her shoulders with one hand, and said with a relaxed expression. Alola Region's unique Pokemon shoots tree owls in Kahiri's shadow. You don't understand, Team Rockets is the master who is not afraid of the sky. I heard that the senior cadres of Team Rockets have the strength of elite. I am afraid that if several senior cadres join forces, it will be miserable. Promise me, when you encounter an enemy who is really incompetent, please don't worry about me, I have my own way to escape. Sasaki Taro said to Kahiri. Anyway, their purpose is basically money. If they want money, I will give it to them. It's just a little bit of money. For the Sasaki family, that's just a drop in the bucket. Sasaki Taro said with a smile. Sasaki Taro's secretary Nakamura walked to a secluded place. After the secretary took off the mask, Talon Superior's face was revealed. He was surrounded by a circle of Team Rocket's members. Sasaki Taro has not found out that his secretary has been transferred by me. Give me an order and send someone to guard the room where Sasaki Taro is. No one is allowed to enter except the Team Rockets. Talon Superior gave orders to the Team Rockets members around him. No, this cruise ship is obviously under martial law. I didn't expect Archer to actually want to grab Thor's crystal. Feng Che used psychic to probe, and he knew Archer's plan. Is this an attempt to capture Raiko and then cement his place in Team Rockets? Feng Che thought secretly. But the Thor crystal is also a good thing, if I put the Thor crystal on the Zeraora I cloned. Zeraora with Zekrom genes, coupled with Thor crystals. Tisk tisk, maybe that Zeraora will become the most powerful phantom beast under the divine beast. Feng Che thought of this, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. As a high-level psychic player, I can rely on psychic to infiltrate the Team Rocket's team. Although Archer may find out and deal with me at that time, it is still worth the risk compared to Thor Crystal. Feng Che nodded secretly, thinking about the next plan. The only electric Pokemon Feng Che wants to cultivate is Zeraora. Feng Che would not miss any opportunity to enhance Zeraora's strength. Archer, this time you're out of luck. I really want to see you put all your effort into it, and in the end I saw the Thor Crystal but I cut off the beard. Will my mentality collapse? Feng Che thought about it, and there was a wicked look in his eyes. Presidential Suite. A dark figure suddenly rushed out of Sasaki Taro's shadow. Mr. Sasaki, as you said, the captain and crew are controlled by the people of Team Rockets. Team Rockets has a decent amount of people watching us right now. Ask for flowers. The signal shielding system is set up on the ship, and our distress signal cannot be sent out. A middle-aged man wearing a ninja suit and looking a little mourned said to Sasaki. Mr. Nicholas, can't you escape with Mr. Sasaki? Kahiri said to the middle-aged man. My shadow lurking is my unique secret technique, and there is no way for ordinary people to leave here through shadow lurking. And Team Rockets has already firmly surrounded this place. Even if I use shadow lurking to escape with Mr. Sasaki, we will be caught before we go far. Nikolai shook his head helplessly and said to Kahiri. Don't bother, I have my own way. I also prepared a special Pokemon for this day. Just leave when you are in danger, I have a way to protect myself. Zero Sasaki said to the two of them disapprovingly. He opened a suitcase, which contained a Pokeball. Feng Che had successfully replaced one of the Team Rocket's members and blended into their team. Feng Che obtained all the memories of this Team Rocket's member named Junping through memory search. Team Rockets are going to do it at the charity party tonight. There's a lot of bombs on this ship. God, Archer is really mad. If such a big cruise ship sank directly in the vast sea, many people on the cruise ship will die at the bottom of the sea. Feng Che learned about Archer's further plans through pure plain memory. Fortunately, I still have a small submarine in my storage ring. If I can't do it, I will find a chance to sneak away. After all, the real target of Team Rockets is Sasaki Taro. But the rich man on this ship still that's a lot. Feng Che saw several ladies walking by, wearing necklaces polished with the finest evolutionary stone, ite around their necks. I really don't understand the world of local tyrants. Does it have to be so ostentatious? This necklace is estimated to be able to sell for billions of alliance coins, which makes me want to rob these rich people. How about, after Archer's people scavenge all the treasures on these rich people, I will find the place where they store the treasures and sweep them away. Feng Che rolled his eyes and had an idea. At night, Ocean Star has come to the deep sea at this time. A bright moon hung high in the dark night sky. The silver mist of the moonlight shone on the deck of the cruise ship. The symphony has already sounded at this time, and many local tyrants danced ballroom dancing on the cruise ship. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. Just when everyone felt strange, the lights on the ship suddenly gathered in one place. And Chapter 215 Cruise Ship Scuffle. Sasaki Taro walked from the dark to the light. He has a microphone in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. I'm Taro Sasaki and the founder of tonight's charity gala. First of all, I have to thank everyone for showing their faces to this charity gala. Tonight's charity party, I will put out a few of my unique collections for auction. All proceeds from the auction will be donated. Please have a good time tonight, I will pay for all the drinks tonight. Sasaki Taro spoke enthusiastically to the many passengers on the deck. So he is Sasaki Taro. Feng Che looked at a handsome middle-aged man with silver hair. This man looks like James in the animation. But the Sasaki family should also have a connection with Team Rockets, so Archer shouldn't be unaware. Then there is only one truth. It is the three cadres who keep in touch with the Sasaki family. That's why Archer kidnapped Sasaki without hesitation, and wanted to get the Thor crystal from Sasaki. Feng Che had already pretended to be a waiter at this time, and was serving the wine, 063, water to the rich. Feng Che knew that tonight's action was to plunder the rich people's jewelry and Pokemon. There are quite a few precious Pokemon frolicking on the deck, including some with great potential. Taelong Superior was watching Sasaki Taro's every move intently at this time. I saw Taro Sasaki suddenly hooked up with a stylishly dressed lady, and the two entered the presidential suite. After a long time, I saw the lady staggering out of the room. Keep up with the lady, be careful not to let her find out we're following her. Talon Superior whispered to a Team Rocket's member next to him. On the deck. The singing and dancing were peaceful, and there was laughter and laughter everywhere. At this moment, all the lights on the deck suddenly went out. What the hell is going on? Is there a power outage? It's suddenly so dark. Is there any hidden program here? Oh, don't turn off the lights, I'm afraid of the dark. The people on the boat suddenly seemed to have exploded, and they were all talking about it. At this moment, the lights suddenly came on and gathered in one place. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Archer, the 4th General of Team Rockets. Now, I declare that this ship has been hijacked by our Team Rockets. Hand over your treasures and Pokemon, I will let you live. If you're stubborn, don't blame me for throwing you off the ship. This sea is Sharpedo's territory. As long as there is a little blood, Sharpedo will linger under the cruise ship, and you shouldn't want to do it. Great dining bar in Sharpedo. Quote. And if you die here, it is estimated that your clansmen will celebrate with each other. After all, you have left them a huge legacy. I just want your treasures and Pokemon. After a few days of investigation, I know all the Pokemons and treasures on your body. Don't try to play tricks. After all, for you, your life is priceless. Archer smiled proudly. HMPH, my Pokemon has gym-level strength. What are Team Rockets? Come out, Charizard. A young man dressed as a gentleman threw Charizard directly after hearing Archer's words. A nearly 2-meter-high Charizard flew into the air and sprayed flamethrower in Archer's direction. We also joined the battle. With so many of us, we are still afraid of Team Rockets. Many rich people threw Pokeballs one after another, preparing to fight Archer. Really a bunch of stubborn guys. Archer said coldly. Originally, as long as you hand over your treasures, I will let you go back. However, I have changed my mind now. I'm going to arrest you all now and demand ransom directly from your family. Archer suddenly burst out with a powerful psychic, turning Charizard's flames abruptly and slamming it back to Charizard. Charizard slammed to the ground, knocking the deck out of a crater. Team Rockets also threw Pokeballs and started a big melee. Talon Superior, let's get started. Be sure to take Sasaki Taro. Archer took out the communicator and said to Talon Superior. Understood, let's get started. Taelong Superior rushed into Taro Sasaki's presidential suite with a small group of members. As soon as Tyrone Superior entered the presidential suite, he saw Taro Sasaki sitting calmly on the sofa wearing sunglasses. Mr. Sasaki Taro, please come with us. Taelong Superior walked towards Sasaki Taro with a smile. But this Sasaki Taro suddenly wriggled all over his body and turned into an ooze-like Pokemon. Oops, Taro Sasaki was transformed by Ditto, and the one who just walked out as the real Taro Sasaki. Taro Sasaki should have known about our plan early in the morning, and even pretended to be a woman in order to avoid capture. I am careless, really careless. Everyone, please follow me. Taelong Superior hurriedly chased after the lady in the direction where the lady left. Talon Superior chased after the deck, but found a member of Team Rockets who had been knocked out on the deck. Damn it, I was escaped by this big fish. In desperation, Taelong Superior dialed Archer's communicator. What did you say? Taro Sasaki slipped away. Archer's face turned ashen when he heard the news. What a sly old fox. You can't just let this old fox go like this. Talon Superior, use Plan B, Archer immediately ordered Talon Superior. Master Archer, let us prepare Plan B, don't let the prey run away. Team Rocket's members heard it. They hurriedly transported boxes of wooden barrels weighing nearly 200 kilograms from the cabin. I saw them roll the barrel onto the deck and open the lid of the barrel. The smelly blood is being poured into the sea by Team Rocket's members. This blood will permeate the waters near the cruise ship and attach to the ship, lure the nearby Sharpedo to come. A remote corner of the cabin. Kahiri and Nikolai are gathered next to Sasaki Taro. At this time, Sasaki Taro had already dressed himself up as a pure and beautiful girl. Right now, the situation is very tense across the ship. Some tycoons came up with Pokemon fighting Team Rockets. Team Rockets has also split a group of people who want to find your whereabouts, Mr. Sasaki. Team Rockets just dumped buckets of blood into the sea, and we can't escape by sea. Nikolai said to Sasaki Taro with a solemn expression. Don't worry, the current Team Rockets just want the billions of money I have in my hand. It's really not good, just give them. I suspect that Team Rockets is not just looking for the money on me this time, but the crystals in my hands. I have a total of 3 Divine Power Crystals, Water God Crystal, Vulcan Crystal, and Thunder God Crystal. Archer's goal, if I guess wrong, is to go for the crystals of divine power. Sasaki Taro said slowly. Mr. Sasaki, don't you have friendship with the people from Team Rockets? Kahiri asked in confusion. Team Rockets has a lot of factions, including 4 generals, 3 cadres, Anbu, etc. My friend is Lieutenant Surge of the 3 cadres. Sasaki Taro explained. Let's stay here for now. If it really doesn't work, I'll hand over the crystals of divine power. Sasaki said in a deep voice. On the deck, Fengche avoided the attacks of the 2 Houndooms, and directed Ditto in Arbic form to attack the Houndooms. In the backpack behind Fengche, a lot of treasures plundered from the rich have been collected. Arbic, use Glare the Orochi. Houndoom was taken aback by the weird pattern on Ditto's body and took a few steps back. Then Houndoom fell into a paralyzed state and was knocked to the ground by an iron tail from Ditto. The Pokemon of these rich 3.5s are really weak, and it is estimated that they are usually pampered. Fengche wiped off his sweat and happily pulled items from Houndoom. Houndoom's collar is inlaid with many high-quality evil stones. Just after the Hot Cat evolution has the evil attribute, these evil stones can be used for the Hot Cat for training. Team Rockets specially organized a cabin to store these treasures. Come on, don't be slow, all these treasures must be turned over and not allowed to be intercepted privately. A Team Rockets squadron leader shouted at Fengche. After Fengche scavenged all the treasures on Houndoom, he sent these treasures into the cabin. Outside the cabin a squad of Team Rockets patrolled. These treasures are very important to Archer. With these treasures, Archer can recruit and expand his position in Team Rockets. The cabin door was closed. Just then, one of the gold coins rolled down from a pile of treasures. Then the gold coin wriggled and transformed into Ditto's form. I saw Ditto spit out a storage ring from his mouth and put all these treasures into the storage ring. Chapter 216_Archer who draws water from a bamboo basket. Well done, Ditto, Fengche said to Ditto, who had returned with a reward. Open hollow corner bracket, if. Water, first. Scent, close hollow corner bracket, group, number, 0.6 feet, 5.6, 6, 1, 8 inches, 8, 9. 6 feet, 3, 0, 0 inches, 0, 3, 1.4, 2 inches, 7. When Archer looked at to an action that he worked so hard to plan, but in the end it was empty, let's see what he thinks in his heart. Well, it should be very exciting. Next, I'm going to find Taro Sasaki. Fengche raised his eyebrows and showed a smug smile. Whether it is to obtain the Thor crystal in the hands of Sasaki Taro, or to obtain the friendship of the Sasaki family. Feng Che must find Sasaki Taro. The turmoil outside has basically subsided. These rich people have really blinded so many excellent Pokemon. Gym-level Pokemon can't even beat superior-level Pokemon. Nikolai emerged from Sasaki Taro's shadow and said to Sasaki Taro, "Then the next goal of Team Rockets is to search for where I am. I have secretly informed the Alliance, and I believe that the Alliance will come to rescue us soon. I must not be caught before the Alliance arrives." Captured by Team Rockets, Sasaki Taro said solemnly. "Mr. Sasaki, let me send Pokemon to deal with Archer. I will join forces with Mr. Nikolai, there should be no problem." Kahiri suggested. "Archer has at least the strength of the middle-level elite or the high-level elite of 17. You and Nikolai are not Archer's opponents. In addition, I pay so much tax to the Alliance every year. It's time for the Alliance to send an elite to save me. Let me see the sincerity of the Alliance." Taro Sasaki shook his head and said to Kahiri. "On a high tower. What did you say?" Taro Sasaki was actually trapped on the cruise ship by Team Rockets, and we need reinforcements in time. Damalanchi was shocked when he got the news. A cyan dragon has been trapped in a cage made of superalloy. Damalanchi hurriedly sent the Alliance's reserve elite to the Ocean Star to rescue Taro Sasaki. Sasaki Taro is the gold master of Damalanchi. If it wasn't for Sasaki Taro who invested a huge sum of money in Damalanchi, it was not so easy for Damalanchi to sit on the throne of the head of the Kanto Region Alliance. This is also an opportunity. I didn't expect that I hadn't attacked the 7 islands yet, so give me a reason to increase troops. Haha, although I haven't caught Lokia yet, the mythical beast in front of me can be regarded as my secret weapon. Damalanchi murmured. Come on, prepare the helicopter, I'm going to see Mr. Sasaki in person. I urgently need a huge sum of money to completely take this divine beast into my hands. Damalanchi raised his head with a smug look on his face. Team Rocket's headquarters. What did you say? Archer actually planned an operation to kidnap Taro Sasaki, the world's top 10 richest man in Pokemon. Giovanni's majestic voice snarled in the office. He looked at the Dark Minister Ryan with a rage expression on his face. How on earth did you become the Minister of Anbu? You only told me such important news at this time. Sasaki Taro is also the gold owner of our Team Rockets. If we anger Sasaki Taro this time, we may lose a lot of economic resources. Sasaki Taro controls the entire Kanto region with the huge economy of the Sasaki family. Connect Archer for me immediately. Damn it, it's enough for Archer to kidnap Taro Sasaki, do you have to be so blatant? Well now, the entire Kanto region knows that it's my hand. After this incident, the alliance is against us. More vigilant, Giovanni said more and more angrily. Why, haven't you connected to Archer yet? Giovanni looked at Ryan with a bad expression. Well, Archer seems to have turned on the signal jammer. Ryan swallowed and said hesitantly. He felt a deadly gaze looking at him, and cold sweat ran down his back, soaking his shirt. Archer, I was killed by you ... Ryan thought resentfully. Ocean Star. At this time, Taro Sasaki was surrounded by members of Team Rockets. Archer looked down at Taro Sasaki in women's clothes. Damn, this Sasaki Taro actually has such a hobby. Archer was shocked and complained in his heart. Hand over the Thunder God Crystal, Taro Sasaki. As long as you hand over the Thor Crystal and give a generous ransom, I will give you a decent chance to leave. Archer shouted at Taro Sasaki. You can't escape. With the 2 people beside you, you are not my opponent. Archer said arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that the Alliance will come to clean up your Team Rockets? If your hijacking of Ocean Star is exposed, Team Rockets will be cleaned up by the family and the Alliance. Taro Sasaki said calmly. Haha, that's the strength of our Team Rockets. Our Team Rockets are fearless. Archer laughed. At this moment, a flamethrower suddenly fell from the sky. Yanche brought mag cargo down from the sky. Damn, how come the Alliance's elite came so quickly? Archer was very unwilling. It turned out to be Yanche, that flame lunatic. Reuniqueless, Create a mental storm. Archer said to Reuniqueless, who was floating aside. Suddenly a pale blue light enveloped the entire cruise ship. A huge twister appeared on the deck. This is a mental storm created by Reuniqueless. HMPH, Archer, the last time we fought, there was no result. This time we can have a good fight. Yanche sneered and made a gesture to Magcargo beside him. Magcargo exhaled a huge fireball from his mouth. The fireball blasted away the mental storm created by Reuniqueless. A huge force slammed many of the Team Rockets who were too short to dodge against the walls of the cabin. After the impact dissipated, Sasaki Taro disappeared. Damn, everyone go after Sasaki Taro, and I will deal with Yanche. Archer exclaimed a little angrily. A group of Team Rocket's members followed. Okay, here it is. There was a palm-sized box in Feng Che's hand. Feng Che had just approached Taro Sasaki at close range, and used the venue exchange to take away the box that Taro Sasaki was carrying. Very good, this farce will end soon, I just need to wait for the arrival of the Alliance. Feng Che put the box into the bracelet. Oops, my crystals of divine power are still missing. This archer, who killed 1,000 knives, actually exchanged my divine power crystal in front of me. Sasaki Taro patted his waist, and his face changed greatly. He suddenly found that the box that was protecting him was missing. At this time, Sasaki Taro was very angry. Mr. Sasaki, it is very dangerous now, and I rescued you also cost me a large part of 063's psychic. The psychic elite latest in the dark part of the Alliance said to Taro Sasaki meaningfully. Hey, I see. How long will it take for the main force of your alliance to arrive? I really want to kill all the members of Team Rockets in one fell swoop. It will take at least 2 to 3 hours for the coalition's main force to arrive. All we have to do now is keep you safe. Latest said to Sasaki Taro. By the way, that archer said he had a lot of bombs on the cruise ship. We can't push him too hard lest he jump over the wall. Taro Sasaki suddenly remembered this and warned Latest. I have used psychic to deal with this part of the bomb, please rest assured, Mr. Sasaki. Latest pushed her glasses and said to Taro Sasaki seriously. Damn, this operation was a complete failure. Forget it, I've already won so many treasures and Pokemon anyway, so it's not a loss. Archer cursed unwillingly. Archer was still on the deck and Yanche was fighting fiercely on the deck. Under the storm-like attack of Yanche, Archer was already resigned. Talon Superior, the order goes, we're ready to retreat. Also arrange to detonate the bomb, I want the League to catch us too late. Archer exhorted Talon Superior. Understood. At this time, Talon Superior hurried to the cabin where the treasures were temporarily stored after repulsing the Pokemon of the rich. When he opened the cabin, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Am I going wrong? Talon Superior stared blankly at the empty cabin, he couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 217 Stealing chicken will not lose rice. So many treasures disappeared. The special Team Rockets were robbed. Talon Superior's heart was like being stomped through by thousands of toros. It's too late, everyone retreat. When Archer heard the bad news, Archer was already in Team Rocket's subterranean submarine. HMPH, the little thief who stole the treasure must still be in the cabin. Talon Superior directly detonated the bomb on the ship. Archer gritted his teeth and said viciously. The action I worked so hard to plan turned out to be a wedding dress for someone else. In this case, you should all sink into the sea with your treasure to feed Sharpedo. Archer asked Talon Superior to detonate the bomb in public. Only a few rumblings were heard, and Team Rocket's submarine was spinning. What the hell is going on here? Archer clutched the submarine's handrail in a panic, shouting at the Team Rockets. It took a long time for the submarine to stop spinning. The Team Rockets member responsible for piloting the submarine has passed out. Tyrone Superior endured the discomfort, pushed the fainted member away, and began self-testing on the submarine. On the monitor, the submarine glowed red in many places. Master Archer, there are abnormal alarms in the submarine system. This submarine is not suitable for long-term sailing. We must reach the nearest island and rest. The shock just now, it was caused by us detonating the bomb. The bomb we buried in the cabin should have been found by the Alliance elite and dropped into the waters near the submarine. Talon's superior said to Archer. It's a bunch of rubbish, there's no time to let me go. Archer was about to explode with anger. His long-planned plan finally turned out to be a steal. At this time, Archer received Giovanni's communication video. Archer, you have disappointed me so much. Don't you know that Mr. Sasaki Taro is the biggest gold owner of our Team Rockets? You're good, but you went to kidnap Taro Sasaki in the name of Team Rockets with great fanfare. Did you know that your stupid behavior made Team Rockets the target of public criticism? Now the Alliance is highly vigilant about the actions of our Team Rockets, and large-scale personnel transfers will be investigated by the Alliance. Giovanni's exasperated voice came from the communicator. That guy Damalanchi should be laughing at me and offending Sasaki Taro. You hurry up and come back to me. I want to see you in a day. Giovanni finished and hung up the phone. It's over, it's a slap in the face. Archer stared blankly at one part of the submarine at this time and muttered. Giovanni called Sasaki Taro again after hanging up with Archer. Mr. Sasaki Taro, I'm sorry, I am not strict, and you were shocked. Giovanni apologized to Sasaki Taro. Chief Giovanni, the men you taught are really good. It's okay to kidnap me, it's just a little bit of money anyway. For me, it's just a bunch of numbers. But he should never have made up his mind about the crystals of divine power that I have worked so hard to collect. My crystals of divine power also disappeared in the chaos. Sasaki Taro said angrily. I don't know if Mr. Sasaki is interested in collecting the 3 holy birds. Giovanni said suddenly. 3 sacred birds, if you say so, you really subdued the 3 sacred birds. Giovanni, you can. I am very interested in the 3 sacred birds. Why, are you willing to give up the 3 sacred birds? Sasaki Taro suddenly became interested, and the original anger disappeared. Team Rockets would be forgiven for compensating for a rare Pokémon like the 3 holy birds. After all, the 3 holy birds are much more valuable than divine power crystals. Haha, Team Rockets is currently developing the 3 holy bird cloning technology. If Mr. Sasaki is interested, I can send you a few directly. Giovanni said with a smile. A clone, that's fine, no one knows it's a clone anyway. Sasaki Taro suddenly lost a lot of interest. He hung up the phone after a few words with Giovanni. 2 hours later, Shumandi's helicopter appeared in the sky. The moment the gunship landed, a short, white-bearded little old man in a neat suit could not wait to get out of the helicopter. This person is Damalanchi, the actual controller of the Kanto Region Alliance. I saw that he quickly walked to Sasaki Taro's side with a cane. Feng Che looked at the two of them talking intimately and rolled his eyes. After registering with the union's prosecutor, Feng Che returned to his cabin to rest. This time I have gained a lot. I have plundered so many treasures. If Archer knew about it, he would definitely vomit blood. My biggest gain this time is the crystallization of divine power. Feng Che opened the palm-sized box. 3 irregular crystals of fiery red, bright yellow, and aqua blue appeared in the box. Vulcan crystal, Thor crystal and water god crystal. This is the legendary resource condensed from the blood essence dropped by the rumored beast. Sasaki Taro is indeed a famous and rich man, to have such a treasure. This time, the resources of Hot Meow and Frogadier evolution are available. When I go to the burial tower and find the holy relic, it's unimaginable how Hot Meow and Frogadier will become. Feng Che's first echelon Ditto, Blue Jay, Hot Meow, Frogadier, Venusaur, Aerodactyl are already very strong. Next, Feng Che's energy will focus on the second echelon. Pokemon trainers are really big money players. If it weren't for the fact that I had won a lot of resources over and over again, I wouldn't have the confidence to cultivate so many Pokemon. Feng Che sighed to himself. After one day, Feng Che arrived at Cyanwood City. During this one day, Giovanni changed the plan of attacking the Alliance and decided to suspend the action. That's okay, it gave me more time to improve Pokemon. Originally I was worried that I didn't have enough time. Originally, Feng Che felt that there were only 10 days left, and it was a little urgent. As a result, because of Archer's action, Feng Che had time to go to the Hoenn region. The burial tower is on number 10 road in Johto region. I hope I will have a big harvest this time. Feng Che's figure disappeared into the vast crowd. Ocean Star. At this time, Damalanchi was sitting side by side with Taro Sasaki. What did you say? You have captured Rayquaza. Sasaki Taro couldn't help but shouted out. Sasaki Taro suddenly realized that he had lost his way, so he coughed twice. Is it true? Sasaki Taro asked Damalanchi. He was skeptical about this matter. It's a real thing. Look, this is Rayquaza, we've captured it. Damalanchi took out a tablet. Above is a green dragon being held in an iron cage. The dragon was dying from the countless current thunder shock. Unfortunately, because of Rayquaza's desperate efforts to save him, we failed to kill Rayquaza's dragon messenger and let this man escape. We are now developing an instrument that will take control of Rayquaza. At that time, Wang Hao, our Kanto alliance is also an alliance with divine beasts in our hands. Damalanchi said to Taro Sasaki with a longing look on his face. But we lack a lot of money right now, you can see if you can help some. Damaranch revealed his intentions. No problem, the stronger you are, the better my business will be. Tell me the number, and it's just a little bit of money. Sasaki Taro graciously agreed without hesitation. Then thank you Mr. Sasaki. Damalan said with a smile. Feng Che came to the burial tower and suddenly felt something was wrong. It's like there's just been a big war here. The burial towers were all beaten in half. There were scattered rocks and rubble everywhere. As you can imagine, the battle was fierce. Something must have happened here that I don't know about. Feng Che looked at the broken burial tower and said thoughtfully. The burial tower was originally very large, and now half of the burial tower is gone. Where should I go to find the relic? Feng Che frowned, thinking secretly. Chapter 218 High Priest of the Meteor People. But after such a fierce battle, the Tower of Burial was destroyed like this, there must be a lot of noise. There should be news on the internet. Feng Che took out the notebook from the storage ring, and after entering a string of codes, quickly grabbed the information on the internet. The Alliance blocked the burial tower half a month ago, and no one was allowed to enter. There was a dragon roar a day ago, and then a cyan dragon landed on the burial tower. There was a huge explosion from the burial tower. Later, Feng Che saw a photo that was secretly photographed on the internet. A cyan dragon was imprisoned in an iron cage and was dying. The dragon was then taken away by a helicopter. This is Rayquaza, so no platoons. I'm going. I didn't expect that I would have a windfall even when I came to the burial tower. This time the Alliance's action is very tight. But Rayquaza is fighting the Alliance here, and there should be some dragon scales or blood from Rayquaza. The people of the Alliance were worried about being discovered by Team Rockets, so after catching Rayquaza, they fled in a hurry. Very good, come on out, Ditto. Feng Che threw out the Pokeball. Recognize. Accurate. Ruo. Water. First. Hair. Underscore 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 transform into Golbat and detect if there is a dragon scale nearby. Feng Che said to Ditto. Ditto wriggled all over, transformed into Golbat flapping his wings and flew into the distance. Ditto flew back in a hurry after a while. Ditto, I found an injured female trainer with blood all over her body, so scary. After Feng Che heard Ditto's voice, he followed Ditto away. A cave not far from the burial tower. 063 Feng Che found a girl dressed in different clothes. The girl was covered in blood scabs, and she was suffering from a high fever at this time. Oops, the blood loss from the body has reached an extremely dangerous level. But it seems that a mysterious force is protecting her. Feng Che used psychic to lift the girl. 3 slab-sized scales of different colors of red, blue, and blue fell from the girl's body. Feng Che picked up the red scales. This is a holy thing. What does this woman have to do with Rayquaza? Feng Che was full of questions. But he didn't have time to think about it. It's still a matter of saving lives. Come out, Venusaur, use grassy terrain. Fortunately I got a batch of dragon's blood in the dragon's cave. And the old Alakazam made a batch of Pokeblocks with foam fruit. Feng Che first poured dragon blood fruit juice into the girl in front of him. Then Feng Che fed the girl Pokeblocks again. In the distance, there was a sudden sound of flapping wings. Feng Che looked up and saw a group of Murkrow staring at the girl in front of him. Come out, Zeraora, use Thunderbolt. Feng Che threw another Pokeball. Only a crackling sound was heard. Murkrow turned into coke and fell to the ground. After a while, Feng Che heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Hurry up and search carefully everywhere. Lord Demalency asked us to find the trainer of Rayquaza. And, we must get the token that can control Rayquaza from her hands. A leader ordered to the people behind him. Someone has come. Venusaur, use the frenzy plant to destroy blood on the ground. Feng Che said to Venusaur. Immediately, countless vines stretched out from the ground, sucking the nearby blood into the ground. Then a small grass broke out from the ground, covering the entire cave. I'm a little reluctant to use teleport with a person now, and I can't target a specific target yet. Sure enough, I still have to take a psychic Pokemon. Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought. Forget it, you can't just sit still, let's use teleport. The big deal is a fight with the guys in the league. Feng Che used the teleport with the girl in front of him. At this time, the people from the Alliance also arrived. Feng Che's old acquaintance brought Arcanine and a group of Alliance superiors to surround the area. Arcanine sniffed the air and shook her head. What's the matter, Arcanine? Yanche touched Arcanine's head. Arcanine lowered her hair and let out a low voice roar. That's it, you said that you smelled a strong bloody smell just now. Suddenly the smell of blood disappeared again. Yanche looked at Arcanine and said. Arcanine nodded firmly. Haha, it doesn't matter, that person and her Pokemon are both seriously injured and can't escape. Yanche said confidently. Continue the search, Lord Damalanchi wants us to catch this person. This person has treasures capable of commanding divine beasts. When we can master the mythical beast of Rayquaza, it will be the time when our Kanto region will rise. Yanche murmured. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Feng Che took the girl teleport to a cave. This is an underground cave. There are countless strange-shaped stalactites hanging on the cave. I don't know when the people from the League will come after them. But the injuries on this girl can't be dragged on BHDF any longer. Fortunately, this person was fed dragon blood fruit just now, and the critical condition caused by blood loss has been greatly relieved. Venusaur, use grassy terrain. After Venusaur emerged from the Pokeball, his body glowed with a pale green light. Some sprouts burst from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the girl was lying in a sea of flowers. The wound on the girl also quickly scabbed off. This girl has lost a lot of blood, and it is estimated that she will need to sleep for a few days before she can wake up. Who is she and why is she in the burial tower? What on earth does she have to do with Rayquaza? How do I hear from the League that she has a token to control Rayquaza? Or I can find answers in Teenage Pokemon. Feng Che saw that the girl was holding the Pokeball tightly in her hand. Pokeball has been forced off. The Pokemon inside are struggling violently. Feng Che uses Psychic to unswitch these Pokeballs. Powerful Salamence, Goodra, Noivern, Altaria, Dragonite poured out of Pokeball. They all have one feature in common. That is all seriously injured. A Dragon-type Pokemon who has reached the elite level, what exactly is this person's identity? Feng Che thought to himself with some doubts. These dragon-type Pokemon knew that Feng Che had rescued the girl in front of him, and showed gratitude towards Feng Che. Salamence, if it wasn't for the boy in front of him, she would probably have fallen here. Salamence, if the news of Chishan's death now spreads back to the Meteor people, the dragons are headless, and the entire Meteor people will be torn apart in an instant. Salamence looked worriedly at the sleeping girl. People of Meteor. I know the true identity of this girl. This is Shio, the rumored high priest of the Meteor people. The real leader of the Meteor Falls royal dragon family, Sienna's sister. Feng Che was shocked. I remembered, there is a plot in the game that tells the story of Sienna's revenge for her sister. The Devon Corporation of the Hoenn region, the Great Violet, and the Kanto Alliance captured Rayquaza together in the Tower of Burial. Sigana infiltrated Goldenrod City and released the Rayquaza captured by the Alliance. The Salamence she sent even attacked the year-young Ruby. The Meteor people, that is one of the most powerful forces in the Hoenn region, occupying the most mysterious dragon cave in the Hoenn region. It produces a special kind of meteorite, which is an extremely precious mineral. Because the Meteor people reject outsiders into their homes. Quote, in order to get the mineral deposits, the four forces of Dazigen, Devon Corporation, Team Magma, and Team Aqua joined together to capture Meteor Falls. This war is also unprecedented, and it has the widest influence in the Hoenn region. The war ended in a lose-lose situation. The Meteor people retreated to the deepest reaches of Meteor Falls. Dazigen and Devon Corporation, which also suffered heavy losses, dare not act rashly. There is no winner in this war at all. However, Rayquaza cannot fall into the hands of the League. Once the Alliance controls Rayquaza, the Team Rockets will be completely killed. Even if I have the forged Alliance identity of the Team Rockets, I will not be able to escape the pursuit. Feng Che thought to himself. The most important thing now is to restore the fighting power of Shio's Pokemon. It just so happens that these are all dragon-type Pokemon. Pokeblocks made with dragon blood fruit can help them to heal their injuries quickly. Venusaur, use grassy terrain, helping hand them to stop bleeding. Then Feng Che took out the bottles and jars from the wristband and began to treat a group of Pokemon from Shi. Chapter 219 Rayquaza arrested, Giovanni panic. Goldenrod City, Alliance Labs. Sasaki Taro and Dama Lanchi saw Rayquaza, who was seriously injured and still struggling, and couldn't help but stunned. Rayquaza is indeed the famous god of the sky in the Hoenn region. Sasaki Taro praised. How did you capture such a powerful god of the sky? Taro Sasaki asked curiously. It has a weakness, and that is its partner, the High Priest Shio. All our attacks only attack Shio, so Rayquaza has to be a meat shield in order to save Shio. Even if it is a powerful first-level god, after being attacked a lot, it was seriously injured and finally captured by us. Damalanchi said with a smile. Damalanchi, you are really despicable, I like that. Sasaki Taro laughed. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Taro Sasaki. That's about funding, Damalanchi asked in a low voice. No problem, I will give you a sum of money, but I want to see the real beast that has been tamed. By the way, this Rayquaza should not escape from the cage. Sasaki Taro pointed at the silver-white cage said. There will be no problem. This cage is made of ultra-pure iron and is indestructible. There is also 1,000,000 volts of electricity connected to the cage. I just used 1 billion Alliance coins to build this cage. If you count the gunships dispatched and the gunships destroyed by Rayquaza, the whole operation probably cost nearly $5 billion Union dollars. This is an astronomical sum, and it is heartbreaking to spend this money on Damalanchi. But reluctantly the child can't catch the wolf. So Damalanchi finally made up his mind to carry out this operation. As long as I can master Rayquaza this time, I can calmly grasp whether the four elites are not willing to serve as their servants, or whether Team Rockets has developed a mythical beast. Damalanchi thought to himself, ambitiously. At this moment, Rayquaza suddenly stopped struggling, as if resigned, and silently endured the pain caused by the million volts. But neither Damalanchi nor Sasaki Taro noticed, and there was a faint smile on the corner of Rayquaza's mouth. In the cave, Feng Che looked at the sleeping dragon-type Pokémon and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The treatment is finally over. I'm going to tell Giovanni about this discovery too. If the League does control Rayquaza, it's going to be a big problem. Feng Che edited the news of the Alliance's capture of Rayquaza, and then passed the information to Team Rocket's intelligence department. Team Rockets received the news from Feng Che. They took it very seriously. Soon, the information was passed to Giovanni layer by layer. Giovanni's office. Matori hurried in, handed Giovanni a classified document, and whispered beside Giovanni. "What did you say?" Giovanni hurriedly opened the file, and his face suddenly sank. "I didn't expect that the Alliance would secretly lance crossing Chenkang and go to Johto region to get hold of the Hoenn region's divine beast. The Alliance's plan has been successful. Archer, if you hadn't made such a big move. With all the world's attention on Team Rockets, how could our intelligence services fail to find out? We Team Rockets wouldn't be so passive if we could stop Damalancy from capturing Rayquaza in time. I'm sure if Damalancy manages to take control of Rayquaza, then we go to the Quantum League with the 3 holy birds. It's a self-inflicted trap. Call all the senior cadres of Team Rockets to a meeting," Giovanni exclaimed with a solemn expression. Night. The cave gets colder at night. The hot cat lay beside the swaying campfire. It lazily fiddled with the crystal clear, jade-like red scales on its hands. A breath of scorching earth spread from the scales. The hot meow absorbed the hot breath in the scales, and the fur on its body became smoother and softer. At this time, she slowly opened his eyes. "Where is this place? Am I dead?" She found himself lying in the sea of flowers. "Is this the kingdom of heaven?" she murmured. "This is the cave near the burial tower. I found you and saved you. But you are still very weak, so you should rest well. My name is Feng Che. You bleed a lot, and you managed to save it. Don't let my efforts go to waste," Feng Che said to she. With the flickering firelight, she looked up and saw a handsome young man sitting by the bonfire. "Thank you for saving me. I am Shi, the High Priest of the Meteor People. I can clearly feel that Lord Dragon God is suffering tremendous pain. I must go and rescue Lord Dragon God," she said, struggling to get up, a trace of crystal sweat oozing from her white forehead. "Don't worry, you'd better recover from your injury. You don't know where Rayquaza is now, and you don't know how much garrison the Alliance has deployed there. Even if you go like this, you'll be throwing yourself into the trap and won't be able to save Rayquaza at all. It's better to raise it first. Take a good health and think about it in the long run." Feng Che calmly looked at Ziquan and said, "The wounds on your body took a long time to heal, and you have to rest for a few days. It's very dangerous here, and the people of the Alliance are looking for your whereabouts. It's great that you wake up. We can leave here together." Quote. Feng Che said to Shi. "Well, I feel like I'm much better now. We'll leave now." She looked at Feng Che and nodded. Feng Che and Shi took advantage of the darkness to leave the burial tower and head to Goldenrod City. Sure enough, not long after Feng Che and Shi left, Yan Che tracked down the cave where Feng Che once stayed. "Damn, let her run away again," Yan Che said fiercely. "What did you say to let she slip away?" "Okay, what the hell are you doing?" "Yan Che, I'm very disappointed with your performance. Ask for flowers." Damalanchi's angry voice came from the communicator. "She is the key to our control of Rayquaza, and I don't allow any mistakes. No matter what means are used, I will do my best to track down Zai's whereabouts," Damalanchi said sharply to Yan Che. At this time, Feng Che and Shi had arrived at a small town belonging to Goldenrod City. She brought Feng Che to a very simple dwelling. Shio knocked 5 times rhythmically on the wooden door. After a while, a girl in casual clothes opened the door vigilantly and welcomed Feng Che and Shi inside. "High Priest Shi, are you alright? The girl said to Shio with a worried look on her face. Lola, this is my savior. Master Rayquaza and I were ambushed by the Alliance, and Master Rayquaza was seriously injured trying to save me. Lord Rayquaza has been captured by the Alliance to Goldenrod City. You now help me investigate the whereabouts of Lord Rayquaza. She said to Lola. Okay, when you had an accident, I had already sent an order to collect information. 0. We now suspect that there are 3 locations that may hold Lord Rayquaza. From our observations, all 3 locations are heavily guarded by Alliance personnel. We can't investigate further. If our spies get close, they will be noticed by the people of the Alliance. Laura took out the communicator and put a map on the wristband. The map is marked with 3 bright red dots, indicating where Rayquaza is at this time. Master Rayquaza should be in the Sky Tower at this time. Shio said suddenly. I am the High Priest who serves Rayquaza, so I can vaguely sense where Rayquaza-sama is. The direction of the Sky Tower is just where I sense it. We must rescue Rayquaza-sama this time, Shio said firmly. Mr. Feng Che, this is about our meteor family. I don't want you to be involved. Lord Rayquaza will be guarded by me. Lola quickly stepped forward to support Shio. You have lost too much blood, at least half a month's rest, otherwise I will save you in vain. I will find a way over Rayquaza. My organization doesn't want the League to take control of Rayquaza either. Strictly speaking, I also have reasons to save Rayquaza, so I can't stay out of it. I suggest taking a long-term view and asking for more information before we take action. Feng Che said to Shi and Lola. Sir Shi, I think Mr. Feng Che is right. You have to take care of your body. You don't want Lord Rayquaza to be seriously injured again in order to save you. Laura looked at the weak Shi and comforted her. She looked at Lola with a stubborn face, plus her body was really powerless, so she nodded. Goldenrod City, the Tower of the Sky. Damalanchi looked at Thunder Shock Rayquaza with millions of volts, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. Rayquaza gritted his teeth, silently enduring the electric bombardment. And Chapter 220-Rescue Rayquaza. Team Rocket's headquarters. Senior cadres were gathered in Giovanni's office. Archer in particular couldn't hold his head up a bit. Archer really didn't know Taro Sasaki was one of the fathers behind Team Rockets. If he could do it all over again, Archer would definitely not make such a stupid decision. This time the ship hijacked, not only did not catch anything, but also caused a show. According to the clues from Feng Che, the Kanto Alliance has successfully captured Rayquaza. At this time, Rayquaza has been held in Goldenrod City, Johto region. The news of Damalanchi was extremely hidden, and even the news of their battle with Rayquaza was suppressed by the hot spot of Ocean Star being robbed. Giovanni gave Archer a meaningful look when he said this. Archer blushed suddenly and lowered his head. The senior cadres next to him were all gloating. Okay, everyone has to work hard. Arrest of Rayquaza is a matter of life and death for our Team Rockets. Once Rayquaza is captured by Damalanchi, the Mewtwo plan and the 3 Holy Bird integration plan that we have spent so much energy on will be worthless. Even if we attack the 063 Alliance, it would be tantamount to throwing ourselves into the net and giving Damalanchi an excuse to send troops to clear us. Giovanni said with a displeased expression. Sabrina, is there a way for you to sneak into the laboratory in Goldenrod City quietly and release Rayquaza quietly? Giovanni asked Sabrina. I can't help it, the psychic of the Psychic Elite Ladus, hidden by the Alliance, is no less than mine. As soon as I get close to Rayquaza, she will definitely notice me. Sabrina shook her head helplessly. Koga, what about you? Is there any way to infiltrate Goldenrod City? Giovanni looked at Koga with some concern. According to the information I have received, Rayquaza is being held in the Sky Tower at this time. But on what level of the Sky Tower Rayquaza is being held, we don't know. I suggest gathering more information on Rayquaza, and then we'll have a long-term plan, Koga said in a deep voice. It just so happened that Feng Che found out about this, so let's leave it to Feng Che. Let's see if he can find a way to infiltrate the Tower of the Sky and secretly detect the information. Then I will follow Feng Che. The information passed over. Find a way to rescue Rayquaza. Koga suggested to Giovanni. That's all there is to it, Koga, then you'll have to work hard. You discuss with Lieutenant Surge how to get Rayquaza out. It would be better if we could catch Rayquaza. Can't catch Rayquaza, and don't let the Alliance tame Rayquaza, Giovanni ordered. Goldenrod City Residences. She has fallen asleep. Lola, this herb has a sleeping component. She will sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. You take good care of her. When she wakes up, she should be able to recover almost. Feng Che told Lola Road. Feng Che took out the token that Shishen gave him before he fell asleep. This is a palm-sized dragon scale. This dragon scale was a treasure given to Shi by Rayquaza on her 8th birthday. This dragon scale has become a top treasure after years of cultivation with the power of the dragon. As long as Feng Che sees Rayquaza, he will show this dragon scale to Rayquaza. Rayquaza will temporarily obey Feng Che's instructions and retreat from the Sky Tower. She also didn't have much confidence in Feng Che's rescue of Rayquaza. Just told Feng Che to enter the Sky Tower and find a way to check the specific situation of Rayquaza. Everything will be discussed in the long run after she wakes up. Drip drip. At this moment, Feng Che received an encrypted message from Sabrina. Sabrina, after receiving your information, Boss Giovanni took it very seriously. Sabrina, now Boss Giovanni has sent Koga and Lieutenant Surge to the Johto region Sky Tower. Sabrina, you are responsible for infiltrating the Sky Tower and gathering information about Rayquaza. Sabrina, Boss Giovanni ordered that if Rayquaza can be obtained this time, Rayquaza will be arrested. Sabrina, if Rayquaza is not available, Rayquaza cannot fall into the hands of the Alliance, which is a huge threat to us. It seems that the Alliance's capture of Rayquaza has made Giovanni feel the danger. Feng Che nodded and thought to himself. After a few seconds, Feng Che's communicator rang again. Sabrina, be careful. Feng Che looked at these 2 words and smiled knowingly. Originally, I also wanted to join the Sky Tower. If I can get the approval of the big guy Rayquaza, I will have the support of a mega beast behind me. Humanity is the most difficult debt to repay, especially such an arrogant boss like Rayquaza, who is even more disdainful of owed debts. I can also take this opportunity to improve the qualifications of the Blue Jays. Rayquaza, as the leader of the flight department, can improve the Blue Crow's aptitude 10 or 8 times if he misses a little resource. Feng Che thought to himself. Ditto, it's up to you this time. Feng Che said to the Pokeball with Ditto. At the same time, a barefoot girl with short brown hair and a gray cloak was riding Salamence to the burial tower. This battle is really fierce. The girl sighed as she looked at the burial tower that had been beaten to pieces. This girl is Sigana. It is also with his own strength that the situation of the entire Hoenn region has been stirred up, and the next leader of the Meteor people, Siana. I received the news that Lord Rayquaza was attacked, and rushed over in a hurry. But fortunately, my sister is fine after all. There is a special sense between Sigana and she, which can sense whether she is still alive. Forget it, let me inquire about the specific situation first. Who took Rayquaza away and where is it hidden? As the next leader, Sigana has reached the strength of elite at a young age. Her talent as a trainer is much stronger than that of Shi. Later in the special, Sigana rebuilt Team Magma and Team Aqua and became the leader of the real underground forces. Sigana patted Salamance's head and flew into the distance. Goldenrod City Sky Tower. As a unique landmark building in Goldenrod City, the Sky Tower attracts many tourists to visit and punch in every day. The Sky Tower is also home to the Alliance's offices. However, after the Alliance captured Rayquaza, the Sky Tower was under martial law. This caused dissatisfaction among many tourists. Elite Yanch and Elite Ladis are currently patrolling the entire Sky Tower under the arrangement of Damalanchi. Now it coincides with the gym leader assessment, and there is an endless stream of gym leaders applying for the gym assessment or preparing for the gym leader. Will these gym leaders be upset that we keep closing the Sky Tower? Ladis said worriedly. Ladies, as long as we contain Rayquaza, our Kanto League can be on top of the world. The Johto region can also be easily taken back by our alliance, and is no longer just a matter of Bell Tower. Do you know which is more important? Yanche said mercilessly. The Kanto region and Johto region were originally collectively called Kanto region, and both belong to the Kanto Alliance's rule. But because of the strong opposition of Bell Tower, the Kanto Alliance ceded half of the country. Kanto League was also changed to the Kanto League. By the way, have you placed a psychic enchantment on the periphery of the Sky Tower? If someone breaks into the Sky Tower, we can be alerted immediately. Yanche asked Ladis. You think my psychic is Chinese cabbage? It's all over the perimeter of the Tower of the Sky. You have the guts to say it. Ladis sneered at Yanche. Yanche blushed suddenly. Enough, don't say more. I hope that during this time, you can work together to prevent Rayquaza from being robbed. Damalanchi scolded loudly. Ladies, you really should set up a psychic enchantment to prevent aliens from breaking in. If you don't have enough psychic, I can send you a batch of Solosis. Damalanchi turned to Ladis, said, I see, head of Damalanchi. Ladis was a little unwilling, but she still didn't dare to provoke Damalanchi, so she could only bow her head. 3.5 inches. As long as you tame Rayquaza, you'll have done a good job, and then I will personally ask the General League for the two of you. At that time, you will be the elite of the Kanto region, and you don't need to be the shadow of the elite. Damalanchi looked at the two and added. Outside the Sky Tower. Feng Che dressed up as a tourist. When no one was paying attention, Feng Che quietly released a monitoring robot the size of a grain of rice. These robots will assist Feng Che to scan the specific structure of the entire Sky Tower. According to the information from Team Rockets, the person who guards Rayquaza is Psychic Elite Ladis. Ladis is a psychic powerhouse whose strength is no less than Sabrina. In order to prevent Ladis from arranging the psychic barrier, I still need to enter the Sky Tower as soon as possible so that I can carry out the next action. And there is Ladis, so it's not suitable for me to use psychic a lot in the Sky Tower, otherwise Ladis will soon notice the abnormality. Feng Che looked around at the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower is covered with a large number of guards. There were quite a few Murkrows patrolling the air. How to get into the Tower of the Sky has become a headache for Feng Che. Chapter 221 _ The Shriveled Rayquaza. At this time, the monitoring robot passed the layout of the Sky Tower. The layout of the Sky Tower made Feng Che's eyes light up. Feng Che had already figured out how to enter the Sky Tower. The breach is the ventilation duct of the Sky Tower. The vent of the ventilation duct is in the sewer. Feng Che looked at the layout and thought to himself. The Sky Tower was built more than 10 years ago. After repeated expansions, the original vents of the ventilation ducts were left unused. Feng Che found this secret entrance through monitoring robots. Very well, so I can infiltrate the Sky Tower. Feng Che walked directly to a remote street, lifted the sewer cover and entered the sewer of Goldenrod City. Goldenrod City are not only free of any odor, but also exceptionally clean. Feng Che saw many wild Pokémon playing in the sewers here. There are Pichu, Little Magmar, Elekid, Smoochum and many more Pokémon. After Feng Che used Psychic to probe for a while, he found a passage that had been sealed for a long time. However, one side of the passage has been blocked off with concrete. Ditto, transform into Arbok, use Iron Tail. Feng Che said to Ditto who was sitting on his shoulders. Ditto jumped off Feng Che's shoulders. By the time Ditto hit the ground, it had turned into a big purple snake. Ditto swallowed the snake letter and raised his tail. The silver-white tail smashed hard against the passageway sealed by concrete. A bit. 217 hits. 3 times. In a short time, the concrete was smashed to pieces, and a large amount of miasma escaped from the dust-sealed passage. Venusaur, inhale all these miasmas. Feng Che was ready to release Venusaur. Venusaur has a characteristic, that is, the lung capacity mega is large. Venusaur can inhale miasma into his petals as a means of fighting enemies. After Venusaur inhaled the miasma, Feng Che walked into this dusty passage. A rusted ventilation pipe snaked through the passage. A large fan the height of one person is standing on the ventilation duct. Venusaur, dismantle this large fan. Vine whips stick out from Venusaur, tethering every corner of the massive fan. As soon as it was pulled hard, the large fan was easily pulled out by Venusaur. Venusaur placed the fan in the corner against it. Very well, Venusaur, come back. After Feng Che took back Venusaur, he released Blue Crow again. Blue Crow, please, take me to fly up. Feng Che said to Blue Crow. The blue jay flapped its wings and flew upwards. Feng Che saw that several side ducts like a honeycomb were tapped from the main ventilation duct. Feng Che estimated the approximate height of the floor, and randomly chose the root side pipe to enter the Sky Tower. The 16th floor of the Sky Tower. Union Employee Lounge. Feng Che finally found this place. I saw Feng Che crawled out of the ventilation duct. He took a laptop from his wristband. Through the Sky Tower's network, Feng Che invaded the main system that controls the Sky Tower. Soon, a lot of information about the Sky Tower was copied to his computer by Feng Che. At the same time, Feng Che copied the information about the researchers of the Alliance. Only by mastering the information of the researchers can it be convenient for Feng Che to infiltrate the place where Rayquaza is being held and wait for the opportunity to rescue Rayquaza. Moreover, these researchers all live in the Sky Tower, so Feng Che doesn't have to go to great lengths to find prey. Okay, it's just you. Feng Che picked a researcher who was about the same height as him, and secretly memorized his room number. In the Sky Tower laboratory. Rayquaza is still suffering from thunder shock. Although Rayquaza looks grimacing and painful on the surface, Rayquaza has been secretly using millions of volts to treat his injuries. Rayquaza's special organ, the heavenly organ, is able to devour all energy, including electrical energy. It's just that in the process, there may be some pain in the flesh. Rayquaza once made some self-mutilation actions when he felt that Shio's life was dying. But when it realized that Shio was out of danger, it secretly lurked. Rayquaza, humans still want to control me. If I didn't cover Shio to escape and was hit by multiple missiles, do you think you would capture me? Rayquaza, if I use the dragon ascent, it only takes a puff of smoke to go straight into the atmosphere. Rayquaza, forget it, I'll take a break. Rayquaza, exactly, I was supervised by Shio for the original return some time ago, and I was a little sleepless. Rayquaza thought about it and entered a state of deep sleep. Not long after, deafening snoring came from the entire laboratory. Damaranch looked at Rayquaza in snore, puzzled. How the hell did you do the experiment? This set of experiments is completely unusable, all redone. The Alliance's temple professor yelled at a researcher. Lord Demalency let us develop Pokémon control technology as soon as possible. Look at the data you made, you don't know where the parameters are biased. Our research is rigorous and orderly. Dengbo professor scolded the researcher under him. Chinmu-kun, if you don't want to do it, say it earlier and don't delay your future. After Dengbo professor finished speaking, he left angrily. Chinmu-kun smiled helplessly, and then returned to his room with heavy steps. When Chinmu-kun opened the door, he suddenly found a masked figure in his room. Just when Chinmu-kun wanted to call for help, a ooze-like thing wrapped him so he couldn't breathe. The door to the room was also sealed, and Chinmu-kun was horrified to find that he had no way to call for help. Ditto, directly copy Chinmu-jun's fingerprints and pupils. A cold voice sounded from Chinmu-jun's ear. Chinmu-kun felt something cold wrap around him, and he couldn't breathe. After a long time, Chinmu-kun felt that the cold thing receded. He was gasping for breath like a drowning man. Who are you, and what do you want me to do? I can give you a sum of money, please don't kill me. Chinmu-jun begged to Feng Che. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. I just want to borrow some of your memories. Besides, I need you to sleep well for a while. A falsetto sound came from under the mask. Feng Che put his hand on Chinmu-jun's head and began to read Chinmu-jun's memory. Very well, it seems that the alliance can't help Rayquaza for the time being. After Feng Che read Chinmu-kun's memory, he felt relieved. Chinmu-kun, you are very sleepy now. You need a deep sleep of up to half a month to wake up. During this time, no matter what movement there is, you can't disturb your sleep. Feng Che said to Chinmu-jun, cast hypnosis. Chinmu-kun walked to the bed like a puppet and fell asleep. Very well, this Chiga-kun is really working in the laboratory where Rayquaza is being held. Ditto's body was getting bigger and bigger. Afterwards, Ditto covered Feng Che all over and transformed into the appearance of Chinmu-kun. Ditto, your ability to transform is really getting stronger and stronger. You can not only mimic the human appearance, but even the smell of human beings, you can successfully mimic. Feng Che praised Ditto. If you can separate out a clone, your fighting ability will become more powerful. This is what Feng Che has always wanted Ditto to do. Ditto, I've been able to detach my avatar long ago, and my avatar is still able to act on my mind. Ditto, it's just that my trainer doesn't know about 063. Ditto thought triumphantly. Humph, if it wasn't for my ability to eavesdrop, I would have been fooled by your ignorance. After Feng Che heard Ditto's voice, his mind moved. If Ditto is really as powerful as it says, Ditto will likely become the most powerful Pokemon in his hands. For example, manipulating two Arboks to attack at the same time. The next day, the researchers honestly came to the laboratory to continue the work that had not yet been completed. Dangbo Professor angrily threw a bunch of tasks to Feng Che. Dangbo Professor decided that if Chinmu-kun couldn't accomplish such a simple thing, he would directly ask Chinmu-kun to get out of his team. Feng Che looked at the task given by Dangbo Professor and was a little speechless. With such a small amount of tasks, Chinmu-kun can't finish it, it's really useless. As soon as Feng Che looked up, he saw a huge cage in the laboratory. A green dragon lay lazily in a cage, bombarded by electric currents. How can this Rayquaza be so weak? It doesn't even need the majesty of a divine beast. Feng Che looked at the listless Rayquaza suspiciously. Rayquaza is a flying dragon with a mostly green body. It has red-edged, rudder-like flanks at the shoulders and underside of its body, and similar-looking fins on the tip of its tail. Rayquaza's body is surrounded by a yellow ring pattern, and there is also a yellow ring on the top of his head. It has 2 limbs with 3 clawed wrists. It has 2 long, flat horn-like structures on its head and 2 smaller horns below. Rayquaza has protruding gums and 2 distinct tusks at the tip of its mouth. At this time, Rayquaza is coiled in a large iron cage made of superalloy. A large amount of electricity poured out and bombarded Rayquaza's body. Rayquaza didn't react at all, still lying languidly, motionless. Chapter 222 Rayquaza. Being stared at by a bad old man every day, I can't stand it anymore. Rayquaza. Oh, yes, there it is. Rayquaza. The current is really exciting, and that's where I accidentally hit Kyogre in a fight. Rayquaza. I had always felt a dull pain there, but after the electrotherapy, I felt much better. Rayquaza. It's been a good time here. Rayquaza. No Shio babbling around, and then there's delicious food. Rayquaza. Everything feels good except no freedom. Rayquaza languidly closed his eyes, coiled in the cage. Saffron-colored arcs swam endlessly across its cyan body. Rayquaza. It's just that every day there is a bad old man who likes to come over and stare at me. I really can't stand his fiery eyes. Ooh. After Feng Che heard Rayquaza's voice, he suddenly looked strange, and the corners of his mouth shook up and down unconsciously. Emotions. This Rayquaza is here to enjoy happiness. Rayquaza. I'm almost out of here. My celestial organs have stored a lot of energy. Rayquaza. After a few days of electrotherapy, my injury is almost healed. After Feng Che heard Rayquaza's voice, he knew that Rayquaza in front of him was also a divine beast. It turns out that Rayquaza escaped from the Sky Tower so easily in the special chapter, not because Sigana attacked the Alliance. It's just that Rayquaza just felt tired of staying. Feng Che suddenly realized, with a speechless expression on his face. That's why I came to rescue Rayquaza this time, and it's not about giving help at all, at most it's just icing on the cake. Just kidding, this is a first-level god, why do you need me to save it? I won't get Rayquaza's favor. Feng Che thought to himself with some regret. The interior of the Sky Tower. Numerous Solosis were transported to the Sky Tower. They increase their psychic through the amplification of their companions. The more Solosis gathered, the stronger the psychic Solosis can use. At this moment, a Salamence charged towards the Sky Tower menacingly. Immediately, countless Solosis rushed out of the Sky Tower and surrounded Salamence. I saw Salamence opened his mouth wide and let out Snarl. Many Solosis were stunned under Snarl and fell from the sky. Salamence then spit out several Shadow Sneaks from his mouth. Shadow Sneak explodes in a crowd of Solosis. Solosis suddenly fell from the air to the ground like dumplings. What the hell is going on here? Why did a Salamence suddenly rush over? Ladies is surprised to find that Solosis has been swept in half by Salamence. Here they are, leads. Strengthen the security work. Don't let this Salamence break in. Damalanchi commanded excitedly. I didn't expect them to move so fast. But Rayquaza is mine, and no one can take it away. Whoever takes away Rayquaza is my enemy. Damalanchi said viciously. Laboratory. Rayquaza looked up suddenly. Rayquaza, I seem to sense Salamence coming from that rash brat of Sigana. Rayquaza, what the hell is that kid doing? I'll be back in a few days. Rayquaza, I'm really having a hard time. Rayquaza, but I should also go to Shio. Rayquaza raised his head and let out a dragon groan. Suddenly, the alarm in the entire laboratory lights up. Then came the harsh siren from the Sky Tower. No, Lord Damalanchi, the Rayquaza is rioting. Dengbo Professor quickly dialed the video call with Damalanchi. Yanche, go and suppress Rayquaza. Temper Professor, use tens of millions of volts. Damalanchi gave orders to the crowd. Okay, Chiga-kun, raise the million volts attacking Rayquaza to 10 million volts. Dengbo Professor shouted to Feng Che. If you use tens of millions of volts, maybe even Rayquaza's celestial organs can't handle it. Feng Che thought to himself, and entered a series of codes on the console to increase the current intensity of the attack on Rayquaza. Suddenly there was a piercing sound in the air. Huge currents are destroying experimental equipment throughout the laboratory. Damn, retreat, everyone retreat, an elite is about to arrive here. Temple Professor shouted loudly. Feng Che pretended to be electrocuted and fell down. Chinmu-kun. When a researcher was about to reach out and help Feng Che to leave here together, he was slapped knock-off by Dengbo Professor. Idiot, he's gone, do you still want to save him? Temple Professor gave the other researchers 2 vicious glances. Afterwards, Dengbo Professor disappeared without a trace, as if smearing oil on the soles of his feet. The other researchers also panicked and ran out of the lab following the footsteps of the Dengbo Professor. At this moment, Yanche arrived at the scene. A thunderous dragon roar came from the laboratory. Rayquaza felt a Pokémon dispersing tens of millions of volts in the helping hand itself. The tens of millions of volts didn't make it feel too uncomfortable. After a while, the experimental equipment suddenly burst. The current that attacked Rayquaza also disappeared. Damn, I'm no match for Rayquaza without a 1,000,000-volt helping hand. Fortunately, Rayquaza is directly shrouded in a heavy iron cage. With its strength, it can't lift the iron cage at all. Yanche murmured. Yanche heard a crisp, Pop, from the iron cage where Rayquaza was being held. The iron cage opened by itself. This is the code Feng Che typed just now that worked. Rayquaza burst out of the ultra-pure iron cage in an instant. It fired a dragon pulse directly, piercing a huge hole in the Sky Tower's wall. Rayquaza, goodbye, humans, I have a present for you. Rayquaza rose to the sky. I saw that Rayquaza made a loud roar. Solosis, who was entrenched in the sky, was frightened and fell to the ground. The sky turned a saffron color. A huge dragon meteorite fell from the sky. Rayquaza actually used the ability Draco Meteor. Rayquaza, I will destroy this tower directly, and destroy the arrogance of these human beings. My god, look, what a big meteorite in the sky. Escape, everyone, run away. The outside of the Sky Tower was full of panicked crowds. Damalanchi's face turned pale when he saw that Rayquaza had escaped. His face was ashen, and his originally ambitious mood suddenly plummeted. Laboratory. Feng Che got up from the ground. Then a Zeraora appeared beside Feng Che. Zeraora, use the steel claws to break the connection of this iron cage. I saw Zeraora punched and broke the connection of the iron cage. Zeraora carried the huge iron cage and walked towards Feng Che step by step. Very good, so much ultra-pure iron. Damaransi was willing to make ultra-pure iron a cage for Rayquaza. I'll take it with a smile. Wang Hao, there are also important experimental materials for the Alliance. Feng Che looked at the warehouse of the Alliance. Whoever let you all go, I'm welcome. The corners of Feng Che's mouth rose slightly. At the same time, Feng Che also walked to Dengbo Professor's computer and copied a large amount of data from it. The huge dragon meteorite collided with the Sky Tower. The Sky Tower was directly pierced by the dragon meteorite. A large amount of smoke rose from the Tower of the Sky. Suddenly, the Tower of the Sky burst into flames. Rayquaza looked at the Sky Tower, which had been turned into ruins, with satisfaction, and flicked his tail and walked away. Feng Che also used teleport to leave the Sky Tower at the moment the dragon meteorite fell. A small alley in Goldenrod City. Feng Che and Chinmujun appeared in the deepest part of the alley. Feng Che casually threw Chinmu-kun into the trash can. Just when Feng Che was about to walk out of the alley, Feng Che suddenly heard a thunderous dragon roar. A salamence descended from the sky. This salamence is now in a state of confusion. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at the young children who were playing on the street. Chapter 223 Frogadier vs Salamence _ This is Ruby and Shafia. Feng Che recognized at a glance that the young child who was in danger was the protagonist of the third generation of the special chapter. Just to save their lives. Come out, Frogadier. Feng Che released Frogadier. Ruby looked at Shafia, who was shivering. Facing the vicious salamence attack, Ruby stood up. He directed the attack by Puccina and Skitty. As expected of the Son of Destiny, Puccina and Skitty can attack the elite salamence. Feng Che sighed secretly. Salamence suddenly felt his stomach get hit hard and took a few steps back. Just when Salamence wanted to attack humans, the handsome Frogadier fell from the sky. It quickly picked up Ruby and Shafia and found a relatively safe place to put them down. Frogadier looked at Salamence sternly. Salamence is a four-legged dragon-type Pokémon with two gorgeous blood-red wings and a long tail. Its body is dark blue, with blood red on the inside of its head, neck, limbs, and tail. The lower jaw and abdomen are covered by 3 husks, similar in shape and color to Shelgon's husk. It has 2 blood-red bumps above its eyes, and 3 small delta wings on each side of its head, which serve the same purpose as the front wings of an aircraft. Salamence has excellent flying ability, is good at tearing opponents with sharp claws, and sharp teeth also allow it to master a variety of bite-type moves. During flight, Salamence is also capable of spewing powerful flames. Salamence has a rough character, forgets itself when he gets angry, and wreaks havoc until it's exhausted. It turned out to be Frogadier, what a handsome frogadier. Shafia clapped his hands beside him, and the little face that was originally crying suddenly showed a smile. 063 Ruby also relaxed her tension and watched Salamence and Frogadier's duel. No, Frogadier still has no chance. Frogadier hasn't even reached the gym class yet. How can he win the Salamence who has only reached the elite? Salamence, that's a quasi-god, Ruby said to Shafia, shaking her head. Ruby's father, Norman, was a formidable trainer. Influenced by his father, Ruby also knows the specific division of Pokemon's power. I think this Frogadier will win. Shafia showed her tiger teeth and said with a puffed cheek in dissatisfaction. Haha, then let's wait and see. But father is nearby, and if Frogadier loses, he should come and fight off Salamence, Ruby muttered to herself. Feng Che looked at Salamence with scarlet eyes thoughtfully. He knew that Salamence was in a state of chaos at this time due to the attack of the Psychic of Solosis, the Sky Tower. In a frenzy it will destroy everything in its vicinity. Frogadier, this is a real formidable opponent, and I have a feeling that if I can beat it, I'll be even better. Frogadier smiles confidently. At this moment, Salamence spread his huge wings and flew into the air. It hovered in the air and swooped down suddenly. Salamence extended his claws and used the dragon claw on Frogadier. Frogadier pierced with just one claw. A smug smile appeared on Salamence's face. But after the phantom of Frogadier dissipated, the smile on the face of the blood-wing flying BHDF dragon suddenly stopped abruptly, with an unbelievable look. Look, I'll say this Frogadier is awesome, Shafia said excitedly to Ruby. I underestimated this Frogadier, it's so fast. If it's an accelerated Blaziken, I'm not surprised. But it's clearly a Frogadier. How did it leave a shadow to avoid Salamence's attack? Ruby's pupils shrank sharply. He doesn't believe Frogadier can avoid Salamence's dragon claw. Immediately, countless water columns fell from the sky. This is Frogadier attacking from high altitude. Salamence spread his wings and was about to block the attack of the water column. Frogadier's mouth exhaled the frozen wind. The water jets were frozen into ice guns and rushed towards Salamence's wings. Salamence sensed a fatal crisis. So Salamence opened his mouth and spewed flamethrower out of it. The flame melted the ice gun. Immediately after, Frogadier's attack continued. I saw Frogadier's hands rubbing constantly, and a spiral pill with a height of 1 meter was condensed by Frogadier. Spiral pill flew in the direction of Salamence. Salamence flapped his wings and rose from the ground. Its snarl rushed towards the spiral pill. As everyone knows, the spiral pill burst in the sky, forming a waterspout. Salamence, who was caught off guard, was caught in a waterspout in an instant. Salamence suddenly felt a whirlwind. This Frogadier is just amazing. What kind of trainer is this able to train such a powerful Frogadier? Ruby couldn't help but sigh. Confused, Salamence staggered to spread his wings and waved hard, finally escaping the waterspout. Just as the angered Salamence was about to attack again, a melodious flute sounded from a distance. Salamence's scarlet eyes quickly returned to clarity. The somewhat embarrassed Salamence glared at Frogadier and roared at Frogadier, as if to say that he would fight again next time. Then, Salamence flapped his wings and flew away. Feng Che immediately took Frogadier back and left. At this moment, a young man with short black hair ran over. The youth is Norman, Ruby's father. Next to him was a huge slacking. Norman came to the league today to participate in the gym leader assessment. When he came out, he found that Ruby and Shafia were gone. Ruby, Shafia, are you all okay? It's okay, it's okay. If Shafia is injured, I don't know what to do with Birch. Norman was relieved to see Shafia unscathed. Ruby rolled her eyes. I don't know who is my biological. Ruby rants. I have to admit that this Frogadier is really handsome. Although this Frogadier didn't beat Salamence, it's a really good mega move. Ruby thought to herself. Uncle Norman, I must be a great trainer in the future. You didn't see that Frogadier just now is so handsome. Unfortunately, there is no Froakie in the Hoenn region. Shafia said in a milky voice. Haha, Torchic's evolution type, Blaziken is also very good. When you grow up, you can ask your father to give you a Torchic to cultivate. Norman touched Shafia's head and said. Far away. Salamence, I finally found you. Sigana withdrew Salamence as she spoke. Rayquaza has broken through the League's blockade. However, my sister's whereabouts are still unknown. The Meteor people still need my guard. I have to rush back to Meteor Falls. Otherwise, after the news of Zai's disappearance spreads, there will be people with different hearts who will take action against the people of Meteor. Sigana thought to herself as she pulled her cape. Sigana unleashes a red Pokémon before disappearing in place. Sigana plans to go back to Meteor Falls first, and then send someone to find Shio's whereabouts. Goldenrod City. By the time Feng Che returned to the residence, it was almost evening. At this time, she had already woken up. I already feel that Lord Rayquaza is free. Thank you for your helping hand, Mr. Feng Che. You saved me in the worst time, and also helped Lord Rayquaza. You will always be a friend of our meteorites. She looked at Feng Che gratefully and said. You're welcome, these are also what I should do. Feng Che shook his head and said with a smile. This is the blood that Lord Rayquaza bestowed on me. If you need it, you can use this blood essence helping hand to complete the evolution with your flying Pokémon. Shio took out a pale green gem-like dragon scales from the anklet. Feng Che could even hear the roars of dragons. Actually, I came to the burial tower to find the relic, and I can help hand my Pokémon to complete the evolution. It's just that I didn't gain much from this trip. Feng Che said with some regret. Even if sacred objects can be found in the burial tower, those sacred objects have lost their divine power after thousands of years. Evolution can only be offered for at most one Pokémon. So if Mr. Feng Che can't find a suitable place for Pokémon evolution, I have two places for you to refer to. The place for your Hot Meow evolution is Groudon's lair in the largest volcano in the Hoenn region, Chimney Volcano. The best place for the water-type Pokémon evolution is the Underground Palace in Kyogre. Kyogre's Underground Palace should be near Sootopolis City. We Meteor people were once the descendants of the Burial Tower. Because of an accident, we are divided into the people of the Meteor, the people of the Earth and the people of the Sea. They are dedicated to Lord Rayquaza, Lord Groudon, and Lord Kyogre. The heritage of the people of the sea disappeared when they summoned the monsters of the sea. The people of the Earth are scattered all over the world, and it is said that there are traces of them in the Unova region. And we, the people of Meteors, have always inherited it. She said enthusiastically to Feng Che. Chapter 224 _ Lobbying the Meteor People. This time I was tricked by several forces of Hoenn region. Looks like they're going to take Meteor Falls. Speaking of this, Zai's body suddenly burst out with a very strong momentum. It's because of the rare minerals in Meteor Cave. Feng Che said suddenly. Meteor Cave is rich in meteor iron. Meteor iron is an excellent conductive metal and a raw material for precision instruments. In the entire Pokémon world, only Meteor Cave is rich in this mineral. You occupy the Meteor Cave, which is blocking the way of money for many people. It's not the forces of the Hoenn region who want to destroy you. It's the consortium of the entire Pokémon world that is eyeing you. Feng Che revealed the real reason why the Meteor citizens were suppressed. However, the Meteor Cave belongs to Lord Rayquaza's territory. How can we allow them to mine meteor iron? And mining mines will not only cause environmental pollution, but also be attacked by powerful dragon-type Pokémon. Shio retorted a little excitedly. Master Rayquaza's real territory is the atmosphere, and he should never care whether the Meteor Cave is mined or not. Lord Rayquaza's concern is whether the Meteor people's beliefs are still as pure. I think you misunderstood what Mr. Rayquaza meant in the first place. Besides, your meteor caves are already barren. All resources must be purchased from outside, which is polluting the environment. If you say dragon-type Pokemon is coming, that's even less of a problem. As long as you promise to convert the proceeds of mining meteor iron into sparkling gems for those dragon Pokemon. These dragon Pokemons are estimated to be more aggressive than humans are mining meteor iron. You can even stipulate how much meteor iron can be exchanged for a gem, to ensure that those dragon-type Pokemon are as obedient as grandchildren. Feng Che analyzed everything thoroughly. She looked at Feng Che thoughtfully and did not speak. You have treasure mountains but don't know how to develop, and you have manpower but don't know how to use them. That's why you are in a miserable situation even though you are members of the Yulong family. The times have changed, the world has become different, you have to learn to change properly and keep pace with the times. A high priest is also the head of the family. If you ask the clan to worship Rayquaza, then you have to make the clan eat enough. The clan's stomach is not full, so how can you be grateful to Rayquaza? You are not defending the gods, you are weakening the faith of the people in Rayquaza. Feng Che loudly pointed out the plight of the people of the meteor. What Feng Che said shocked she greatly. At first glance, these words made her feel a little unbelievable, but she was unable to refute it. Lord Rayquaza only cares about whether the meteor people's beliefs are pure enough, and the rest is not what he cares about. So she, as a high priest, you must think more from the point of view of the clan. Sometimes, you need to think more comprehensively, and when you can do without force, try not to use force. Of course, when the enemy is bullied in front of the door, they will fight back mercilessly. Feng Che said to she sincerely. She nodded somewhat incomprehensibly. Did I keep choosing the wrong direction? She frowned, thinking secretly. You should think about why the major forces of the Hoenn region want to unite to attack the Meteor people. It's nothing more than because the people of Meteor are blocking the financial path of these major forces. At this time, the people of Meteor must not choose to gamble, otherwise, they will only fall into a desperate situation of isolation and helplessness. In order for the people of Meteor to continue to be passed down, you have to filter which forces are worth interacting with, and which forces will never interact. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. That's all I can tell you. Feng Che felt that this was all he could say. For a while, it is unlikely that Shio will change his opinion. Whether it can change the fate of the Meteor citizens being exterminated, the rest will have to be carefully considered by Shio. Mr. Feng Che, the angle of analyzing the problem is very unique. Thank you. Your words today have inspired me a lot. I'll think about it. It's about the future of our Meteor people family after all. She looked at Feng Che and said. By the way, I just saw a Salamence attacking the Sky Tower. It should be your clansmen who came to the door. You can contact if any of your clansmen have arrived here, so that you can be picked up by the way. I don't think it's safe for you to go back alone. Feng Che suggested to she. I see. If I guessed correctly, it should be Siana who came here, and I will contact her. She nodded. Thank you very much this time. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to me with a token, and I will do my best to help you. She said solemnly. You're welcome, I'm just doing my best. You have already given me the reward I wanted, and we are now evenly matched. Feng Che shook his head and said with a smile. By the way, I have one more question for you. I have an electricity Pokemon, and I want to draw the electricity origin. Do you know where the electricity origin is? After all, the Meteor citizens are also a huge force, and they should know a lot of secret information. I know there's a place and that's where the imprisoned Thor pillar Regielege is. I have read some ancient documents. It is recorded that in order to find Regielege, you need to capture a Relicanth. Through the map on Relicanth, you can find where Regielege is. But Relicanth is very rare, and only a few relics appear at present. Relicanth has even reached a high price of 1 billion alliance coins in the black market. She thought for a while and gave an answer. Reggie Elledge. I see, thank you. I'm a nurturer and apothecary master. This is my way of communication. Ask for flowers. If you need to prepare potions or make pokeblocks, you can come to me. Feng Che handed she a small note. Haha, I will naturally find you when I need it, Mr. Feng Che. She said with a smile. Sigana, who was rushing to the Hoenn region, was overjoyed when she received a message. Latios, pause for a moment, I have news from my sister. Sigana said to Latios. Latios is a dragon-type Pokemon that resembles a bird. It has a streamlined body and Pseutopolis-like plumage. The lower part of the body is red, with jet-like wings and fin-like feet. There is a blue triangle logo on the chest area. Latios, red and white arms are able to retract into the body at high speeds. The upper part of its body is white. Latios has a red face with triangular ears and a white pentagon pattern on his forehead. 0. Latios has a high IQ, can understand human language, and can communicate with humans through telepathy. Latios wrap their bodies in glass-like feathers that refract light to change their appearance. At this time, Latios transformed into a little girl with a ponytail. What did you say, Lord Sigana? Have you heard from Lord Shi? Latios made a soft, waxy sound. Yes, my sister just messaged me to take her back to Meteor Falls to preside over the situation. Latios, let's go to Goldenrod City. Sigana said to Latios. At this time Koga and Lieutenant Surge are rushing to the Johto region. In order not to disturb the people of the Alliance, Lieutenant Surge personally drove Koga to Johto region in a small submarine. Koga, are you sure this time? Lieutenant Surge said to Koga. The worst is the worst. The Alliance must have sent a large number of people to guard Goldenrod City, and it is estimated that it will not be easy for us to get in and out. Now we are counting on Feng Che to pass us some more useful information from the inside. Koga said with a serious face. Drip drip. Just then, Koga's communicator rang. Koga took out the communicator and looked at it, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. According to the latest news from Feng Che, Rayquaza escaped from the Sky Tower with his own power. And when Rayquaza was leaving, he summoned a supergiant dragon meteor and smashed into the Sky Tower. Koga said to Lieutenant Surge. After a while, Lieutenant Surge also received a message from Giovanni. Boss Giovanni told us to get back to Team Rocket's headquarters as soon as possible, and we are going to deploy the next move to attack the League. Rayquaza escaped, and the morale of the whole League must be very low. If we attacked at this time, the League would have been caught off guard, Lieutenant Surge said to Koga. And Chapter 225 _ Bounty Hunters Guild's Bug Hunting Quest. No, I don't think now is the best time to attack the League. Because the Alliance failed, the Alliance will pay more attention to our every move at this time. At this time, the Alliance is like a bird in shock. You are very vigilant, and you must have prepared a preventive plan. If we are now attacking the Alliance will definitely try its best to launch a counterattack against us. This way we will lose more than the gains. My advice is to take it slow, and after the situation eases, we will surprise and attack suddenly, Koga said to Lieutenant Surge. I guess the boss Giovanni thought the same thing, so we had to go back and make the layout ahead of time, Koga added. Now that Archer has stabbed the big basket, the leader Giovanni will let Archer sit on the bench for a few days, so now the three of us are the main force of the attacking alliance. This is the most troublesome thing, because we don't know Damalin. What is Chi's arrangement in the League? Dama Lanchi, the old fox, although he has no merits, has built the entire League into a solid foundation. Once we have lost too many forces in this battle, one will grow, and Boss Giovanni wants to suppress the four generals. 063, will not be an easy task, Koga said to Lieutenant Surge. Analysis Road. Well, so once an anomaly is discovered, we have to let our subordinates retreat as soon as possible, and we can't fight with the Alliance. Lieutenant Surge nodded and said. After Feng Che sent the collected information back to Team Rockets sent a message that they were standing by. Stay in Goldenrod City for a while. Forget it, let's go to the Bounty Hunter Guild in Goldenrod City. Since he had to stay in Goldenrod City for a while, Feng Che planned to visit the Bounty Hunters Guild. By the way, let that Farfetch'd see if evolution can become Surfetch'd. Feng Che remembered that Farfetch'd would evolve into Surfetch'd as long as he stabbed the same opponent 3 times. Feng Che came to a farm in the suburbs according to the address provided by the Bounty Hunters Guild. The owner of the farm is a very kind-looking old grandmother. The old grandmother took Feng Che to a cellar. The Bounty Hunter Guild is below this cellar. You can reach it directly by taking the elevator. Don't talk too much when you come here, just leave after completing the transaction. Johto region's atmosphere is not very good, bounty hunters will snatch each other. The grandmother kindly reminded Feng Che. Feng Che slowly walked down the cellar. At this time, Feng Che had already put on a smiling face mask and a black cloak. He swiped at the LCD screen of the elevator with his bounty hunter account, and the elevator slowly opened. After about a minute, the elevator slowly stopped. As soon as the elevator door opened, Feng Che could smell a strong smell of smoke. The smell of this smoke is too strong. How much cigarettes have to be smoked? Feng Che raised his eyes and looked up, but he couldn't see his fingers. The bounty hunters here are all old smokers, and they look like they are enjoying themselves very much. Even the walls of the entire bounty hunter guild were smoky yellow smoked by these old smokers. Come, here comes another one. This person looks like a newcomer. Do you want us to join forces to rob this newcomer? Feng Che listened to the bounty hunters, whispering. He was also speechless. Is it really okay to blatantly talk about robbery in front of the Lord? Feng Che used psychic to isolate the smoke, and then Feng Che came to the big screen where the bounty guild was in rollout. He carefully watched the task being rollout. One of the quests is high up and bolded in red to attract the attention of bounty hunters. Heracross and Pinsir in the Worm Forest are mass breeding and now require a large number of Heracross and Pinsir to be caught. There is no limit to the number of tasks, and tasks can be received repeatedly. P.S. Beedrill and Butterfree are also buying in bulk. Insect Forest, it's not far from Goldenrod City, this quest is acceptable. Insect plus fighting attribute Heracross is just right for Farfetch'd's opponent. This quest is the most suitable quest for me to train Pokémon. Feng Che looked at the big screen and nodded secretly. The Forest of Insects, as the name suggests, is a forest where insect-type Pokémon breed in large numbers. This is also where the rangers take care of them. When the insect-type Pokémon in the insect forest is multiplied every year, the forest rangers will hire a large number of trainers to subdue the insect-type Pokémon. The purpose of this is to prevent the insect Pokémon from multiplying and destroying the ecology of the insect forest. Bug-type Pokémon that enter the breeding season will eat like crazy and lay a large number of bug-type Pokémon eggs. Later, Feng Che also saw Azalea Town's publicity about the insect-catching conference on the screen of the Bounty Guild. Champion prize at the Azalea Town bug hunting tournament is the crystallization of precious bugs. Compared with the crystals of fire and crystals of grass, there are still energy crystals circulating on the market. Insect crystals are treasures that can only be formed when a powerful insect-type Pokémon dies and is buried in the ground. Insect crystals are extremely rare in the market. Even if it does appear, it will be bought by those big families who cultivate insect-type Pokémon. Feng Che hurried away after accepting the task of capturing the insect-type Pokémon in the insect forest. Go, follow. Several bounty hunters quietly followed behind Feng Che. They wanted to find an opportunity to loot Feng Che. After Feng Che walked out of the bounty guild, he used psychic to disappear in place. This made the bounty hunters who followed quietly very upset. Damn it, old smoker, I told you to hurry up, but I let people run away. A small fat man complained to the old smoker with yellow teeth. Fatty, don't worry, I have a way to find the trace of that person. Come out my Pokémon, Galar Slowking. Bounty hunters released Galar Slowking, a Pokemon. Oops, old smoker, you still have a precious Pokemon like Galar Slowking. The man with sharp-eared monkey cheeks said to the old smoker with yellow teeth. This is Galar region Slowking that I spent a lot of resources cultivating. This is the most powerful main Pokemon I have. As a psychic, it's not difficult to find someone. The old smoker said proudly. Galar Slowking, use confusion to find the trace of the bounty hunter who just left. Haha, I'm quite lucky this time, the person just now turned out to be a psychic. If we ransack this psychic, we might make a fortune. The old smoker licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. After the three discovered that Feng Che was a psychic, they had no fear at all, but were even more eager to sack Feng Che. Galar Slowking recited strange spells, danced strange dances, and used psychic to track the spatial coordinates of Feng Che's departure. Galar Slowking to find out where Feng Che was, and used the teleport with the old smoker and two other hunters. It's really a dog skin plaster, clinging to it. Feng Che saw a Galar Slowking teleporting behind him with the old smoker and two other bounty hunters. A trace of anger flashed in Feng Che's eyes. Fine, just like robbing other people's Pokemon, right? Then I'll let you all taste what it's like to be looted this time. Feng Che felt that Slowking's psychic was looking at him recklessly, and he was instantly angry. Boy, hand over all the Pokemon and treasures in your hands, we only ask for money. The old smoker grinned and said to Feng Che. The old smoker looked at Feng Che with an arrogant look, as if he was staring at the meat on the cutting board. Galar's Slowking has a purple and gray umbrella-like tie around his neck. Shelter on his head has a few purple spots scattered all over his body. Shelter's volume is a little bigger than the original, covering Slowking's original eyes, covering Slowking's head like a mask. Shelter's eye has a green gem-like formation above it. A horn-like structure protrudes from the left and right sides of the shelter. Galar Slowking's hands and the end of its tail turn purple. Slowking of Galar region, Pokemon with poison plus psychic attribute, this is also a good prey. Feng Che said with a smile. Galar 3.5 Slowking can also be sold for high prices on the black market. Galar Slowking, green aptitude, level 43. Come out hot meow, let them see your strength. After the hot cat got Groudon's scales and Vulcan crystal, his strength increased greatly. This Galar Slowking is just right for hot cats to practice their hands. I saw Hot Meow after rushing out of the Pokeball. It turned into a red shiny and rushed towards Galar Slowking. Galar Slowking, use venom to splash. Galar Slowking raised his arm, and a lot of purple liquid spurted out of Galar Slowking's hand. These purple liquids have a strong acid smell and are very pungent. These liquids shot at the hot cat like poison arrows. But they were all dodged by Hot Meow's agile speed. The liquid fell on the trunk, and the trunk was corroded and an unfathomable hole was formed. Hot Meow, use Fake Out. I saw a layer of dark energy wrapped around Hot Meow's claws, and it slapped Galar Slowking's head fiercely. Just hear a thud. Galar Slowking's body flew out immediately. Galar Slowking knocked down several big trees and fainted instantly. Chapter 226 Trapped in a crazy bug-type Pokemon. How about it? Hand over the treasures on your body, I will spare you not to die. Your support has been stunned by my Hot Meow. Feng Che said to the group of old smokers with a smile. Galar Slowbro, level 48, green qualification. Everyone take out the rest of the Pokemon, he's just a Hot Meow. The old smoker shouted to the other two. Come out Galar Slowbro, come out, Ursaring, come out, Houndoom. Ursaring, level 43, yellow aptitude. Houndoom, level 45, yellow aptitude. The three bounty hunters have dispatched Pokemon. Slowbro of the Galar region is slightly different from the normal Slowbro. Part of the head and ears are purple, the hands are also purple, while the arms are still pink, and the tip of the tail is purple. The snail that was supposed to be attached to the tail is now on Slowbro's left hand, and the snail is shaped like a pistol. Galar Slowbro is always in a daze. When confronted with a strong enemy, the stimulating substances in Galar's Slowbro will travel around the body and stimulate all nerves. Under the action of stimulation, Galar's Slowbro will show a sharp look and lift the shoulder at a speed that even a fast shooter would be ashamed of, spraying venom from the front end, piercing the target. Under the stimulation of shoulder bite, the fragrance in Galar region's slowpoke undergoes a chemical reaction, causing it to evolve into poisonous properties. Shoulder would sometimes nibble hard on Galar's Slowbro's arm, unconsciously. When bitten and itchy, Galar's Slowbro will swing his arms and fight indiscriminately, which is very dangerous. Smoker, are you 17 going to Galar region? There are actually 2 Pokemon from Galar region. No wonder I haven't seen you for a long time. The bounty hunter Fatty said to the old smoker. Well, I was sent to Galar region on a secret mission, and just happened to catch 2 Galar region Slowpoke. So I spent a lot of resources and evolved Galar Slowbro and Galar Slowking. Go, Galar Slowbro, use the water gun. The smoker then ordered. Galar Slowbro lifted the shoulder and sprayed a purple water gun from shoulder's hand. My Galar Slowbro's water gun contains paralyzing toxins. As long as this hot cat touches the water gun, it will definitely suffer from toxic. The old smoker said proudly. Haha, hit, this hot cat was hit by Galar Slowbro's water gun. I like this hot cat. For this operation, I want this hot cat, and I will give you the other treasures on this person. The old smoker looked at the hot cat with greedy eyes. This old fox is obviously the most valuable hot cat, and it's really cheap to sell well. The bounty hunters Fatty and Thin Monkey scolded secretly. Houndoom, use flamethrower on this man. Ursaring, grab this man. The bounty hunters Fatty and Thin Monkey launched orders one after another. Houndoom ran and opened its mouth, and a black flame spewed out of it. Wherever the black flame passed, a large amount of black smoke came out. Ursaring dashed wildly, stretching out his sharp claws as he ran. It was at this time that the old smoker realized that what Galar Slowbro had hit was only the phantom of the hot cat. The real hot cat has long been blocked in front of Feng Che. I saw Hot Meow opened his mouth, and a blazing white flame spewed out of his mouth. This blazing white flame collided directly with the black flame spewed by Houndoom, and devoured all the black flames. Then, these white flames spread to Houndoom, causing Houndoom to whimper and roll around. No way, my Houndoom can take a bath in lava, but it will be burnt by the hot flames. The trainer of Houndoom suddenly widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. At this time, the hot cat has already rushed to Ursaring's side. Good chance, Ursaring, to use the arm hammer. Ursaring's trainer was overjoyed and said to Ursaring. Ursaring raised his paw, the whole paw glowing white, and it smashed hard against the heat. Just hearing a bang, suddenly there was a huge vibration on the ground. A lot of gunpowder smoke rose from the ground. After the smoke cleared, Ursaring's claws were deeply embedded in the ground. Hot Meow popped out its meat claws and used brute force against Ursaring's head. Ursaring only felt a buzzing sound in his brain, and then he fell to the ground with his eyes full of gold stars. Galar Slowbro, use teleport now. The old smoker saw that the situation was not good, and planned to take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Hot Meow slapped Galar Slowbro's head again. Teleport is broken by Hot Meow using Fake Out. Then Hot Meow's claws appeared on the neck of the old smoker. The old smoker felt Hot Meow's sharp claws pressing against his throat. The old smoker was so frightened that he shivered uncontrollably. Good man, say something well, we are civilized people. The old smoker said in a trembling voice. Hand over all your Pokemons and treasures. One of you said a piece of valuable news in exchange for your life. I'll tell if what you say is true or false. If you tell a lie, you will end up like this rock. Feng Che winked at the Hot Meow. Hot Meow raised his paw and slapped a 1-meter-high stone hard. The solid stone was torn apart at once. I said. In order to save their lives, the 3 old smokers rushed to share the secret information they knew. Not long after, Feng Che ransacked the 3 and walked out of the forest contentedly. The 3 old smokers were hung by Feng Che from a big tree near the exit of the forest. I didn't expect that the gold-filled ruins would be opened. This is a Johto region relic about unknown. When unknown get together, they can create a power comparable to a mythical beast. But it's still 2 months away from opening. I can prepare in advance, which should attract a lot of psychic covets. Feng Che thought to himself. Unknown comes together in large numbers and has the power to change the world. Sea God Cave. An alpha rune appeared on Archie's forehead. The sea monster breathed a sigh of relief. I can finally parasitize this human and go find Kyogre. And the human who looted my ocean crystal. I must find you, this little thief, strip out your soul, and suffer torment. The monster of the sea remembered that the crystal of the ocean that he had worked so hard to condense for thousands of years was looted, and he suddenly became angry. Archie, I'm going to sleep inside you for a while. During the time when I was sleeping, you must try your best to find Alpha Sapphire. This gem is the key to restoring my original strength. The sea monster told Archie repeatedly. My God, I wish to spread the glory of the sea throughout the Hoenn region. I will use all my power to help you find the trail of Alpha Sapphire. Archie's eyes showed a fanatical look. Team Rocket's headquarters office. Giovanni's recently gloomy face finally showed a smile. Haha, that old guy Damalanchi didn't expect that the Rayquaza he caught with all his effort flew away. According to the information from Feng Che, Rayquaza smashed the Sky Tower before he left. The Tower of the Sky was built by Damalanchi against all the opinions and spent a lot of money, which symbolizes Damalanchi's face. Rayquaza's move is like a slap in the face of Damalanchi. 2 big-eared photons. Go ahead and convene a meeting of senior officials to discuss the plan for the integration of the 3 holy birds. Giovanni swept away his depression and said to Secretary Mittori. Insect Forest. This is the largest forest in the Johto region, known as the lungs of Johto. There are hundreds of millions of Pokémons living here. There was an outbreak of insects at this time. Because of the favorable climate conditions, Heracross and Pinsir breed in large areas every once in a while. Heracross and Pinsir eat tree berries. Their favorite food is tree sap. This can cause huge damage to the forest. It's just that it's a little strange to the rangers that this year's outbreak is earlier than in previous years. And not only Heracross and Pinsir, but Butterfree and Beedrill are multiplying like crazy. The forest is being devoured by the insect-type Pokémon at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's why the forest ranger urgently issued a notice asking people from all walks of life to help. Invite the trainer into the Wormwood to capture Heracross and Pinsir. Abby leader, I will trouble you this time. The forest rangers respectfully spoke to Abai, who was dressed as an archaeologist, holding an insect net in his hand. Leave it all to me. I'm going to investigate the cause of the mass reproduction of the insect-type Pokémon. Bai said confidently. Except for the trainers who took the bounty quest and the famous trainers, other trainers are not allowed to enter the insect forest. This is really too dangerous. Abby said to the forest ranger. Especially the trainers who have just received Royal 3. The insect forest is too dangerous for these budding trainers. After Abby finished speaking, he stepped into the forest. Feng Che entered the insect forest early through the Blue Jay. He found that the situation in the forest of insects was more serious than expected. Bug-type Pokémon are everywhere. Caterpie, Weedle, Pinsir, Heracross are tirelessly gnawing at the forest. Caterpie and Weedle were able to evolve into Metapods and Iron-shelled Chrysalis in just a few hours. In a few hours, the Metapod and the Iron-shelled Chrysalis will be transformed into Butterfree and Beedrill. This is a bit strange. It seems that there is an unknown force that is driving the insect-type Pokémon to become extremely crazy. It's not right, I can't hear the inner voice of these Pokemon. Feng Che frowned, he could even feel the whine of the forest. Chapter 227 Price, S Obsession. The insect-type Pokemon in the insect forest may have been bewitched by an unknown force, leaving only the desire to eat and reproduce. Feng Che thought to himself. Honey Meow, do you have any special feeling? Feng Che asked towards Hot Meow. Hot Meow suddenly shook his head. Just let Scyther test it out. Come out, Scyther. Feng Che released Scyther. Scyther rushed out of the Pokeball. He felt something was wrong. Scyther, didn't I just have a full meal in the morning? Why do I feel hungry again? Scyther, why do I really want to eat tree sap? Come back, Scyther. After Feng Che heard Scyther's heartbeat, he knew that this power was only effective against insect-type Pokemon. Feng Che then activated Psychic to probe. Feng Che heard an extremely strange sound. This sound is too long and one short, very regular. Feng Che took out a laptop from the bracelet. There is something like a radar connected to the computer. This is Feng Che's specially customized equipment that can be used to collect exotic wavelengths. Sure enough, there is a peculiar wavelength of sound waves emanating from this forest. Sound waves of this wavelength can only be received by insect-type Pokemon, and ordinary people cannot hear it. It is this sound wave that is constantly stimulating the urge to eat insect-type Pokemon. This is artificial, after all, or a coincidence. Feng Che raised his legs and was about to walk deep into the forest. A group of Heracross and Pinsir suddenly appeared in front of them. Heracross is shaped like a huge unicorn, with a large horn on its forehead and tentacles on each side of the horn. It is covered with a dark blue carapace and a pair of wings on its back. Its eyes are oval-shaped and yellow, and its forearms are similar to the digging feet of unicorns, which are thicker than the hind legs, and have spikes on the wrists and thighs. The Heracross has the power to lift a fighter with ease. During the battle, Heracross will open its wings. Heracross is usually very docile, but if it is disturbed by nectar, it will mercilessly throw it away with its proud horn. These Heracross were gathered together, somewhat delirious, their eyes staring at Feng Che with scarlet eyes. There are even quite a few Heracross who have spread their wings and unleashed a million-ton horn strike in the direction of Feng Che. Feng Che used teleport to disappear in place. Only a few rumblings were heard. These Heracrosses were stuck on the ground with their hands and feet swaying, which was very funny. Isn't Heracross a very timid Pokemon? It doesn't take the initiative to attack when it sees a human. This mysterious sound wave even changed Heracross's personalities, turning them into a rage. Feng Che looked at these mad Heracross from a distance and thought to himself. At this moment, Pinsir also waved his double pliers around. Pinsir is a brown bug Pokemon with two large, aggressive mace-like horns on its head. The horns on its head have the power to break trees. It has a Machamp that can corner an opponent twice its weight and lift it with ease. The teeth in its mouth are toothbrush-shaped on the left and right, and there are 3 nails on each hand and foot. Pinsir's body becomes sluggish in cold places. Come out, Hot Meow, Frogadier, Blue Jay, Farfetch'd, Vulpix, Ice Vulpix. Feng Che released 6 Pokemon in a row. Challenge these Pokemon well, everyone. Especially Farfetch'd, I've been looking for so many opponents for you. You have to train well, otherwise, you will know the consequences. Feng Che said to Farfetch'd with a smile. Farfetch'd, I really want to thank you. Farfetch'd immediately picked up a 1-meter-long green onion and swatted the incoming Pinsir out one by one like flies. Hot Meow spewed out flames one after another, burning the rushing Pinsir into coke and fell to the ground. Frogadier rubbed a large spiral pill and threw it into the air and poured it on some Pinsirs. Then Frogadier's hands slammed hard on the ground, instantly freezing the Pinsirs into ice. The Blue Jay flapped its wings and set off a gust of wind, using the gust of wind to sweep these insect-type Pokemon into the air. Then the Blue Jay used the pecking skill, one by one, on the forehead of the insect-type Pokemon. These insect-type Pokemon fell to the ground one after another. Ice Vulpix and Vulpix cooperate with each other, using Flamethrower and Psybeam to attack Pinsir and Heracross. Your strength is really good. I'm Abby, the gym leader of Hinoki Gym. A teenager with an insect net came out from behind the tree. There were also a few leaves falling from his hair. I came here because I saw the fire soaring to the sky and worried that it would catch fire. I just saw your Pokemon's wonderful battle. Bai explained to Feng Che. My name is Feng Che, and I'm a Pokemon trainer. Feng Che smiled and nodded to Abby. After a while, this wave of Heracross and Pinsir was knocked to the ground by the windy Pokemon. Then Feng Che used Psychic to throw out the Pokeball to capture these downed Pokemon. These Pokemon, Feng Che will further screen, keep the Pokemon with good qualifications, and hand over the Pokemon with bad qualifications to do tasks. I found that in the depths of the forest, a strange sound wave is coming out, and these sound waves are controlling the insect-type Pokemon. When the insect-type Pokemon is controlled, it will have a desire to eat and reproduce. Abby leader, if the Pokemon in your hand are all bug-type Pokemon, then don't release them. Feng Che said to Abby. So it is. I happen to have a grass-type Pokemon Jumpluff. Abby released the only grass-type Pokemon Jumpluff in his hand. Jumpluff's body is blue and round, with 3 cotton balls nearly as big as his body extending from it, one on each arm, and one on top of its head. There are 3 or 4 arrowroots growing under the cotton ball on its head. Jumpluff has round feet and a small tail, and its eyes are red. Jumpluff can use its fluffy cotton spores to float in the air. The spores control its flight even in hurricane-like winds. Jumpluff is not a strong Pokemon, but it is quite suitable as a support Pokemon. Jumpluff's cotton defense can withstand most physical attacks. According to the results of my investigation, the speed of the insect-type Pokemon evolution here is extremely fast. After the Caterpie hatched from the egg, the evolution became a Metapod in less than 3 hours. Metapod made evolution into Butterfree in less than 3 hours. There was a rustling sound throughout the forest. It was the sound of a bug-type Pokemon nibbling at leaves. Feng Che said to Abby with a serious expression. It doesn't matter, we have to stop the pests first. If the infestation cannot be stopped and the forest is eroded to a certain extent, Celebi, the god of the forest, will appear to save the forest. Abby said to Feng Che calmly. So it is, I finally understand, this is the masked man price shot. Feng Che's brain suddenly crossed a shiny, connecting all the clues together. This conspiracy was orchestrated by Price. His purpose is to force Celebi out of time and space so he can capture Celebi. I remember Price trying to capture Celebi several times before he had complete control over Ho-Oh and Lokia. As a result, it was because of Celebi's special power that he easily escaped from Price's capture. As for those strange wavelengths, if I'm not mistaken, it's the instrument that Price got from Lake Rage. Feng Che thought secretly. Are you going to face Price this time? Feng Che is not yet Price's opponent. Feng Che also had considerable scruples about Price. But even if Feng Che can't beat Price, there is no problem in escaping with Psychic. Abby is there anyway. Price is afraid of being discovered, and he doesn't dare to use his true strength. Feng Che thought for a while and decided to enter the depths of the forest to meet Price. Deep in the forest, Price was looking expectantly at the pale green shrine ahead. Come on, Celebi can't take it anymore. Wong Hao, I was careless last time and didn't use the best Pokeball, so Celebi didn't catch it successfully. This time, I found the Master Ball, and I can definitely get Celebi in my bag. Price murmured. There was a large instrument beside Price, which was constantly emitting waves around it. As long as the forest is destroyed on a large scale, Celebi will not be able to sit still and come out of time and space. At that time, I will be able to fulfill my lifelong wish to save my Lapras. Price said to himself with a look of longing, talking to himself. Price's greatest wish has always been to save his Pokemon. This has even become his lifelong obsession. To this end, Price took control of Ho-Oh and Lokia at all costs. Later, Ho-Oh and Lokia were sent to kidnap the child with the talent of a trainer. Everything he did was to capture Celebi. Use Celebi's power of time and space to rescue Lapras, who once fell from the glacier. Lapras, I'll be able to see you soon, Lapras. Tears welled up in Price's eyes. No, the ice trap I set was triggered. Damn, always bothering my son at this time. Sneasel, Weavile, come on, turn the person who triggered the trap into ice cubes. Price threw it out, got 2 Pokeballs. Chapter 228 Rage, Price _ Feng Che and Abai are heading towards the depths of the forest. The forest here has been devoured by bug-type Pokemon. A large number of Butterfree and Beedrill attacked Feng Che and Abby. Damn, Butterfree and Beedrill here are crazy. Butterfree released Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Sleep Powder in the sky regardless of friend or foe. Saffron, Silver, and Purple Powder filled the sky. Not long after, a Butterfree and Beedrill, which had only been hit with 3 powders, fell to the ground. Beedrill uses Pin Missile. The number of Pin Missile is like rain. Jumpluff, use Cotton Defense. Jumpluff suddenly swelled several times, wrapping Abby in the Cotton Defense. Beedrill's Pin Missile turns Jumpluff's Cotton Defense into a hedgehog. The Windy Farfetch'd will pick up the green onions and fly to the Windy Pin Missile to smack down. Feng Che constantly used Confusion to throw Pokeballs, and collected Beedrill and Butterfree, who were incapacitated, into the Pokeballs. Although these Beedrills and Butterfrees were forced to evolve by the fluctuations created by special instruments, these Beedrills and Butterfrees can still earn rich rewards by submitting them to the Bounty Guild. At this moment, 2 icy blue rays of light were fierce. The ground hit Feng Che. Frogadier blocked the blue light with Frozen Wind. Sneasel and Weavile. When Feng Che saw clearly the 2 Pokemon who attacked him, he knew that Price couldn't hold back a little. Sneasel's body is mainly black, the tail is red, the claws are silver-white, there are golden dots on the front of the forehead and chest, and the left ear is red. Sneasel has sharp claws hidden in his fingers, and will suddenly stretch out the claws, making his opponents timid. They can also climb trees by sticking their claws into tree trunks. Weavile is always a ferocious look, with oval saffron jade inlaid on his forehead. It has a crown, neck and tail of bright red feathers, and a thin feather on each ear. The body is mainly dark gray, with red eyes, some fangs around the mouth, white palms and toes, and sharp claws. Sneasel, green aptitude, level 52. Weavile, green qualification level 58. Sneasel and Weavile were standing on a big tree, looking at Feng Che and his party coldly. Price finally sent some decent Pokemon. I asked Price to send Pokemon to attack me at the risk of revealing his identity, because Price was about to succeed. Can Price successfully capture Celebi without the GS ball? Feng Che thought with some doubts. Hot Meow, Frogadier, you 2 against Sneasel and Weavile. Sneasel, all intruders will be frozen by me, no exception. Sneasel, my favorite thing to do is to freeze humans into ice cubes. Weavile, good, let me have a good fight again. Weavile, Lord Price will soon be able to capture Celebi, and at that time, Lord Price will change the current situation of the Alliance. Sneasel and Weavile turned into 2 black streamers, rushing towards Hot Meow and Frogadier. Sneasel, a weak Pokemon like this, I don't know how much torn up, die. Sneasel flashed his claws and scratched at the Hot Meow's belly. Its sharp claws stabbed Hot Meow, but no blood gushed out. At this time, Sneasel realized that the hot cat it stabbed turned out to be a phantom. A blazing white flame fell from the sky, and Sneasel was instantly plunged into the sea of flames. Frogadier has a large amount of water gun coming out of his hand. These water guns turned into hundreds of tiny streams of water in the air, smashing them at Weavile. I saw Weavile spit out a frozen wind. These water streams condensed into tiny ice shards and stabbed Weavile, only to see Weavile waving his claws at Ice Shard. Several lines of white light flashed, and the ice shards were torn apart in the air, falling to the ground and melting into water droplets. Frogadier, this Weavile is really strong, I have to use my best moves. Frogadier moved at this time, and two long water whips appeared on its hands, and threw them in the direction of Weavile. When Weavile was about to dodge Frogadier's attack, the water whip suddenly bound Weavile to death. When Frogadier pulled the water whip fiercely, Weavile's body flew towards Frogadier involuntarily. Weavile used frozen wind directly on the water whip, and the water whip turned into ice cubes. Weavile cracked the water whip with a little force. Weavile, I can't believe that a little frog can be so strong, it seems that I have to take it seriously. Weavile is on all fours, watching Frogadier warily. It runs on the ground faster. Then the ice shards appeared from the air and smashed into Frogadier. Frogadier unleashes the water gun again. Hundreds of thousands of water guns easily penetrated the ice shard like a water dragon, smashing the ice shard into ice chips. Weavile, my purpose in making ice shard is to gradually reduce the temperature around you so that your speed is bound by the low temperature. Weavile has a sly look in his eyes as he slowly freezes Frogadier into ice cubes. Feng Che observed that very small particles of ice appeared on Frogadier's body. BHDF, so Feng Che yelled at the heat, Hot meow, use fire blast against the sky. The hot cat who was fighting Sneasel raised his head and spat out a blazing white fireball that shone brightly. Suddenly, the temperature in the forest rose sharply, and countless ice cubes on the ground melted into water. The sudden increase in temperature also made Sneasel and Weavile very uncomfortable. Sneasel and Weavile squirted Psybeam at Fire Blast at the same time. As a result, Psybeam was vaporized by the high temperature of Fire Blast before it got close to Fire Blast. Sneasel, how is this possible? The Psybeam that Weavile and I cast together was wiped out in an instant. Weavile, this is really amazing. The first time I saw Psybeam, it disappeared instantly. Sneasel and Weavile were both stunned, and the attack of Hot Meow and Frogadier also arrived. Hot Meow spewed ember, instantly igniting Hot Meow. Hot Meow is like a flame demon in hell, and the pillars of fire on her body are 3 meters high. Flame Meow slammed back with all 4 limbs, rushing in the direction of Sneasel like a hot wheel. Wherever he passed, a raging fire was ignited. This is Fire Meow's energy-storing flame attack. Frogadier summoned the Great King Spiral Pill and threw it in Weavile's direction. Sneasel couldn't dodge, and was hit by Hot Meow's accumulating fire. Weavile used Slash to split the Dewang Spiral Pill in 2. A large amount of fresh water poured out, and Weavile was washed by the current and hit the trunk of a large tree. Frogadier then slapped the ground hard and Weavile was frozen in ice. At this moment, Hot Meow and Frogadier burst out the white light of evolution at the same time. But this white light was quickly suppressed by Hot Meow and Frogadier. They knew very well that Feng Che had helped them find a suitable place for evolution. Only in that place evolution will they achieve the most perfect evolution. The deepest part of the forest. Price looked at Celebi who had disappeared, the back of his hand burst with blue veins, and secretly smashed his fist against the tree. Failed again, how can Celebi be conquered by Pokeball? Is there no way I can achieve my lifelong wish? Price was very annoyed. Even Master Ball couldn't capture Celebi. Price found that even if he knocked down Celebi, there was no way to capture him. No, there must be a way. It's just that special props are needed to capture Celebi. Price comforted silently in his heart. Those 2 little guys failed too, it's time to leave. Price snapped his fingers and the Delibird opened its huge bag and placed a special instrument in it. Celebi, we'll see you again, and I'll definitely find a way to get you. Next, I'm going to get my little cutie back. After seeing Feng Che knocking Sneasel and Weavile down, Abby looked very nervous. Just when Abby was about to ask, the sky was suddenly filled with a white mist. A masked man emerged from the depths of the forest. So it's you, the little guy again. You've ruined my plans several times. I remember you. Price recognized Feng Chei's breath. But I'm not in a good mood today, and I don't really want to let you two go. If you can take this move, I'll let you go. If you can't take it, there's nothing you can do. Price rage waved his hand, and a huge iceberg appeared in the air. Enjoy my gift. My majesty is not something you can offend. Ha 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 ha. Price left here after a burst of laughter. Let's run away. Such a big iceberg is not something we can resist. Abai looked at the giant iceberg that covered the sky and said to Feng Chei nervously. Chapter 229 Celebi's Gift. No, we can't just walk away. Look at the Pokemon in the forest. Even if we manage to avoid the iceberg, how could we just ignore these innocent Pokemon dying in vain? Feng Chei pointed to a pile of insect-type Pokemon frozen on the ground. Abby suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, even if he escaped, he still can't escape the condemnation of his conscience. Everyone, come out. Feng Chei raised his hand and released all Pokemon. Our goal this time is to smash this iceberg in the air. Although it is very risky, I hope everyone can support me. There are still a lot of insect-type Pokemon frozen in the ice. Please use your strongest attack to attack this iceberg. Let's work together. Feng Chei saw that all the Pokemon looked at him firmly, without the slightest idea of retreating, and couldn't help feeling infinite joy and pride in his heart. Venusaur, use Grassy Terrain, then Solar Beam. Zeraora, brew Plasma Fists, target Venusaur where you use Solar Beam. Ditto, use Split Off, transform into Zeraora, use Plasma Fists. Farfetch'd, Scyther, you two use Slash Skills. Aerodactyl, Gyarados, you two use the Hyper Beam. Frogadier, you use the Sailor Shuriken. Hot Meow, Vulpix, you two use the Flamethrower to melt these frozen Pokemon. Save as many Pokemon as you can. Blue Jay, use Brave Bird. Feng Chei gave a series of instructions to his Pokemon. Okay, I'm here to help too. Come out, my Pokemon. Abby released his own Pokemon Scizor, Queen Bee, Heracross, Pinsir, Yanmega, Ninjask. Abby instructs his Pokemon to rescue the frozen Pokemon in the forest. Extremely powerful pale green light erupted from Venusaur, and grassy terrain instantly enveloped the nearby forest. Part of the bug-type Pokemon that was frozen in the ice gradually recovered. The Pokemon then broke free from the ice on their own and recovered under the influence of grassy terrain. After they break free from the ice, follow Hot Meow and Vulpix to helping hand the other frozen Pokemon. Venusaur fired 5 solar beams in a row. Gyarados and Aerodactyl followed, and 2 thick hyper beams flew out. I only heard the sound of rumbling, and suddenly an unfathomable crack appeared in the huge iceberg. Very good, it works, Zeraora, using Plasma Fists. Ditto split into 2 avatars and later became Zeraora. They imitate Zeraora, splash high, and use Plasma Fists against the huge fissure. Thousands of saffron-colored fist marks fell on the iceberg. Saffron-colored arcs are spreading across the iceberg. There was only a crackling sound, and the saffron-colored fist prints were printed on the iceberg, and the cracks in the iceberg became wider. But Zeraora's punch also drained Zeraora's stamina. Ditto's 2 clones collapsed. Ditto turned into a puddle of ooze and fell from the air. They all took the time to restore their stamina through the grassy terrain in Venusaur. Blue Jay used Brave Bird on a huge iceberg. The air armor covered the Blue Jay, and the Blue Jay slammed into the iceberg. Brave Bird's attack adds to the cracks in the iceberg. But that's not enough. The iceberg continues to fall. After using the Brave Bird, the Blue Jay also fell from the air. Farfetch'd uses 2 skills, Swords Dance and Focus Energy. Suddenly, Feng Chei handed a jug of wine to Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, it's up to you this time, we can't easily give up the lives of Pokemon in the forest. Feng Chei said to Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd grabbed the bottle and drank it with a few sips. Farfetch'd slammed the bottle hard on the ground. Then Farfetch'd burst out with a lot of black energy. It picked up the green onions, and the fighting energy in the body kept pouring into the green onions. Gaga, let the horse come over. Farfetched's hand has grown to 3 meters high. Farfetch'd used all his strength to slash at the crack of the iceberg. With just one click, Farfetched's entire body was exhausted. But Farfetch'd still hasn't let go. It lifted the green onion that weighed thousands of pounds and attacked again. This time, the crack became deeper, but the iceberg still did not fully crack. Farfetch'd, that's enough, you've done a good job, don't force yourself. Feng Che shouted to Farfetch'd. The Pokemon in the forest were shouting at Farfetch'd, as if cheering for Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd suddenly felt a shred of power gushing out of his body. Farfetch'd raised the green onion tremblingly and hit the giant iceberg with his final blow. With just a bang, cracks spread around the entire iceberg. The iceberg is about to break apart. At this moment, a green figure made a brave bird towards the iceberg. Feng Che took a closer look and saw that it was Rowlet, who had been sleeping for a long time. I saw Rowlet pierce the entire iceberg like an arrow from the string. Immediately, the iceberg was torn apart, turning into fine pieces of ice and falling to the ground. Farfetch'd nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Farfetch'd, at a critical moment, my limelight was robbed by the sleepy kid. Robbed. Farfetch'd sat down on the ground, the white light of evolution emitting from him. Ooh, this duck just hit the key 3 times, and it has evolved under the emotion. Feng Che was also speechless. At this moment, Rowlet landed in Feng Che's arms from the sky. Rowlet fell into a deep sleep after exhausting his energy. At this moment, a silver bell-like laughter sounded. Feng Che looked up and saw that it was Celebi. Celebi is a green Pokemon. Its head is round and converges in an arc at the back of the head. It has green tentacles with blue tips on its forehead, pale blue eyes with thick black circles, round toeless feet and 3-fingered hands. Celebi has 2 pairs of transparent wings on its back. Celebi is able to travel through time and bring life to the places it reaches. It is able to resurrect dead companions and has the ability to purify. I saw Celebi smiling and looking at Feng Che. Ellipsis. For flowers. It flew around in the air, shed a faint green light, and landed on the windy Pokemon. At the same time, a green ball of light landed on the back of Feng Che's hand. Feng Che suddenly felt as if he could understand what Pokemon said. This is the power of Viridian. I was given the power of Viridian by Celebi. Hello, brave trainer, this is a gift from the forest, thank you for standing up when the forest is in danger. Celebi said to Feng Che. Take advantage of this power. Just as Celebi was about to penetrate the ripples of time and space, Feng Che suddenly stopped Celebi. Wait, Celebi, I want to ask, my Rowlet is unusually lethargic. Can you see what's wrong with this Rowlet? Feng Che held Rowlet and asked Celebi. Celebi put his hand on Rowlet's forehead. After some probing, Celebi shook his head. The result of my inspection is that this Rowlet is healthier than the average grass-type Pokemon. It has a lot of herbal origin in it. I suggest you go to the Sinnoh region to find Yuan's house. Shaman, the patron saint of the Yuan family, is my good friend, and the realm of life it controls is a good healer. Maybe it will help you see what's wrong with Rowlet. Celebi said to Feng Che. Then Celebi fell into the ripples of time and space. Sinnoh region. New Moon Island and Full Moon Island are also in Sinnoh region. It seems that I must find time to visit Sinnoh region. Feng Che thought secretly. Celebi's gift also speeds up Farfetched's evolution. Not long after, a Sirfetch'd appeared in front of Feng Che. The Sirfetch'd is similar in appearance to the Farfetch'd, but with white feathers, and the markings of the Farfetch'd period have become thicker, like linked eyebrows. Sirfetch'd holds a stalk-shaped sword and a shield of scallion leaves in both hands. Sirfetch'd wields sharp stalks like spears in battle, and thick scallions are used as shields. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Sirfetch'd close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic, cyan. Characteristic. Sharp eyes. Open black lens bracket level. 55 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Fighting. Skills. Peck, sand attack, glare, continuous slash, ii slash, aerial ace, air cutter, knock off, till, slash, swords dance, air slash, leaf blade, agility, brave bird, night slash, roost, meteor assault. Open black lens bracket status. Just evolution close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Sirfetch'd with the characteristics that it will become stronger when you drink. The more alcohol you drink, the stronger the fighting power of Sirfetch'd. Close black lens bracket. Sirfetch'd at level 55. Not bad, this is probably the highest level Pokemon I've ever had. Finally got a gym level Pokemon. Now Sirfetch'd should be able to challenge the quasi-elite Pokemon. Feng Che looked at the high-spirited Sirfetch'd with satisfaction. While Sirfetch'd was eager to challenge his comrades, Feng Che included Sirfetch'd in the Pokeball. Everyone, come back, thank you for your hard work. Feng Che took all the Pokemon back into the Pokeball. When Feng Che was about to go back, a group of Beedrills fell from the sky. And Chapter 230-Insect Catching Contest. Ditto is showing off again. Please subscribe. Ask for flowers. Monthly pass. These swarming Beedrills brought Feng Che a lot of honey. Butterfree danced happily in the sky. These Pokemon seem to express their gratitude to Feng Che and Feng Che. Feng Che, there's a bug catcher meeting recently. Would you like to participate? It's in Azalea Town. Abby warmly invited Feng Che. Okay, I'm very interested in insect crystals. The Pokemon that Feng Che wants to cultivate is Scyther, and Feng Che wants Scyther evolution to become Scizor. In addition to the ultra-pure iron in Feng Che's hands, he also lacked enough insect crystals. It would be even better if this worm crystal was condensed by the strong of Scyther. Feng Che, you want Scyther to complete the evolution, right? The crystal of the insects in this insect catching competition was condensed by the strong Scizor, and I excavated it during the archaeology. Abby saw Feng Che's intention and said enthusiastically, the bug catching competition will officially start in 3 days. This is the invitation letter for the insect catching contest. With the invitation letter, you can directly qualify for the insect catching contest. Abby took out a golden invitation card from his backpack and said to Feng Che, good. After Feng Che accepted the invitation, he walked towards the direction of 063, in the forest. At this time, Feng Che received a message from Sabrina. Sabrina, Chief Giovanni decided to attack the Union after a month. Sabrina, Boss Giovanni wants you to improve your strength as soon as possible. Feng Che, alright, Lord Sabrina. It seems that Giovanni is still cautious. If it were me, I wouldn't be attacking the League so soon. Because Rayquaza escaped, Damalanchi's plan ultimately failed, and Damalanchi broke with the 4 elites again. Damalanchi will definitely give up the Alliance members stationed in other cities, and will stick to the Quartz Alliance. So if Giovanni attacked at this time, he would be desperately resisted by Damalanchi. If Lance Crossing starts a rebellion at this time, Lance Crossing will become a division of justice. I should find an opportunity to persuade Lance Crossing to let Lance Crossing not launch a rebellion in such a hurry, and be sure to seize the opportunity. Use the name of Team Rockets to clear the cancer of these aristocratic families. Feng Che secretly said thought. Mount Silver. Lance Crossing was practicing here, and the 2 Dragonites joined forces to attack the Dragonite beside Lance Crossing. I saw that the 2 Dragonites sent out a powerful Dragon Pulse, but they were slapped away by the Dragonite beside Lance Crossing. Dragonite, use extreme speed. Lance Crossing shouted at Dragonite. I saw Dragonite appear in front of 2 Dragonites in an instant, and used Dragon Claw on Dragonite. Those 2 Dragonites were knocked down by Lance Crossing's Dragonite in an instant. Okay, let's end today's training. Lance Crossing is also a little hesitant now. How to launch a rebellion, and how to get the best results. Lance Crossing doesn't have the answer yet. So Lance Crossing avoided Lorelei, avoided Agatha. A person secretly came to the depths of Mt. Silver to practice. Just then, Lance Crossing's communicator rang. Lance Crossing opened the communicator to see what happened recently in Johto region. Rayquaza ran away. Well run, how can a level 1 god be controlled by a human? Lance Crossing murmured. I didn't expect that Malanki's city was so deep, and such an important action was not disclosed. If Rayquaza hadn't run away, it is estimated that our rebellion would have been a joke. Our most powerful Dragon Legion will definitely fail under the pressure of the dragon god Rayquaza. Lance Crossing said with emotion. But Rayquaza is gone, and the 3 birds are in the hands of Team Rockets again. Damarancy must have panicked this time. Lance Crossing smiled. Then Lance Crossing saw another piece of news. A huge iceberg appeared in the insect forest. Breakthrough by a mysterious trainer. Lance Crossing read the news carefully, and his pupils contracted. He saw a blue bird appear in the photo. This blue bird is very familiar. It seems to be the blue jay of Fengche. Could it be that Fengche also came to Johto region? It's just right, this time I want to test Fengche's tone. Let's see if I can pull Fengche to my camp. A genius pharmacist and genius nurturing everyone. If you are willing to work for me, this rebellion is already 70% sure. Lance Crossing took back the 2 Dragonites that were defeated. Then Lance Crossing rolled over and sat on Dragonite's back. Go, Dragonite, go to Azalea Town. The Worm Forest is near Azalea Town. Fengche should not have gone far. Lance Crossing said to Dragonite. Azalea Town is an isolated town just south of the Johto region. The town is famous for the old Orberg who live in the northwest corner of the town. Old Orberg can make different Pokeballs out of holly forest fruit. In addition, there are some famous attractions in Azalea Town, such as the Well of Slowpoke. Azalea Town is Slowpoke. Here, Slowpoke holds lofty status. Azalea Town is backed by a forest, with abundant insect resources. The annual insect catching conference can suppress the surge in the number of powerful Pokémon, attract trainers and tourists, and increase the economy of Azalea Town. When Fengche came to the door of Azalea Town, he saw a huge balloon floating into the air. Countless fireworks exploded in the air making a puff sound. I'm so excited, the bug hunt in Azalea Town is about to start. It is said that there are excellent insect-type Pokémon in Azalea Town. Abby's Pokémon is so powerful because it is backed by the forest of Azalea Town. This time the first place can even get the Insect Crystal, which is the insect-type Pokémon. A dream treasure. Everyone was talking about it. The venue for the insect hunting conference is in the heart of the city in Azalea Town. Here are gathered insect catchers from all over the world. Hello everyone, I'm the mayor of Azalea Town. Everyone calls me hard-working Old Huck. A middle-aged man in his 50s in casual clothes appeared on the summit stage. He is not tall and a little fat, but his eyes are bright and his voice is loud. This insect catching contest is a grand event held by our Azalea Town. The prizes of the competition include the insect crystal provided by Mr. Abby, the gym leader, and the handmade Pokeball carefully crafted by the old man Orberg. Insect Pokemon analyzes and gives a score. Only one Pokemon can be used to attack bug Pokemon in this match. The entire competition will be tracked by drones. Once we find a player who violates the rules of the competition, we will disqualify him from the competition. Okay, now the bug hunting conference officially starts. Please go to the staff to pick up the Safari Ball. Only the bug-type Pokemon captured by the Safari Ball will be recognized by the jury. Old Huck said to the many contestants. Bug contest, what Pokemon should I catch? Heracross and Pinsir, I've got it. Butterfree and Beedrill are too common. Even if they are conquered, it will be very difficult to win the first place. Forget it, let's go to the insect forest to see what kind of Pokemon there are. I can pick a strong man out of a short man. Fengche took the Pokeball from the staff and walked towards the forest. Feng Che had just walked into the forest. When he looked up, he saw pineco covered with treetops. Pineco is similar to a hazelnut, and the color is mainly grayish dark green. Its exterior consists of layers of hard scales that spread upward. Between the top two scales is a pair of red eyes. There is a stalk on the top, like a protruding spine. Pineco is also a Pokemon unique to Johto region. Its evolution type Forretress is an insect plus steel Pokemon. Feng Che suddenly discovered that there was a saffron-colored pineco in the high treetops. Pineco of different colors, this can be sold for a sky-high price. Feng Che looked up at the drone that was monitoring him, secretly put his hand into his pocket, and released Ditto. Ditto, did you see that saffron-colored pineco hanging on the treetops? You split up a clone and took the Pokeball to subdue pineco. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy. Ditto glanced at pineco, and suddenly his body wriggled to separate a smaller pink clone. Then the clone turned into a dark green pineco, and ran to the saffron-colored hazel 3.5 fruit ball one after another. This golden pineco was wondering why there was a dark green pineco beside him. I saw that the dark green pineco's body suddenly glowed and heated, and there was a violent explosion. I'm going, Ditto, you bastard, and you're doing shit again. The explosion is actually used in the forest where pineco lives. What's waiting for us is a series of explosion. Feng Che saw that many pineco were awakened by the explosion. Then the pineco suddenly emitted a strong white light. Just hear the boom boom. There were continuous explosions in the forest. What unlucky bastard entered the forest area of pineco and made so many pineco explode? Old Huck muttered. He wasn't worried about the trainer's safety at all. Pineco in Pineco Forest has been cleaned by Abby. There is no strong pineco in it. And under the protection of contestant Pokemon, the trainer suffered a minor injury at most. I saw that Feng Che took Ditto and ran quickly into the depths of the forest. Feng Che also had a Pokeball in his hand, which contained the saffron-colored pineco. Chapter 231-Treasure Bug Pokemon. Another part of the forest. An old man in an archaeological suit is watching a parasect in the forest. Although this parasect grows very well, the parasect is too ordinary, so I can't get the champion of the insect trapping conference. I don't know if the trap I laid before will pay off. The old man moved towards the depths of the forest. Walk around. He had laid a trap in the depths of the forest a few days earlier. He is now going to the trap to see if there is a powerful bug-type Pokemon that falls into the trap. A young lady in a white lace dress held an umbrella, and beside her was a Leavanny. Leavanny has a beige body and bright red eyes. The tops of the two tentacles on the head are half-moon shaped, and the whole body is wrapped in clothes made of leaves. The ends of the hand leaves are like knives, with semicircular notches, and the torso is slender. Leavanny is able to stitch leaves together to make clothes using the sharp blades in her hands and sticky threads spit out of her mouth. The sticky thread also has the function of constricting enemy targets and blocking their actions. In addition, Leavanny also has the ability to provide warmth to hatching eggs by fermenting fallen leaves to generate thermal energy. Leavanny is quite a loving Pokemon. It sees lost Pokemon eggs in the wild and brings them back to the den, where the woven leaf-like clothes helping hand Pokemon eggs hatch. Leavanny, there are ordinary insect type 17 Pokemon around here. Let's take a look inside. The importance of this worm crystal is related to the cultivation of my main Pokemon. The lady in the lace skirt said to Leavanny. A man dressed as a ninja is walking through the forest. An Ariados is following him through the forest. If Feng Che sees this person, he will recognize this person as Pillar of Insects. Ariados, there are not two rare Pokemon here, let's go deeper into the forest. The insect pillar said to Ariados. Feng Che searched in the forest, but couldn't find a suitable Pokemon. Just when Feng Che was a little disheartened, Feng Che saw a group of Spupa gather together and emit the white light of evolution. Spupa looks like a bug wrapped in fluff. Its head is round and consists of gray and brown, with red, yellow, and gray powder on its white body. Although it doesn't look like a chrysalis, Spupa is still a type of chrysalis. Its head is very similar to the head of the scatterbug period, and the pattern on the body is still square. Spupa's body is hard, and normal attacks cannot hurt it. It also wields powder for defense. When Spupa is attacked by an enemy, the hairs all over his body stand up sharply to scare the enemy. Spupa's evolution is fast and the fastest Pokemon in the Pokemon World evolution. And Spupa's evolution type Vivillon has more than 24 different patterns, so maybe there will be a suitable Pokemon in there. Feng Che thought secretly. After a while, Vivillon emerged from the cocoon one by one. Vivillon resembles a real-world butterfly in appearance. They have beautiful wings and long tentacles, and their eyes have the same square shape as before evolution. Vivillon flaps its wings to spread scale powder, or cause strong winds to attack enemies. The scale powder it attaches to the wings releases a very special flavor. It is said that smelling this smell will make the whole person very relaxed. Feng Che saw that most of these Vivillons were ordinary patterns, such as garden patterns, courtyard patterns, and continental patterns. Only a slightly larger Vivillon gave Feng Che a fresh look. This is the Vivillon of the sun pattern. Feng Che looked at this Vivillon with a dazzling orange pattern like the sun, and secretly rejoiced. Once Vivillon fights, the scale powder on Vivillon falls, and the value of Vivillon will be greatly reduced. This Vivillon can only be captured with my superb throwing skills. Feng Che threw the Pokeball towards Vivillon. Oh my god, there is such a precious Vivillon. The staff in charge of manipulating the drone suddenly spoke up. Wow, Vivillon of the sun pattern, this one can be sold for 100 million Alliance coins. I remember that a Vivillon with an ice garden pattern was sold at the recent Alliance auction, and it sold for a sky-high price of 80 million Alliance coins. The sun pattern is more expensive. Developed, this person is really developed. The staff were all talking. But this person doesn't seem to plan to use the Pokemon battle method to conquer the sun-patterned Vivillon. Once the battle, the scales of this Vivillon will be scattered, and its value will be greatly reduced. But no matter how you use Pokeball, Vivillon will definitely drop scale powder when the Pokeball hits. The staff continued to discuss. The next second, I saw that Pokeball easily included Vivillon in it, and then Pokeball shook it 3 times, and the Pokeball suddenly went out. It worked. Feng Che put away the Pokeball. This Vivillon with a sun pattern should allow me to win the champion of this insect catching competition. Feng Che took Pokeball towards Azalea Town. Okay, now all the players have returned from the forest. Next we will start the appreciation session. We will organize the judges to give a comprehensive score to the captured Pokemon. Old Huck said to everyone. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, we will use the form of blind judging, and we will not reveal which player captured the Pokemon until the result is scored. Then the Pokeballs were lifted up one by one. Recognize. Accurate. If. Water. First. Fa. Steal. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. I saw Old Huck put a Pokeball on the detection device, and at the same time, this Pokemon appeared on the big screen of Azalea Town. This is a Beedrill. Then the screen displays Beedrill's various data, as well as a full range of 3D images. Haha, we also specially purchased this instrument this year. This instrument can fully show everyone the Pokemon captured by the players. Old Huck introduced. This is an extremely well-developed Beedrill, and this Beedrill also used tricks in the capture process. It should be a Pokemon with sleep powder to put this Beedrill into sleep. Abby commented on this Beedrill. In the end, the judges gave the Beedrill a high score of 84 after discussion. Well, this Beedrill got 84 points. Haha, let me move on to the next Pokemon. Old Huck said with a smile. The next few Pokemons are pretty ordinary. Spinarak, Lediva, Paris. These Pokemon gave 26, 28, 24 points respectively. When the judges were a little bored, the sudden appearance of a Pokemon cheered the judges up. This is an extremely beautiful. Beautifly is cute, with a black and gray body, aqua blue compound eyes and a pair of gorgeous wings. The base color of the wings is black, with the texture of yellow making up the majority, followed by red and blue. Beautifly has tubular mouthparts for sucking pollen and other organisms, bodily fluids. This Beautifly is extremely beautiful, and when the trainer caught Beautifly, he should have used silk to bind the Beautifly. So Beautifly's scale powder did not drop a lot of 063. This is a very valuable Beautifly, Abby gave comments. In the end, the Beautifly got a high score of 92 points and successfully suppressed Beedrill. HMPH, beautiful, which I captured so hard, won't lose. The pillar of insects snorted coldly. The next review fell into a low ebb. A few more unremarkable Pokemon passed. Suddenly, a Vivian with Ice-Iris pattern appeared in front of everyone. Wow, this is such a rare Vivian. It's so noble and elegant, like a muse in the sky. I even felt the snow-like scales on its wings. Vi excitedly said. However, the way it was caught was a bit rough, with some worm threads on the edges of the wings. So, unfortunately, I have to deduct some points. Abby then added a sentence. In the end, the Vivian was rated 96 points, topping the list. Haha, my Vivian is so good, I easily got the highest score. The lady in the lace skirt laughed softly. Finally waited for the windy Vivian. A saffron-colored Vivian appeared on the big screen. The eyes of everyone present were focused on Vivian. It's really rare in the world. There is such a perfect saffron Vivian. I can see the sun's rays on this Vivian. Vi pushed his glasses excitedly and said. The capture is also quite perfect, without touching a single scale of Vivian. This is the perfect Vivian. Vi nodded again and again, giving a high evaluation. Finally, after deliberation, the judges unanimously gave a full score of 100 points. Chapter 232 _ The two who fished laughed awkwardly. Okay, next, it's the battle of the insect-type Pokemon. The purpose of our insect catching contest is to tell everyone that insect Pokemon is not only beautiful, but also very strong. Trainers who have challenged Abby Gym should know that Abby Leader can use Metapod to defeat many Pokemons that have finalized evolution. So beautiful bug-type Pokemon are also very powerful Pokemon. Because of time constraints, we will only invite the top 4 players to compete for the first place crown. The prize for the first place is the Crystal of the Insect, which is a crystal from the birth of the super strong insect overlord. The prize for the second place is 2 Pokeballs made by Mr. Orberg, the most famous master craftsman in the Pokemon world. The prize for third place is a Pokeball made by Mr. Orberg. The top 4 players can all take away their own bug-type Pokemon. Old Huck said to everyone in the audience. Okay, now I have to ask the trainers to train the Pokemon they have captured. We'll be back here for a Pokemon battle in an hour. Old Huck said to everyone present. Like this, in order to win the insect crystal, I have to train Vivian well. Feng Che started the system and checked Vivian. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Vivian, sun pattern, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic, cyan. Characteristic. Compound eyes. Open black lens bracket level, 22 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Insect plus flight. Skills. Aerial ace, air cutter, insect resistance, gust, psybeam, supersonic, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, draining kiss, sunny day, solar beam, bug buzz, safeguard, storm, silver wind. Open black lens bracket status. Just evolution close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an extremely rare Vivian with a sun pattern. Bring it back to the breeding house and cultivate it well. Maybe more rare Vivians can be cultivated. Close black lens bracket. The system means that I can also breed more Vivians. Looks like I'll have to find a better Vivian to breed. When Feng Che subdued Vivian at that time, it was purely because this Vivian looked good. He didn't expect this Vivian, qualifications to be so high. Okay, Vivian, you try to use your skills and let me see your abilities. Feng Che took Vivian to the depths of the forest and looked at a passing Ledian and said. Ledian is a Pokemon that looks a bit like Fairy. It has two pairs, but the front end is white, and it also has a pair of feet with red shoes. It has a pair of black tentacles, its pupils are blue, and its eyes are white. It has the same wings as the ladybug, but with two black spots on each wing. Vivian flapped his wings, and two wings immediately appeared under the wings. Vivian's speed suddenly increased a lot, and it directly intercepted Ledian who wanted to fly away. Rage when he saw that there was a Vivian blocking his way in front of him. Ledian directly waved his small fist and used the Mach Punch, throwing his fist at Vivian. Vivian flashed an aerial ace behind Ledian and used the air cutter at Ledian. The palm-sized air cutter hit Ledian in the direction. The Ledian's reflexes are also quite agile, using the Mach Punch to evade the air cutter's attack. Mach Punch can still be used like this, which is really eye-opening for me. Ledian's fists exploded in a saffron-colored arc, and it used Thunder Punch on Vivian. Vivian flapped his wings, and a milky shield appeared, blocking Ledian's attack. Then a whirlwind of silvery white emanated from Vivian's body, blowing towards Ledian. Ledian was swept up in the silver-white whirlwind, and fell into a coma after a whirlwind. Very good, this Vivian's talent is very strong. After I help Vivian to recuperate, its strength can be improved. Feng Che took out various potions from the wristband, preparing to improve Vivian in all aspects. Although these medicines can't be effective immediately, they can also play a certain role in boosting. Feng Che thought to himself. In another grove, Doris, the lady in the lace dress, was kicking on the tree trunk and venting her anger at a small tree. Damn, I'm really upset that someone has caught a better Vivian than me. It would be nice to have that Vivian, though. Doris rolled her eyes and smiled. Although my Vivian is also a rare insect-type Pokemon, it is far less valuable than that Vivian with a sun pattern. I'm going to find a way to get that sun-patterned Vivian under my bag. The value of that sun-patterned Vivian is more than double the value of my Vivian. That Vivian is equivalent to a hen that lays golden eggs. As long as we get that Vivian, our family may breed more Vivians with sun patterns. This is a lucrative business. Doris laughed wildly. At this time, the Pillar of Insects was also very annoyed. He thought he had caught a standout beauty, and champion was a certainty. Unexpectedly, two Cheng Yaojin were also killed, which made the insect pillar extremely annoyed. But Vivian with the sun pattern, if this can plunder Team Rocket's, it's a hen that lays golden eggs. Thinking of this, Insect Pilar's heart suddenly boiled with enthusiasm. This game mechanism, I can't know who is the trainer of the sun pattern Vivian until the battle. I'll have to see who the trainer of the sun-patterned Vivian is then. Insect Pillar thought secretly. After an hour, Feng Che saw the sun-patterned Vivian whose speed was doubled, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, sun-patterned Vivian. Feng Che recalled the sun-patterned Vivian. Let's play well later. At this time, the staff found Feng Che and asked Feng Che to draw lots. Feng Che came to the lottery place, and after seeing the Pillar of Insects, he was suddenly stunned. Why is the Pillar of Insects here? That Beedrill was captured by Pillar of Insects. Feng Che remembered Beedrill of the Pillar of Insects on Dead Island. Feng Che Superior, why is he here? What Pokemon did he capture? As soon as the Insect Pillar raised his head, he also looked at Feng Che with a surprised look on his face. Isn't he supposed to be in the Kanto region? Why did he suddenly arrive here? Touched the fish, looked at each other tacitly and smiled awkwardly. Feng Che saw that the number card he had drawn was number 4, while the number card of Insect Pillar was number 3. Okay, the top 4 have been divided into groups this time, and the player who draws number 1 will play against the number 2 player. Player 3 versus Player 4. Quote. Old Harker announced the results of the draw. The first place in this battle will get 30 points, the second place will get 20 points and the third place will get 10 points. Everyone is ready, this game is about to start. Feng Che and Insect Pillar walked to the competition venue and stood opposite each other. Come out, beautiful. Insect Pillar throws out the Pokeball. Come out, Vivian. Feng Che released the sun pattern Vivian. The moment the sun pattern Vivian rushed out of the Pokeball, saffron-colored scaly powder was emitted. Saffron-colored scale powder shone golden in the sun and was extremely dazzling. The sun pattern Vivian is like a fairy bathed in the sun, like a dream. All the spectators present gave a sharp growl. It's really amazing, sun pattern Vivian. This is a very rare Pokemon, and there is not a single sun patterned Vivian out of 10 million Vivians. This Vivian is like a hen that lays golden eggs. As long as you hold it firmly in your hand, and use this Vivian for breeding, there should be a certain probability that the offspring will be Vivian with sun patterns. Everyone was talking about it. There are many Vivian lovers in the world of Pokemon. They pride themselves on collecting Vivians with rare patterns. To this end, Vivian enthusiasts can buy this sun pattern Vivian at a sky-high price. After knowing that Feng Che had such a rare Pokemon in his hands, many audience members in the audience secretly thought about it and planned to win this Vivian with a sun pattern through friendly negotiation. Beautiful, use Quiver Dance, then Silver Wind. The Pillar of Insects was the first to issue an order. Vivian, use Quiver Dance, and then use Air Cutter. Feng Che said calmly. Beautifly and Vivian dance in the air. Silver-gray powder fell from Beautifly's body. Then the silver-gray powder floated in the air. Beautifly quickly created a gust of wind, and the silver-gray powder shone at Vivian with a silver-white light. Vivian flapped his wings and easily dodged Beautifly's attack. Then, densely packed air cutter spread all over the sky. These air cutters blasted toward Beautiful like arrows off the string. Beautiful, use the storm. The Pillar of Insects ordered quickly. Beautifly flaps its wings, forming a giant twister. Twister got Air Cutter into it. Air Cutter collided with each other in Twister, dissipating in the air. Insect Pillars are really good at insect Pokemon. But my Vivian knows more than these tricks. Vivian, use the storm. Feng Che calmly ordered. Vivian flapped his wings, and two huge twisters swept away in the direction of Beautiful. Crap. The Pillar of Insects suddenly changed drastically. This Vivian, who has just been captured, how can it have such a strong power? It can manipulate the storm to the same extent as Pidgeot. The Insect Pillar murmured with a look of surprise. Chapter 233 _ The Duel Between Ice and Fire. Beautifly, use Solar Beam. Insect Pillar gritted his teeth, trying to defeat Vivian with Solar Beam. Haha, Vivian, help Beauty, use Sunny Day. Feng Che said with a smile. Vivian flapped his wings, which shone with golden light like the sun. Saffron-colored scale powder scattered in the air, exuding a radiance. On the battlefield a gleam of gold. Vivian danced gracefully, leaving strands of dazzling golden threads wherever it passed. A basketball-sized sunny day was thrown into the sky by Vivian. This little sun radiates infinite heat. Although I don't know why Feng Che Superior suddenly let Vivian use Sunny Day. But thanks to Feng Che Superior, my beauty can accelerate the power of Solar Beam. I really want to thank you this time, Feng Che Superior. The Pillar of Insects said secretly. Vivian, use Solar Beam. Before Pillar of Insects could understand, Feng Che immediately ordered. Absorb Sunny Day is on every wing of Vivian. 4 ping-pong ball-sized saffron chromospheres formed out of Vivian's wings. Then the ball of light grew bigger and bigger, and finally formed 4 beams of light that blasted towards Beautiful. No, that's not true. How can this Vivian condense the power of Solar Beam so quickly? It's obviously the Solar Beam that Beautifly used first. The Pillar of Insects couldn't believe his eyes. I saw these 4 beams of light fell on Beautifly's body. Beautifly was instantly submerged under the golden light. With a smell of burning protein, Beautifly fell to the ground, 063's body twitching. The cylinder of insects was ashes as death, with a depressed expression on his face. He didn't expect that he would still lose to Feng Che in the Pokemon battle. Feng Che was simply his nemesis. Challenger 4 wins. The referee present blew his whistle and decided that Feng Che had won. Several people gathered in the audience and whispered. Did you see the speed at which the Vivian condensed the solar beam? It's too fast. A normal Vivian can't do this. I once captured a Vivian with green aptitude, and in terms of the speed of flight and the speed of its unique moves, it is not as good as the Vivian in front of me. Could it be that this Vivian is a Pokemon with cyan aptitude? Bigger. There is a certain probability that the offspring of a Pokemon with cyan qualification will be a Pokemon with cyan qualification. If it is a Pokemon with cyan qualification, it can also give birth to Vivian with a sun pattern. My darling, this is not going to give birth. The hen with the golden egg, this is the golden Ho-Oh. The people in the audience looked at the Vivian with burning eyes. A cyan qualified Pokemon, even a Caterpie, can fetch sky-high prices on the black market. Not to mention the cyan qualified sun pattern Vivian. That's absolutely priceless. Oh, that sun patterned Vivian seems to be a Pokemon with cyan qualifications. I must get this champion and this cyan qualified Pokemon. That way my position in the family will be extraordinary. Liz clenched her fists. Okay, players number 1 and number 2 have also won the match. Player number 2, BHDF, won the victory with the Ice-Iceris pattern Vivian. The referee announced the result of another battle. Next, it's our most crucial battle, which will determine the ownership of champion. This battle is also the most anticipated and wonderful battle. Let me wait and see. The host, Old Huck, said with high spirits. Then the match between player 2 and player 4 begins. Old Huck officially announced the start of the game. Just when Old Huck was about to step aside, the young lady Doris looked sharply at Feng Che. Do you dare to make a bet with me this time? The person who wins the game will not only get the crystal of the insect, but also the Vivian of the other side. How? Doris said to Feng Che taunt in public. Ice-Iceris Vivian, green aptitude, level 23. After Feng Che used the system to detect the details of the Ice-Iceris pattern Vivian, he agreed to bet. Yes, no problem. If I lose, I'll give you the sun-patterned Vivian, along with the second-place prize, a Pokeball made by Master Orberg. If you lose, you'll give me the Ice-Iceris patterned Vivian. And the prize for the second place, are you satisfied with this bet? Feng Che asked Doris. I have no problem, come out, Iceris Vivian. Doris released her Pokemon. When this Ice-Iceris patterned Vivian appeared on the field of play, Feng Che suddenly felt an extremely strong chill surrounding Vivian's body with the Iceris pattern. Interesting, with such a strong cold air, this Ice-Iceris pattern Vivian should have a special ability. Feng Che thought for a while. Then Feng Che sent the sun pattern Vivian. When the two Vivians faced off against each other, the playing field was clearly divided, with 2 layers of ice and fire. While exuding an aura of severe cold, transparent ice chips floated. The warmth of the sun radiated from the other side, and saffron-colored scale powder spread across the sky. Iceris Vivian, use Psybeam. Doris gave an order directly. I saw the Ice-Iceris pattern Vivian spewing ice blue light from the sky. Wherever the light passes, everything is frozen into ice cubes. Sun pattern Vivian, avoid Psybeam's attack, and use Sunny Day at the same time. Feng Che gave the order quietly. At this time, Feng Che already felt that there were many more unfamiliar faces on the field of competition. They were staring at the sun-patterned Vivian. A young lady in a butterfly-shaped kimono looked at Vivian and her eyes became extremely hot. Beside her are Vivians of different colors. Appeared, this is the head of the Kinoshita family, Miss Kinoshita Daixiong, rumored to be the ultimate Vivian lover. I didn't expect the news of Vivian, the sun pattern, that actually alarmed Miss Kinoshita Dika. It is said that Ms. Kinoshita Daixeong has collected a lot of Vivians, and even the Vivians with moon patterns are in her pocket. So the news of the appearance of Vivians with sun patterns here has already spread. Azalea Town is going to rise this time. It's gone. Everyone was talking. Haha, the order goes on. The forest in Azalea Town is currently not allowing outsiders to enter. Once entered, it will be regarded as an enemy of Azalea Town and will be escorted to the Union Prison. Old Huck watched as more and more strangers poured into Azalea Town, and there was a faint unease in him. Sun Pattern Vivian, use Solar Beam. Feng Che said to the Sun Pattern Vivian again. I saw a saffron-colored light erupt from the Sun Pattern Vivian. 4 solar beams rushed towards the Ice-Iceirus Vivian. Iceirus Vivian, use Blizzard. Hide your traces in Blizzard. Doris said to Ice-Iceirus Vivian. Immediately, the Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian flapped its wings and blew the goose feather snow. These goose feathers collide with Solar Beam. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and a huge smoke of gunpowder appeared. After the smoke cleared, the Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian was nowhere to be seen. Good guy, she can actually be Shuiyan. She does have 2 brushes. No wonder she is so confident that she can beat me. But she didn't think that I could know the exact location of the Vivian with the Iceirus pattern through my heart. Feng Che thought to himself. Ice-Iceirus Vivian. This is a special ability controlled by my Ice-Iceirus, which uses light reflection to create a stealth effect. Iceirus Pattern Vivian. Such a noble pattern actually appeared on this Vivian. Iceirus Vivian. It would be great if it could fall on me. Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian looked at the Sun Pattern Vivian in front of him with jealousy. Very good, Sun Pattern Vivian. Use the solar beam again towards your upper left corner. Feng Che said to Sun Pattern Vivian. This sun-patterned Vivian once again condensed a beam of saffron-colored light, and released the solar beam according to Feng Che's instructions. Iceirus Vivian. Why this human being foresight where I am now? I obviously didn't show any clues. At this time, the Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian panicked, but the speed of solar beam was extremely fast. It only penetrated the body of the Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian at once. The Ice-Iceirus Pattern Vivian fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground. It was a great match. This game, player number 4 won. The champion of our insect catching competition is number 4 player. The referee excitedly announced the result of the game. After a while, the 3rd place appeared. It was the Pillar of Worms. Very good. Now I have players number 4, number 2, and number 3 to walk to the podium, and Abby Leader will present the awards to you personally. Feng Che walked to the podium according to the instructions of Old Huck, where he took the award. The prize of the insect catching contest, the crystal of insects. This worm crystal was condensed by Scizor's double pincers. It was about the size of a palm, and it contained abundant worm energy. It's my bet with you. Although Doris was extremely unwilling in her heart, she still obediently made the bet she just agreed. I'm sorry, although I don't know your name, but I want to invite you to my gym as a guest. Bai said to Feng Che. A trace of doubt flashed in Feng Che's eyes. Chapter 234_Trade, 3 Legendary Resources. A Bai blinked at Feng Che, and Feng Che immediately understood what a Bai meant. Azalea Town was suddenly flooded with strangers. These strangers all came towards the sun pattern Vivian on Feng Che's hand. If Feng Che left alone like this, he would easily be attacked. So Abby wanted to ask Feng Che to enter his gym first to avoid the limelight. My name is Feng Che, and I am from the Kanto region. Feng Che knew that Abai was deliberately pretending to have just met him so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Abby is one of the referees of this match. Feng Che then followed Abby to the Cypress Gym. Haha, Mr. Feng Che, thank you very much for what you did in the insect forest. You saved the largest forest in the Johto area. I also prepared a small gift that I want to give to you. Abby take Feng Che into the Cypress Gym. There is a small forest in the Cypress Gym. Many insect-type Pokemon live in this forest. Abai brought Feng Che to the storage room of Cypress Gym. A large number of antiquities obtained by Abai from the ruins are stored here. The most conspicuous of them is a large insect crystal. This worm crystal is the gift I want to give you. The person who can be recognized by Celebi must be a kind-hearted person. Abai said to Feng Che. Then thank you, Abbey leader. Feng Che unceremoniously accepted the crystal of the insect. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate Scyther into a top-level powerhouse. By the way, the head of the Kinoshita family just now, Kinoshita Daixeong, wants to talk to Mr. Feng Che about the sun pattern Vivian. Would you like to meet her? If you don't want to see her, I'll just say no. Abby asked Feng Che. Then I'll see her. Miss Kinoshita Daixeong, since you are here, come out. Feng Che said to the screen beside him. Haha, hello, Mr. Feng Che, how did you know I was here? Kinoshita Butterfly walked out gracefully from the screen. You have a faint odor of Diospermum on your body. Pterodonium can attract butterfly Pokemon, and gain the favor of butterfly Pokemon. Feng Che gave a straightforward answer. Haha, I take the liberty to disturb you, Mr. Feng Che. I would like to ask you to entrust me with the sun pattern Vivian you have on hand. Of course, the price is negotiable. As long as you give a number, I will call you the money immediately. Of course, if you need some rare resources that are hard to find, I can also help you find them through my channels. After all, everyone has their own preferences. Kinoshita Daixeong said to Feng Che. Ms. Kinoshita Daixeong, whether or not to entrust the sun pattern Vivian to you is not up to me, but the sun pattern Vivian. Let the sun patterned Vivian judge for himself. Feng Che threw the Pokeball and released the sun pattern Vivian. Feng Che knew that he had the sun pattern Vivian in his hand, and it had already been rumored. The best way is to sell the sun pattern Vivian to Kinoshita Butterfly at a good price in exchange for the greatest benefit. After all, it had not been more than half a day since the sun pattern Vivian was subdued by Feng Che, and a deep friendship had not yet been established. Taking the sun pattern Vivian to trade with Kinoshita Butterfly, Feng Che was not too hard to give up. I saw that the sun pattern Vivian came out of the Pokeball and ran towards Kinoshita Butterfly. And dance around Kinoshita Butterfly. It can be seen that the sun pattern Vivian likes Kinoshita Butterfly very much. Mr. Feng Che, I was lucky enough to be recognized by Vivian, the sun pattern. I've never seen such a perfect sun pattern Vivian. I don't know what I need to pay in exchange for this sun pattern Vivian. Money, resources, or Pokemon? Kinoshita Daixeong asked Feng Che. I'm not short of money, I have enough Pokemon now, I can't take care of it anymore. I want resources, and they are legendary resources. You should know the value of the sun pattern Vivian. The sun pattern Vivian with this cyan qualification will have a certain probability of giving birth to Vivian with cyan qualification as long as it is cultivated. So I want 3 legendary resources, isn't that too much? If I can, I would like to choose the flying type, water type and fire type legendary resources. If there is no suitable one, I will see if there are any legendary resources that I can choose. Feng Che said to Muxia Daixeong. The current Blue Jay, Frogadier and Hot Meow are coming to evolution. Feng Che wanted to lay a better foundation for the 3 of them. Of course, no problem. Kinoshita Daixeong readily agreed, which won Feng Che's favor. Feng Che thought for a while, and then took out the Ice Iceirus pattern Vivian that Doris gave him. The sun pattern Vivian can be worth 3 legendary resources. I can't use this Ice Iceirus pattern Vivian in my hand, so I'll exchange it with you for advanced resources. Feng Che said to Muxia Daixeong. Okay, it just so happens that I don't have a lot of Ice Iceirus Vivian on my hand, so I will accept it. Mr. Feng Che, this is a legendary resource owned by my family. See if you need anything else. Because my family doesn't have any legendary fire-type resources, it needs to be exchanged for other families, which will take a certain amount of time. Kinoshita Daixeong said a little apologetically. Feng Che took a look at the tablet in Daixing Kinoshida's hand. It is indeed a big family in the Pokemon world, and there are still a lot of legendary resources. The most precious is Ho-Oh's Sacred Ash. No matter what Pokemon it is, as long as it's been dead for less than an hour, it can be resurrected through Sacred Ash. And Guzzlord's Dragon Ball. This Dragon Ball accommodates the origins of Guzzlord dragons in Dark, and can make up for the origins of dragons in Dark Pokemon. Finally, Feng Che turned his gaze to the scales of Palkia's teeth. Feng Che chose these 3 legendary resources, and then selected some advanced resources. Okay, Mr. Feng Che, please wait for an hour. Within an hour, these 3 legendary resources will be delivered to Mr. Feng Che. At the same time, Mr. Feng Che can take our jet plane to leave this place of right and wrong. Kinoshita Daixing smiled at Feng Che. Abby leader, the economy of Azalea Town will take off from now on. The news that I am here to capture the sun-patterned Vivian will soon attract a large number of Vivian lovers. I think you can capture all the colored pink chrysalis in the forest. Vivian with blossom pattern can be used as a gimmick to attract trainers and tourists. Feng Che suggested to Abai. I have to discuss this proposal with the town elder Huck. Thanks to you this time, Azalea Town became famous all of a sudden. Abby thanked Feng Che. It was also because of luck that I met Vivian with the sun pattern. Feng Che smiled. Kinoshita Daixing, who was beside her, had long been immersed in the joy of obtaining Vivian, the sun pattern, and had no idea what to do with the 2 of them. After a while, the sound of jet planes came from outside the gym. Several bodyguards in suits fell from the jet. They took 3 exquisite suitcases and put them in front of Feng Che. Feng Che opened the suitcase to take a look. A small handful of silver-white ashes full of life force. A black dragon ball. Feng Che also felt the huge dark and dragon energy on the dragon ball. These 2 energies even intertwined into the ghost of Guzzlord. There is also a palm-sized silver-white dragon scale. Advanced resources were traded to Feng Che in a storage ring. Ms. Kinoshita Daixing, our transaction has been completed. This is the Pokeball of Vivian with Sun pattern and Vivian with Ice-Iris pattern. Feng Che handed the Pokeball to Ms. Kinoshita Dika. Next, I'll ask Ms. Kinoshita Daixing to give me a ride. I'm just going to Hoenn region. The purpose of Feng Che going to Hoenn region is to find the temples of Groudon and Kyogre, and let Hot Meow and Frogadier complete the final evolution. Damn, it's too late. The sun pattern Vivian was sold to Kinoshita Butterfly. That's the famous Chable in the Pokemon world, and he must have offered a price that no owner of Vivian with a sun pattern could refuse. Ask for flowers. And Kinoshita Daixing even sent jet planes to escort this trainer. What is the identity of this trainer? I hacked into the Alliance's system just now, and I couldn't find the trainer's information at all, or there was no such person. Or this person's file is S-class, and I can't help it when it is blocked. In the broken firewall, quote. After everyone saw that Vivian with the sun pattern had already made a move for Kinoshita Daixing, they immediately gave up the idea of wanting the snatch sun pattern Vivian. I came a step too late. Feng Che disappeared with Kinoshita Daixing. It seems that I missed this opportunity. Lance Crossing sat on the Dragonite and looked at the jet plane that had gone away. Lance Crossing then disappeared into the forest. 3 days later, Feng Che got off the plane in Rustboro City. Feng Che walked towards Mt. Chimney under the cover of night. Meteor Falls. At this time, she and Shiana had returned to the clan of the Meteor Nation. Zai's return also gave the Meteor citizens a reassurance, and the Meteor citizens who were originally terrified also felt at ease. She summoned all the elders of the Meteor citizen. She's calling a meeting on the Meteor people's transformation. Elders, after this attack, I have received bad news. Several forces in Hoenn will join forces to attack the Meteor Cave. 0 inches. The situation facing the people of Meteor is very grim. Their purpose is very simple, that is, Meteor iron and other rare minerals in Meteor Cave. she said solemnly to many elders. Among them, the first elder, the grandmother of Shiana, frowned, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Could it be that the people of Meteor that have been passed down for thousands of years have just died out? The elder thought deeply in his heart. Elders, all forces are now eyeing the Meteor Cave. We are now invincible with both fists and 4 hands. So our best way now is to mine meteor iron. She throwing this out will cause all elders to object. Topic of impossible. Many elders said in unison. Have you forgotten the rules of our ancestors? Meteor Cave is the domain of the dragon god Rayquaza. Everything here belongs to the dragon god. We cannot mine any minerals in the Meteor Cave. Zai's grandmother said. Most of the elders nodded in agreement. Yes, you can't forget your ancestors. You can't forget the rules left by your ancestors. Mining meteor iron is against the ancestors. We can't do this, it's disrespectful to Lord Dragon God and blasphemy to Lord Dragon God. Many elders were discussing. Never let them succeed. We meteor citizens swear to guard the Meteor Cave. Several elders said indignantly. Enough. Shi slapped the table. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion of Shio. In their memory, she had never made such a big fire. Our meteor citizens are about to be exterminated, so what are the rules of our ancestors? If we continue to blindly take the ground as a prison and remain persistent, the entire meteor nation will be in a precarious situation. We can't take the lives of the meteor nation to make a bet that has no chance of winning. I am the high priest of Rayquaza. I am with Rayquaza day and night. I have never heard Lord Rayquaza say that we are not allowed to mine meteor iron. She roared. However, this will destroy the ecological environment and trigger the rage of dragon-type Pokémon. You must know that our Meteor Cave is the residence of many dragon-type Pokémon. One of the elders retorted loudly. Destroy the ecological environment. She looked at the elder with a mocking expression. Look at the land under our feet, and look at the environment where our meteorites live. In this barren land, even the fruit of the tree can't grow. You told me that it would destroy the ecological environment. Isn't this a self-deceiving joke? She snorted mercilessly, causing the elder to blush. And Chapter 235 The Rise of the Meteor People begins with emancipating the mind. As for the dragon-type Pokémon rage, the matter is better resolved. I will communicate with the leader of the dragon-type Pokémon in person. As much meteor iron as mined, we'll give dragon Pokémon a certain amount of gems. At that time, the dragon-type Pokémon will definitely be more active in digging for meteor iron than us. She then said the solution to the problem. As long as we promise to mine meteor iron, we will not only be able to lance crossing through the current difficulty, but also provide better resources for the dragon-type Pokémon here. Shizuo said confidently. I don't agree, this is always a blasphemy to Lord Dragon God. One of the elders raised another objection. I think you are a group of people who have blasphemed the belief in the Dragon God, a group of corpse vegetarians. We meteor people are not only hungry, but also at risk of genocide. How can we have faith in Lord Rayquaza? Lord Rayquaza has mentioned to me more than once that he thinks the meteor people have less faith in him. Why don't you think about the problem from the source? The purpose of the ancestors passing down the rules and setting the ancestral motto is to let the people of Meteor live and pass on forever. Ancestors can't predict what will happen thousands of years later. We also need to take the essence of the ancestors' rules and change them accordingly. Master Rayquaza has never said that mining ore is a blasphemy to its beliefs. Some people have overinterpreted the meaning of Master Rayquaza and imprisoned the opportunities for the development of our meteorites. She said enthusiastically. Think about it carefully, whether to choose to make the people of Meteor stronger, or to continue to stand still and become extinct. I am the high priest of the dragon god Rayquaza, the dragon messenger of Rayquaza, and the spokesperson of Rayquaza. The decision I make now is the oracle of Lord Rayquaza. I'm just notifying you this time, not asking for your opinion. I want to develop the Meteor Cave, move the tribe out of this cold cave, and I want to popularize the cultural education within the tribe. Let the entire meteor people be strong again. She firmly watched many elders express their beliefs. Your idea is very good. I will support your idea. I also thought about it just now. Indeed, the dragon god Rayquaza did not say that you can't mine mines. Our thinking is limited, so I support your idea of change. Since it is the oracle of Lord Dragon God, do it boldly. I support you. The first elder publicly supported she and gave she a huge help. Some swaying elders also kept silent, nodded silently, and decided to start a new revolution of the meteor people. Mount, chimney. At this time, Feng Che was being followed by a girl wearing a Team Magma suit. Handsome guy, can you give me your Vulpix? I really like that Vulpix. I can give you whatever resources you want. The girl suddenly blocked Feng Che. This girl is one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma, the wild goose who wants the most beautiful fireworks in the world. Team Magma is a Hoenn region criminal organization that has been working to find Groudon. No, my Vulpix is my family, and it is impossible for my family to give it to anyone. Feng Che shook his head and rejected Fireayan's request. Ninetales are 4-legged Pokemon in the appearance of a fox. Haha, then you probably won't be able to get out of MT. Chimney. Mount. Chimney is our Team Magma's territory. Fire Goose sneered and said slyly. Ninetales, use flamethrower. The flamingo threw a Ninetales. It was covered in beige hair and had bright red pupils. The body is well proportioned and looks noble and elegant. Its 9 tails are smooth and slender, with saffron highlights at the ends. Of the 9 long tails of Ninetales holds a different secret power. It can freely manipulate flames using extrasensory, and can also spit flickering flames from its mouth to hypnotize its prey. Ninetales can also emit strange light from their bright red eyes, freely manipulating the minds of their opponents. The wild goose has been chasing after Feng Che to a cliff. Unable to hold back, Feng Che sent Hot Meow to fight against Ninetales. Ninetales, Cyan Aptitude, level 55. Hey, what a cute hot cat, can you give me this hot cat? Huo Yan was delighted to see the hunt. Dream, Feng Che said coldly, since it makes me dream, I can only make my dreams come true with action, Ninetales, with flamethrower. Huo Yan said with a grim smile. Ninetales opened his mouth and spewed out a cyan flame. Hot Meow, you also use flamethrower. Hot Meow opened his mouth and spewed out blazing white flames. The flames collided, and the flames of the hot cat crushed the flamethrower of Ninetales. Hot Meow's flames swept across Ninetales. Unexpectedly, a faint blue confusion flashed in Ninetales' eyes. Confusion stagnated the hot flamethrower in midair. Swellow, come on too, use Fire Sparrow. The geese shouted at Swellow. Blue Jay, use Brave Bird. Swallow is a Pokemon that looks like a swallow. Swellow's plumage is mainly dark blue, with vermilion stripes on the neck, tail tip and forehead, and a white belly. Swellow's sharp claws are red, and the beak remains yellow. Swellow hovers high in the sky, swooping down when it finds its prey, gripping it tightly with its claws so that it cannot escape. Swellow, Dark Green Aptitude, level 59. Fire Goose really deserves to be the 3rd cadre of Team Magma. Swellow's level has reached the peak of gym level, and he is almost able to reach the quasi-elite. The Blue Jays may lose out against Swellow. Feng Che thought secretly. Fire Goose's Swellow suddenly turned into a raging flame, and rushed towards the Blue Jay like Ho-Oh reborn from ashes. The Blue Jays, with their excellent speed, used the mighty Brave Bird. The air armor fell on the Blue Jay and became the Blue Jay's biggest shelter. The 2 Pokemon slammed into each other. But it doesn't seem to be a winner. The Blue Jay used the pecking skill the moment he used Brave Bird. This skill pierced through Swellow's Flame Sparrow, but because of the suppression of the level, the Blue Jays didn't take advantage of it. Feng Che secretly analyzed. Ninetales, use Will-O-Wisp. The wild goose said to his Ninetales. Ninetales immediately erected his 9 tails, and the purple-black Will-O-Wisp appeared in the air. Will-o-wisp shrouded the heat in the blink of an eye. Hot meow, use the accumulating flame strike. Feng Che said to the hot meow. Hot meow spat ember out of his mouth, igniting the hair on his body. Immediately, it was hot like a fire demon in hell. Even Ninetails, Will-o-wisp was assimilated by the hot cat's flame after encountering the blazing white flame on his body. Ellipsis. Flame meow charged at Ninetails. Wherever the blazing white flames passed, the volcanic rocks were melted into flowing magma by the high temperature. Crap, Swallow. The wild goose greeted Swallow in a hurry. Swallow grabbed the flamingo's hand tightly with a dive and took the flamingo to the sky. The flamingo then uses the Pokeball to retrieve the Ninetails, hovering in the air. Because the flamingos suddenly retracted Ninetails, the hot cat collided directly with the volcano wall, knocking out a huge crack. Damn, I'll burn you to ashes next time we meet. The wild goose uttered a harsh word and directed Swallow to fly far away. After the hot cat used the energy-storing flame attack, his expression was a little sluggish. Every time you use this move, it will consume a lot of stamina. Hey, this is... Feng Che saw red shiny emanating from the crack blasted by the hot meow. Feng Che picked up the stones scattered in the ground, with crystals like flames attached to them. This is the fire stone, such a huge fire stone. Is this where the temple of Groudon is located? Feng Che entered the crack, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the red fire stone inlaid on the rock wall. Hot meow, use the flamethrower to cover up this crack. Feng Che said to the hot meow. Hot meow spewed blazing white flames from its mouth, and the flames fell on the rock wall and burned the rock wall into magma. Hot meow took a deep breath in this environment full of firestone. A lot of flame energy fell on hot meow's body. The fire stones also dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Groudon's scales and Vulcan crystals have raised the upper limit of the fire energy stored by the hot cat. The hot cat is now absorbing fire energy faster and faster. Feng Che looked at these fire stones that had been drained of energy, raised his legs and walked forward. Feng Che came to the end and saw a temple made of flame crystals exuding fiery red light. It's really extravagant, an earth temple built with so many flame crystals. Feng Che said in surprise. A fiery red shield shrouded the earth temple, blazing with blazing white flames. If there is a Pokemon near the temple of the earth, it will be burned by the blazing white flame. When the hot cat approached the shield, the scales of Groudon on the hot cat glowed a dark red light. Suddenly, a passageway that could accommodate one person appeared in the shield. It seems that only with the scales of Groudon can you enter and exit the Temple of Earth. But isn't Groudon a divine beast of the ground system? Why is this earth temple made of fire crystals? Shouldn't it be earth crystals? Feng Che felt a little strange. There are many frescoes on the Temple of the Earth. The frescoes show the ancient worship of Groudon, and also record the entire process of building the Earth Temple. Groudon in the fresco has the Omega logo on his arm, which is Groudon's original state of return. At this time, Groudon's scales flew to the gate of the Earth Temple. I saw Groudon's scales embedded in the grooves of the door of the Temple of Earth. With a bang, the door of the Earth Temple opened. Feng Che looked up and saw that the entire Earth Temple was empty, with only a red orb floating in the air. Chapter 236_Hot Meow Evolution, Lava Incineroar. Omega Ruby. Feng Che blurted out in surprise. I saw this red orb falling from the sky and directly submerging into Hot Meow's body. Suddenly, the Hot Meow let out a shrill growl. The Omega symbol appears on Hot Meow's body. Feng Che saw a large stream of magma gushing out from the wall of the Earth Temple. The lava fell on Hot Meow's body. Is this a trap of the monsters of the earth? Feng Che looked at the hot cat with some unease in his heart. No, it shouldn't be. If it is a monster of the earth, I should be able to hear the voice of the monster of the earth. Then there is only one explanation. Hot Meow is accepting the inheritance of Groudon. If the hot cat's inheritance fails, then the hot cat will be wiped out. If the hot cat can inherit successfully, the aptitude of Hot Cat will reach the legendary level. Pokemon with legendary qualifications, except for you demons, I have never seen any other Pokemon have it. Feng Che frowned and thought secretly. Hot Meow, it's hard work, really hard work. Hot Meow, it's so hot, I feel like I've been burned by the endless fire. Feng Che uses psychic to float in the air. Feng Che looked at the struggling Hot Cat with some worry, and secretly cheered the Hot Cat. At this time, the Hot Meow turned into a fiery red cocoon. An Omega Ruby symbol appeared on the cocoon. At this time, the cocoon was beating thumpingly. Hot Meow's evolution, it should take a while. 17 inches. If I can find the Great Temple and the Dragon Temple, does it mean that both Frogadier and the Blue Jays can use the power of the temple to complete the final evolution? Feng Che thought secretly. Drip drip. At this moment, Feng Che's communicator rang. Feng Che saw Shizai's call. It just so happened that Feng Che also wanted to ask Shashi about the Dragon Temple. Feng Che, according to the method you suggested to me, now that the elders have agreed to mine the Meteor Cave, do you think it would be better for us to contact the Hoenn region witch force? She asked Feng Che. She felt that since Feng Che could point out the source of the plight of the Meteor citizens at once, there should be a corresponding plan, so she thought about it and wanted to listen to Feng Che's advice first. After listening to Feng Che's analysis last time, she even felt that the young man's heart was like a sophisticated philosopher. If it weren't for Feng Che, he might have been sitting in the well watching the sky, blinding his eyes. I think you should work with Stone Family, which is Devon Corporation. Though in the Tower of Burial, Stone Family also made a move against you. But I believe Stone Family didn't intend to murder you, he was just bewitched by Demalancy. Stone Joseph's real purpose was to get you to agree to develop Meteor Iron. So I think you can just negotiate with Stone Joseph as a victim. In this way, you have more initiative and can get more benefits. Feng Che suggested. I think so too. Team Magma and Team Aqua are not easy to get along with. Dazijin Group is the gold owner of Team Magma and Team Aqua. I also think Stone Family is the best trading partner. It coincides with Feng Che. You can exchange interests with Stone Family, and ask Stone Family for a piece of land as a place for your meteorites to thrive. Feng Che then suggested. Very good, Feng Che, I will consider this matter carefully, thank you for your guidance. She said gratefully. By the way, Shio, I have a question for you. Do you know where Rayquaza's Dragon Temple is? I want evolution, my blue crow, so I want to find where the Dragon Temple is. Feng Che asked. The Dragon Temple was destroyed a long time ago. But we built a Wind Temple. This Wind Temple can only be the evolution flight type Pokemon. For your Blue Jay, there should be a lot of helping hands. Well, you can come to Meteor Falls sometime, and we will discuss it in detail. I'll bring along by the way. You go to the Wind Temple to accept the inheritance. You have the scales of Lord Rayquaza, and you can enter the Wind Temple guarded by our meteorites. She said to Feng Che. Okay, I'll find you after I've dealt with the matter here. After Feng Che hung up the phone, he looked at Blue Jay's Pokeball thoughtfully. Blue Jay's evolution should not only have the inheritance of the flight system, but also the inheritance of the steel system. Blue Jay's evolution, type Steel Armored Crow has steel properties. However, Meteor Iron is also a very good metal material. Mixed with ultra pure iron, plus the iron, I should be able to create a steel crow with strong physical defense and special defense capabilities. Vulcan Crystal and Groudon's scales are protecting the hot neon. The violent fire energy is continuously pouring into the Hot Cat's body. Hot Meow saw a huge fiery red beast born in the mantle. Its name is Groudon. It let out a loud roar. At the same time, a blue whale-like Pokemon was born with it. That Pokemon is called Kyogre. There is also a cyan beast called Rayquaza. Countless magma seeped from the ground where Groudon was stepping. As long as his feet are on lava, Groudon can be invincible. Groudon and Kyogre snatch the power of nature with each other, and every time they meet, they must fight. Groudon walked from one continent to another. Countless human beings around it send out a fanatical roar. These fanatics call themselves the people of the earth. Because of a rebellion, Groudon renounced the faith of the earthlings. It came to this ocean with Kyogre and Rayquaza. They decided to create a continent of their own. Groudon created the whole land. Kyogre created rivers, seas and lakes. Rayquaza creates the 4 seasons. Hot Meow was like a bystander, watching Groudon's every move. Hot Meow saw Groudon's life. Finally Groudon sank into the volcano alone and fell into a deep sleep. After the Hot Cat watched Groudon's memory, he suddenly felt that his upper limit of absorbing flames had increased. The originally violent flames also became extremely docile. At this time, the white light masterpiece on the Hot Cat entered the state of evolution. Very good, the Hot Cat has passed his toughest time, and now the Hot Cat just needs to complete the evolution quietly. Feng Che observed the Hot Cat's state through psychic. An omega symbol appeared on Hot Meow's forehead. Hot Cat, like Groudon, has lava flowing all over his body. Very well, after Hot Meow evolution becomes Incineroar, you will be able to master the power of magma. I just don't know if Groudon's sword of cliffs can be grasped by Hot Meow. Feng Che looked at the heat that had already elongated. Meow thought secretly. The Hot Meow evolution lasted for 3 days. Wait until the fiery red cocoon like a heart dissipates. A majestic Qian roaring tiger appeared in front of Feng Che. Unlike the Hot Cat, the 080 Incineroar becomes bipedal. It has a sturdy body, and Incineroar looks more like a tiger than the original cat prototype before evolution. It has a belt-like thing made of flames in front of its waist, called the fire belt. Incineroar's fighting spirit increases, the flames created within it will shoot out from the navel and around it. Moves that use fire are issued through this fire belt. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Incineroar close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, Legend Blue. Characteristic, Intimidate. Open black lens bracket level, 58 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Fire plus Evil. Skills, Grab, Growl, Ember, Roar, Fury Swipes, Bite, Fire Fang, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Shadow Claw, Fake Out, Fire Fang, Double Kick, Will-O-Wisp, Facade, Fire Blast, Body Slam, Fire of Life, Throat Chop, DD Gold Hook Arm, Pseudo. Cliff Sword and other skills. Open black lens bracket status, Healthy close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an Incineroar that has been inherited by Groudon. It has a strong talent for controlling flames. When fighting, it can be like Groudon, flowing lava from its body to attack the enemy, and at the same time can cast False. The Sword of the Cliff. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket False. Cliff Sword. Summons 2 lava giant swords flowing with lava to attack each other. Close black lens bracket. Very good, Incineroar. Come back first, Incineroar. The entire Earth Temple has dimmed a lot, and it seems that Incineroar has absorbed a lot of energy. The energy of the Earth Temple has been consumed by Incineroar, and it will take hundreds of thousands of years before it can be restored again. Feng Che glanced at the Earth Temple, which had become much darker. Groudon's scales were also incorporated into Incineroar's body during the Incineroar evolution. Chapter 237_Meteor People and Devon Corporation. Feng Che walked out of the Earth Temple. The fire stones around the Earth Temple have been exhausted, and all of them have turned from fiery red crystals to blazing white crystals. My purpose at Mt. Chimney has been achieved this time. There is not much fire energy in the Earth Temple. When the Vulpix evolution arrives, I guess I will go to Tianqing Mountain and look for the Ho-Oh's Temple, Evolution Vulpix. Now I have to go to the Meteor Cave first and turn the Blue Crow evolution into a steel-armored crow. First strengthen the Blue Jay's origin of flight, and then use various precious ores to cultivate the steel-armored jay. Cultivation of steel-armored crows is really a bottomless pit. Many high-quality ores are invaluable in the market. Feng Che used teleport to disappear on MT. Chimney. Rustboro City. Office of the President of Devon Corporation. Stephen and Stone Joseph are sitting opposite each other. This time I went to the Tower of Burial, and I was completely stunned by Damalanchi. The original plan was good. We captured she and coerced the people of Meteor to mine meteor iron. As a result, Damalanchi, the dog thief, changed his mind halfway. He even wanted to catch she and threaten Rayquaza. It's good now, she is missing, and Rayquaza has escaped. The Meteor people's anger has nowhere to vent, and it's all aimed at Devon Corporation and Viola. Right now, Dazijan is trying to discuss countermeasures with us, asking us to attack the Meteor citizens first and capture the place where meteor iron is mined. Stone Joseph said with a wry smile. The Meteor people hate us now. If we launch an attack on the Meteor people, we don't know how many members we will lose. My idea is to wait and see, and don't arouse the Meteor people's too big rage. Opening the Meteor cave by force is not always the case. Good policy. It would be best if we could obtain the understanding of the people of Meteor through friendly negotiation and obtain the right to mine meteor iron. What's the attitude of Dazijan? Stephen asked Stone Joseph. Dazijan's attitude is very tough. They feel that the people of Meteors are not to be afraid of. They'll hire Team Magma and Team Aqua as spearheads to fight the Meteor people. Dazijan doesn't understand the horror of the Meteor people. The Meteor citizens are just one branch of the Royal Dragon family. If the Meteor people are destroyed, the Royal Dragon family of other regions can use this as an excuse to attack us. That way we will lose a lot too. Stone Joseph said with a sigh. Let's make peace as much as possible. If it's a big deal, we'll give up some of our interests. But meteor iron is really important to us, and it's related to our ability to fight against future natural disasters in the Hoenn region. Stephen said to Stone Joseph. At this moment, Secretary Dahi knocked on the door and walked in. President Stone, President Stephen, there is a person who claims to be a meteorite at the gate of the company wants to visit you. Secretary Da explained. What should come is still here. I will give them an explanation. Please come up. Stone Joseph said to his secretary Da. Okay, I'll go and invite him up myself. Secretary Da said respectfully. Anyway, when we meet someone, our attitude must be moderate, and we must not further arouse the conflict between us and the Meteor people. Don't let Dazijan watch the joke by the side. Stone Joseph said to Stephen. After a while, a Meteor citizen wearing a cloak and a fox mask came to the conference room. Hello, the representative from the Meteor people. I am very sorry, what happened before was a misunderstanding. Stone Joseph apologized to she. We are also very sorry about the High Priest of the Nobles, Shio, and we will do our best to make up for the mistakes we made. Stone Joseph continued. Sure enough, as Feng Che said, Devon Corporation doesn't want to go to war with us. It is only because we have not opened up the mining of meteor iron that we forced Devon Corporation to join forces with other forces in the Hoenn region. Zai's heart suddenly felt confident. Mr. Stone Joseph, the High Priest of the Meteor people is not dead yet, don't say I'm dead. She slowly took off the fox mask, revealing a delicate face. How could you be here, aren't you mortally wounded? Stone Joseph's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Thanks to a top pharmacist, he saved me. Xian explained concisely. I came to Devon Corporation this time because I need you to give me an explanation. She looked sharply at Stone Joseph. It's all because I listened to Damalanchi's words and thought that as long as we caught you, we would be able to coerce the meteorites to mine meteor iron. We didn't want to seriously injure you, let alone arrest Rayquaza. Quote. What happened behind this is Damalanchi's insistence, and it really has nothing to do with this Devon Corporation. Stone Joseph explained with a wry smile. But anyway, I almost died from a serious injury, and Devon Corporation also contributed. So you need to compensate me, otherwise the Meteor people will go to war against Stone family. You should know that behind our meteor people is the royal dragon family of the whole world. Even if our meteor people are defeated, or even annihilated, the entire Yulong family will avenge the meteor people. She said coldly. It's good to say that Devon Corporation was deceived before. If there is a mistake first, compensation should be made. Stone Joseph said with a smile. Stone Joseph felt a burst of joy in his heart. If the anger of the people of Meteor can be quelled through some interest compensation, and then the independent mining right of Meteor Iron can be obtained through peaceful negotiations, it will be just around the corner. After some chatter, she finally reached an agreement with Devon Corporation and obtained the benefits he wanted. First, Stone family needs to allocate a piece of land for a large town to give Meteor citizens to build a town. Stone family unconditional helping hand Meteor citizens build new homes. Second, Stone family wants all members of the helping hand to popularize education and medical care. Thirdly, Stone family should provide the necessary supplies for the people of Meteor's helping hand. She saw that Stone Joseph really made a big concession, which shows the sincerity of Devon Corporation's cooperation. The spite in Shio's original heart also dissipated a lot. Feng Che is right, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. She thought to himself. Since Devon Corporation is so sincere to the people of Meteor, I'll cut to the chase. I came here this time to discuss cooperation with Stone family on the mining of precious minerals such as Meteor Iron on behalf of the people of Meteor. She said the purpose of her visit this time. This made Stone Joseph overjoyed. He did not expect that the people of the Meteor could agree to mine Meteor Iron so quickly. After another debate, Shio and Stone Joseph reached the following agreement. 1. Stone family teaches Meteor citizens to mine precious minerals such as Meteor Iron for free. Stone family has the right of first refusal for Meteor Iron mined by Meteor people. 2. Stone family needs cash, gems, etc. to complete the transaction of Meteor Iron. 3. Stone family shall not interfere with the normal development of the Meteor people. She looked at the treaty and nodded, but the details still need to be discussed with the people of the stars and the elders. I hope the Stone family and the Meteor people will be friends forever. When Stone family is in trouble, we Meteor citizens are there to help. At the end, Shikai added a sentence. Of course there is no problem, we can sign a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance. Stone Joseph said quickly. Let's discuss this matter next time we sign an agreement to mine Meteor Iron. Shio put on the fox mask again, summoned Salamence and flew in the direction of Meteor Cave. I don't know what caused the old stubborn thoughts of the Meteor people to suddenly change. Father, what do you think of the Meteor people's sudden release of Meteor Iron? Stephen asked Stone Joseph of the money. It's not clear exactly why Meteor citizens suddenly changed their minds, but it's a good thing. At least the people of Meteor have shown great kindness to us. Stone Joseph said thoughtfully. As long as the people of Meteor don't hate us, I think the hurdle in my heart has been passed. Stone Joseph added sensibly. Shio sat on Salamence and flew back to the Meteor Cave. Just as she was about to fly into the Meteor Cave, he encountered Feng Che on the periphery. At this time, Feng Che was standing at the entrance of the Meteor Cave, watching the waterfall that was flying straight down. The turbulent water flowed like a white jade belt from a height of hundreds of meters, like thousands of silver arrows, and poured down between the boulders, forming a white mist that soaked the surrounding rocks. The waterfall tackle shore rocks arouse thousands of water flowers, which transform into colorful water droplets under the sun. Feng Che could vaguely hear Gyarados roar. Feng Che saw a Gyarados, tail sticking out of the water from time to time. These Gyarados are the first-level elements of Meteor Falls. When outsiders rushed into the Meteor Cave, these Gyarados would be the first to attack. The wind is clear. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked Feng Che's vision. Chapter 238-Meteor Cave. Feng Che looked up and saw a huge Salamence. On Salamence's back, a man wearing a fox mask waved to him. So it's she, I was just trying to find you. Feng Che called out Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl flapped its wings and flew to the level with she. Aerodactyl. This is an extremely rare Pokemon. And this Aerodactyl seems to be in a state of atavism. Shio revealed Aerodactyl's secret. Because there are some Aerodactyl living in the Meteor Cave, I know a little more about Aerodactyl. She took off the fox mask and explained with a smile. You came to me, you should be going to the Wind Temple, right? Please follow me, I happen to be in the Wei clan right now. Meteor Cave is complicated, please follow me, or you will easily lose your way. The Meteor Cave is located in the northwest corner of the Hoenn region, covering an extremely wide area and is a typical karst landform. The environment inside is complicated. Hoenn region is located in the Meteor Cave. This is the largest gathering place for dragon-type Pokemon in the Hoenn region. She introduced proudly to Feng Che. If a stranger breaks into the Meteor Cave, they will be chased away by the powerful dragon-type Pokemon. Only the people of Meteor, that is, the royal dragon family, have the special power to control the dragon, so that we can coexist peacefully with the dragon-type Pokemon. At this moment, a group of Noibats flew over, including 2 huge Noivern. Noibat resembles a purple bat. It has bat-like wings and relatively sensitive ears. The ears on its head are even larger than the head, and the ears are divided into many layers, and there are conspicuous patterns in the middle of its eyes. Noibat can emit 200,000 Hz supersonic from its giant 080 ears, which can communicate with partners or make prey unconscious. Noivern is a large bat-like Pokemon. It has huge ears and a white fuzz around its neck. It has a pair of huge bat wings, black on the inside and purple on the outside. The wing membrane is cyan, and there are 2 red claws on it. When its mouth is open, 2 fangs can be seen in its lower jaw. The Noivern can fire a powerful supersonic through its ears, powerful enough to shatter huge rocks. It can also use supersonic to accurately detect the surrounding situation, and is good at launching attacks on opponents in the dark. Both Noibat and Noivern are special dragon Pokemons from Meteor Cave, and they especially love ripe fruit. Feng Che took out the high-quality fruit from the bracelet. Noivern hesitated for a while, then enthusiastically gathered around Feng Che to ask for fruit. It's strange, Noivern is cautious by nature, and it won't take the fruit given by outsiders. She looked at Noivern, who was feasting with some doubts. The little guy is hurt. Feng Che saw that there was a bleeding wound on the Noivern's wing, which should be the scar left by the battle with other dragon-type Pokemon. At this moment, Feng Che's mind moved, and he saw a light green light appearing on Feng Che's hand. The light gradually covered Noivern's bleeding wings. Noivern's wing healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned out to be the power of Viridian. No wonder Noivern has no scruples about you. She suddenly realized. Viridian power is a special ability bestowed by the forest only for those who truly love Pokemon, or who have made great contributions to the Pokemon world. Viridian power is also known as the forest power. It's just that because the original Viridian power was gifted by the Viridian forest, this ability was called Viridian power. After Noibat and Noivern asked for the fruit, they flapped their wings contentedly and flew away. Noibat and Noivern like ripe fruit, but Meteor Cave is very barren, and we need to buy a lot of fruit from the outside world. Fortunately, the underground water channel of the Meteor Cave is connected, so there are abundant fish resources here, and we Meteor people can settle down here. This is where our ancestors lived for generations, and it is also the last guarantee for the people of Meteor. If an outsider attacks, our royal dragon family will summon dragon Pokemon to fight the enemy together. In Meteor Cave, there are quite a few elite-level dragon-type Pokemon, and even a champion-level Salamence guarding it. It's not easy for outsiders to break in and capture the Meteor Cave. She said to Feng Che with a smile on his face. Feng Che smiled and nodded. It turns out that it is precisely because of this champion-level Salamence that the other forces in the Hoenn region dare not offend the Meteor citizens too much. Feng Che suddenly realized, and thought to himself. She led Feng Che into a cave. There, Feng Che saw countless Druddigons lying on the ground. Some Drudogons were fighting each other, and some Drudogons were lying on the ground and snoring. A huge Drudogon lies in the very center of the cave. Its scales are green in color, and it is a heterochromatic Pokemon. Hearing the movement, Drudogon opened his eyes, looked up at Shio, and closed his eyes with peace of mind. Drudogon is a dragon-type Pokemon. It is not very similar to the general dragon-type Pokemon. Its body has a lot of diamond-shaped structures, and the body also has a lot of sharp corners. It has a red head and 2 wings. However, although it has wings, Drudugo has no flight properties and theoretically cannot fly. It has a segmented abdomen and relatively long arms. Drudogon's red face (BHDF) is harder than a rock. In the narrow cave, it will attack the enemy with its face and capture its prey with its sharp claws. Drudogon has a ferocious and cunning temperament, and will wait quietly in the tunnel for his prey to pass by. Because Drudogon can't move once its body temperature drops, it uses its wings to receive sunlight to warm its body. This Drudogon leader is our high priest of the previous generation, which is my grandmother's Pokemon, and is also my elder. It's one of our meteor people's lines of defense. The next part of the road is a waterway, please follow me. Shio directs Salamence to land on the ground. She then threw the Pokeball and released an elite Gyarados. This Gyarados is twice the size of the average Gyarados, and the scales are a little blue. Come out, Gyarados. Feng-Che released the strange-colored Gyarados on his body. Heterochromatic Gyarados lowered his head and placed Feng-Che on its head. Follow me please. She patted Gyarados on the head, and Gyarados roared towards the turbulent river. We have a lot of Sharpedo and Toothfish in this channel, and they attack strangers. As the Gyarados skimmed the surface, many Sharpedos jumped out of the dark river using jets of water. They opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Feng-Che. Come out, Zeraora, use Plasma Fists. Feng-Che threw Zeraora. Zeraora rushed out of the Pokeball and waved his fist forward. Immediately, countless saffron-colored arcs swam across Sharpedo's body. Are countless saffron-colored fist marks on Sharpedo's body. These Sharpedo's teeth were all broken by Zeraora. Just listen to the thump. Sharpedo fell directly on the water, turning his white belly, and then disappeared with the rushing water. I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Feng-Che, that Sharpedo may attack you, reminding you to avoid it. I didn't expect Mr. Feng-Che's reaction speed to be so fast. That's all, it's the bad luck of these Sharpedos. Shu smiled bitterly and sighed. After passing through the long waterway, Feng-Che followed Shi and crossed the valley where the wind reached 13 strong winds. Feng-Che saw here that there are many Salamence living in this valley. Another half-hour passed. Feng-Che and Shi landed in a quiet village. The houses in the village are made of hard stone. However, like the environment around Meteor Cave, it is also barren, and even ordinary trees cannot grow here. I can't believe that the famous meteorites would live in such a barren place. She said to Feng-Che. It's really beyond my imagination. According to ancient records, this place was originally a fertile place. But due to some changes, the soil and water here gradually lost, and slowly, it became a barren land with no grass. And what we meteor citizens are best at is fighting, we don't know farming. So even if we have good farmland, we don't know how to plant it. She said the biggest reason for the defeat of the Meteor people. In short, because the people of Meteor are only good at fighting, not good at business. The moment we Meteor people are born, we will put a Dragon-type Pokemon egg with the newly born clan to establish bonds with the Dragon-type Pokemon. So, even if our clan is only 8 years old, all are superior level trainers. Quote. In addition, the lifespan of Dragon-type Pokemon is longer than that of humans, so we relied on the protection of the Pokemon left by our ancestors to gain a firm foothold in the Hoenn region. She said to Feng-Che. Chapter 239 _ Crazy Garchomp. Sister She is back, Sister She is back. A group of little kids standing at the entrance of the village shouted loudly. Beside them are young dragon Pokemon, Dratini, Bagon, Noibat. After Shi greeted the group of little brats, he led Feng Che into the village. Sister, who is this, and why did you bring him in? Sigana was very surprised when she saw Shi bringing a stranger in. He is Feng Che, my savior. Thanks to his helping hand in the Tower of Burial, I was able to escape from danger. He needs to go to the Temple of the Wind, although I know it's not in line with the clan's rules, but I'll make an exception. She blinked at Sigana, sticking out his tongue playfully. Since she is my sister's savior, she is also a guest of the Meteor Citizen. Sigana said with a smile. Feng Che, the rules of the Wind Temple are different from those of the Earth Temple. There will be tribesmen of the Meteor Nation guarding here, and you must defeat the dragon Pokemon guarding the Wind Temple before being allowed to enter the Wind Temple. Because the dragon Pokemon respects the strong. They think that the entry of the weak into the evolution of the Wind Temple is a blasphemy against the noble dragon-type Pokemon, and it is a stain. She turned his head to look at Feng Che and explained. The Wind Temple is in the northeast corner of the village, and the Pokemon on duty today is a gym-level Garchomp. Garchomp looks like a shark and has a dark blue background. It has two projections on its head, giving it a hammerhead-like appearance, and an inverted pentagram-shaped macula on the tip of its nose. It has shark-like teeth in its mouth. Garchomp's wings grow on the forearms, similar to the pectoral fins of sharks. Its dorsal fin and tail are also similar to those of sharks. Garchomp can fly at the speed of sound. It has small and sharp scales on its body, which can not only reduce the resistance of the air, but also hurt the opponent who comes to attack. When it runs at high speed, it generates air blades from its wings, severing the surrounding trees. The two protrusions on its head act as sensors and can very accurately determine the direction and speed of prey far ahead. Why does Garchomp appear in the Hoenn region? Garchomp is a dragon-type Pokemon unique to Sinnoh region. Feng Che asked Shi. This Garchomp, my Pokemon, was given to me by Sinnoh region's royal dragon family on my birthday. This Garchomp is a symbol to witness the friendship between Sinnoh region's royal dragon family and Hoenn region's royal dragon family. Feng Che introduced. Release the Pokemon you want evolution. If you can beat this Garchomp, then I'll open the Wind Temple and assist your Pokemon evolution. If you can't beat this Garchomp, I'll have to take you out of here. She faced the wind. Che said. Of course, no problem, come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che threw the Pokeball, and the Blue Jay flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Garchomp, this flying-type Pokemon wants to enter the Temple of the Wind, please test it. Let's see if it is eligible to enter the Temple of the Wind to complete the final evolution. She said to Garchomp. Garchomp looked at the Blue Jay and stood up. I saw Garchomp waving his claws forward, and the white light like a scythe rushes towards the Blue Jay. The Blue Jay flapped its wings, and two winds appeared under the wings. The Blue Jays deftly dodged Garchomp's trick. These ferrets tackle on the hard rock, chopping the rock into countless small pieces. This Blue Jay is so fast. Although Garchomp only used 50% of his strength just now, normal flying-type Pokemon can't dodge Garchomp's attack at all. Shio exclaimed in amazement. Seeing that his casual blow was dodged, Garchomp's eyes converged and he finally became serious. An extremely strong dragon breath came out from Garchomp's body. Garchomp at this time seemed to be wearing a saffron-colored armor. Garchomp flew upwards and appeared in front of the Blue Jay in the next instant. Garchomp uses the Dragon Claw against the Blue Jays. The razor-sharp dragon claws were intertwined, forming a huge saffron-colored web, and wherever they passed, countless rocks shattered into powder. Facing such a sharp attack, the Blue Jay was not in a hurry. I saw the Blue Jay flapping its wings to form a hurricane like a spiral ball that enveloped itself. A huge hurricane group blocked Dragon Claw's attack. The two abilities collided and a lot of ember came out. Blue Jay, use Brave Bird. Feng Che shouted to the Blue Crow. I saw the blue jay fly high in the sky, and then use the speed of quick attack to enhance the power of brave bird. With only a thud, Garchomp was tackled to the ground by the blue jay. A deep hole appeared in the ground. But Garchomp didn't lose his ability to fight. I saw Garchomp crawling out of the pit, the scales on its heart erect. No, this Garchomp is in outrage. Zai's brows tightened. Just when Shio was about to call out Salamence to stop Garchomp, Feng Che stopped him. Let my blue jay continue to fight. Even if Garchomp goes into outrage, I'm sure my blue jays can handle it. Feng Che said to Shi with a calm expression. Blue jay, this is the last hurdle for evolution, let's defeat Garchomp, I believe in your strength. Feng Che shouted to the blue crow. At this time, Garchomp's body erupted with more powerful coercion, like a demon. Garchomp opened his mouth, and an enormous dragon pulse spewed out of Garchomp's mouth. The blue jay immediately split out more than a dozen clones. What dragon pulse hit was just the phantom of the blue jay. Hearing a bang in the distance, a mushroom cloud suddenly appeared where dragon pulse hit, accompanied by a huge sound and vibration. What the hell is going on here? Where did such a fierce battle take place? The people of Meteor came out of the house one after another, and they watched nervously. When they saw Shio's Garchomp fighting a blue jay, their nervous hearts fell. It turned out to be a trial challenge. This Garchomp is really strong and inhumane. After my flight-type Pokemon fought against it, every time I saw its body, I couldn't stop shivering, and it had already formed a psychological shadow. The people of the Meteors are talking. Look how long this blue jay can last. I bet it won't last a minute. I bet it won't last 30 seconds. I bet 20 seconds. The people of the Meteor Nation know very well how powerful Shio's Garchomp is when it goes mad. This isn't something your average Pokemon can afford. Garchomp got even more rage after seeing his Dragon Pulse being avoided. Garchomp rose high into the air. A phantom of a huge Garchomp appeared behind it. The blue jay felt that his position had been locked on firmly by Garchomp. At this time, Garchomp used the Dragon Rush skill. Blue Crow, don't panic, use Brave Bird. Feng Che cheered at Blue Crow. After hearing Feng Che's encouragement, Blue Crow took a deep breath. It released all the energy of the flight system in its body at one time, and the scales of Rayquaza hidden on the blue jay also shone. A mysterious cyan airflow poured into Blue Crow's body. Blue Jay's Brave Bird is plated with a cyan glow. For flowers. At this time, Garchomp and Blue Jay collided fiercely, and a strong wave broke out. The entire Meteor Citizens Station felt a slight shaking. After the wave disappeared, the two Pokemons, Garchomp and Blue Jay, were facing each other. I saw Garchomp exhaled a puff of black smoke, and then fell to the ground. Yoa, finally a Pokemon beat this Garchomp. I finally got a bad breath for my Pokemon. It's the first time I've seen a Pokemon who can beat this Garchomp. This Blue Jay is really strong. When I saw the Blue Jay using Brave Bird just now, I don't know why a phantom of the Dragon God flashed in my eyes. I thought it was my eyes, but you saw it too. The people of Meteor are all talking about it. High Priest Shi, can my Blue Crow enter the Wind Temple to complete the final evolution? Feng Che asked Shi. Of course, but according to the rules of our Meteor people, only Pokemon are allowed to enter the Wind Temple, and outsiders are not allowed to enter the Wind Temple. Please understand. She said to Feng Che. Blue Crow, this is the evolution potion of qualification. I spent a lot of time making it. Feng Che took out an advanced qualification potion from the wristband and handed it to Blue Crow. 0 inches. I hope you have a smooth evolution. I will wait for you here. Feng Che smiled and said to the Blue Crow. The Blue Jay spit out the aptitude evolution potion, and then followed the clansmen arranged by Shi into the Temple of the Wind. Immediately, a cyan breath rushed out from the Temple of the Wind. Mr. Feng Che, Blue Crow evolution will take a while, so let me take you for a walk in the village. She smiled and said to Feng Che. Then I'll trouble you, High Priest Shi. Feng Che said politely. Actually, I'm a little confused now. Should the people of Meteor be moved out of Meteor Cave? Although this place is barren, it is also the safest place. Once foreign enemies invade, we can retreat to the depths of Meteor Cave. But once the Meteor citizens moved out of the Meteor Cave, the Meteor citizens had a flaw. She sighed and said to Feng Che. That's very simple. You should know the Dragon Land of Unova region. Their city is connected to the Dragon's Cave, and the entire Opelucid city is populated by people from the Royal Dragon family. In this way, even if outsiders enter the city you built, you will be able to observe every move of outsiders. But your worries are not unreasonable. I think the elders who are loyal to the Meteor people can stay in the Meteor Cave. First, they are attached to their homeland and do not want to leave. Second, it really needs someone to guard here, and it will be the last retreat for your meteorites. As long as your strength is strong enough, with the supply of Stone family, you can show your fangs to other forces. I believe other forces will not dare to act rashly. Bullying. You should show your strength and heritage, and show off the elite-level dragon-type Pokemon. Feng Che suggested to Shi. Please let me think about it. Shio is in a mess right now, and as the head of the family, she has a lot of things to worry about. By the way, I want to exchange some meteor iron with you. Feng Che said to Shi. No problem, we have just mined a batch of meteor iron and are putting it in the warehouse. If you need it, just take this batch of meteor iron directly. She said very generously. The blue jay flapped its wings and flew into the Temple of the Wind. The Wind Temple is extremely spacious, and it is full of disorderly turbulence. A phantom of Rayquaza suddenly appeared in the Temple of Winds. And Chapter 240-Blue Jay Evolution, Rayquaza's Legacy. You have to learn how to handle the wind here. Handle the wind, and I'll show you the tricks about the wind one by one, Rayquaza's phantom said blankly. Rayquaza took a deep breath, and then let out an extremely strong airflow. Suddenly, the interior of the Wind Temple was violently violent. The blue jay felt that he could no longer fly in the air. You have to learn how to use the power of the wind, so that you can blend into this gust of wind freely. Don't think about resisting, don't think about avoiding. What you need to learn is to use the power of the wind to make the wind your own. Help, Rayquaza's phantom said to the blue jay. The blue jay nodded humbly, learning from Rayquaza how to manipulate airflow. Rayquaza took the blue jay to understand the power of breeze, gale, storm, and hurricane, and learn to adjust and control the size and direction of the wind with his wings. Rayquaza will not start the next teaching until after the blue jay has realized it. Day after day, half a month passed like this. It was not until the blue jay learned how to manipulate the wind that Rayquaza's phantom dissipated with satisfaction and merged into the blue jay's body. At this moment, the blue jay's body glowed with white light. Countless flying energy poured into the blue jay. These energies form the blue jay's wind wings. A thick cocoon formed on the blue jay's body, and the blue jay, 080, entered the state of evolution. The blue jays are finally evolution. Feng Che has been in the Meteor Cave for more than half a month. During this time, Feng Che and she discussed a reasonable plan for the people of Meteor. Feng Che felt that the people of Meteor needed to be clear about their position. The Meteor Cave, where the Meteor citizens are located, has a large amount of minerals. There are many dragon-type Pokemon here, and there is no way for outsiders to come in and mine. The income from mining alone can enable all Meteor citizens to live a prosperous life. There is also the Meteor citizen to enhance their heritage by cultivating dragon-type Pokemon. The more gym level and elite level trainers are cultivated, the better the Meteor citizen's situation will be. Another day passed. A violent hurricane suddenly appeared in the Wind Temple. The hurricane blew the entire Meteor citizens' settlement to the ground. This provoked the people of Meteor to come out one after another to check the situation. This hurricane came from the Wind Temple. What the hell happened here? Such a strong hurricane. Is this a successful evolution with a flight-type Pokemon? Do you remember that half a month ago, a blue jay defeated Garchomp and entered the Temple of the Wind. Everyone is talking. A huge steel-armored crow rushed out of the Wind Temple. The steel-armored crow looks like it is wrapped in armor. Its feathers became hard, and the color distribution of the whole body became uniform, and the original blue became cyan. Compared with the blue crow, the mimetic patterns around the eyes of the steel armor crow are also gone, and even its eyeballs can only be seen slightly. After Feng Chei's steel-armored crow completed the evolution in the Wind Temple, the color of its exterior turned blue. Feng Chei saw that the steel-armored crow was covered with a thin layer of airflow. Indistinctly, the symbol of Delta appeared, and quickly disappeared on the body of the steel-armored crow. This steel-armored crow of Feng Chei can create a strong wind that is not inferior to a hurricane, blowing away all powerful enemies. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Steel Armor Crow close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic teal. Characteristic, sharp eyes. Open black lens bracket level, 60 close black lens bracket. Attribute, flight plus steel. Skills, peck, glare, arrogance, hone claws, fury attack, whirlwind, tailwind, fury attack, drill run, storm, substitute, air slash, agility, quick attack, steel wing, pluck, metal sound, brave bird, assurance, payback, air slash, flash cannon and other skills. Status, fake, delta airflow. Evaluation. This is a steel-armored crow that has received the inheritance of Rayquaza and understood the delta airflow. If the best ore in the world can be used to coat this steel-armored crow with indestructible armor, the qualifications of this steel-armored crow ore will reach legendary qualifications. Close black lens bracket. Epic level steel-armored crow, a little worse than Incineroar. However, the steel-armored crow is a Pokemon with flying plus steel attributes after all. It seems that a suitable steel holy place has to be found, and the helping hand steel-armored crow can make up for the qualifications. As soon as Feng Chei raised his leg, he jumped onto the steel-armored crow's back. After Blue Crow evolution became a steel-armored crow, he was 3 meters tall. After it opened its wings reached 5 meters, a circle larger than Shio's salamence. The steel-armored crow gently flapped its wings, and Feng Chei felt the sensation of the wind galloping. In less than a second, the steel-armored crow flew from the Wind Temple to the entrance of the village. Congratulations, Feng Chei. She walked out and congratulated Feng Chei. I'll be looking for Kyogre's temple for the rest of the time. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Feng Chei patted the steel-armored crow's head. The steel-armored crow immediately flapped its wings and rushed out of the meteor cave. Feng Chei has written down how to reach the station of the Meteor Citizen through Psychic. But the strange thing is that on the way back, not a single dragon-type Pokemon shot Feng Chei. Didn't you say that when you see a stranger, dragon-type Pokemon will take action to drive them away? I'm also going to use the Steel Armor Crow to fight against the dragon Pokemon, and try the Steel Armor Crow's strength. Feng Chei said with a little regret. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni looked at the 3 holy birds that had been tamed, showing a satisfied look. Very well, the 3 holy birds have been completely tamed, and the development of the 3 holy birds integration device has been completed. Giovanni clapped his hands, and the Fuji professor took out a black sphere the size of a slap. This is the 3 holy bird combination device, which was developed based on the genetic sequence of the 3 holy birds. I saw this black sphere floating in the air. The 3 holy birds flew towards the black sphere involuntarily. A black arc appeared in the black sphere, gathering the 3 holy birds together. Immediately, the 3 holy birds completed the 3-in-1 under the action of the black arc. The 3 holy birds are 1. Zapdos on the left, Moltres in the middle and Articuno on the right. Come on, test the true power of the 3 holy birds. Giovanni clapped his hands, and countless wicked Pokemon were released. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Machamp and other Pokemon rushed out. I saw them clamoring around. The power of Frost, fire, and lightning appeared on the body of the three holy birds. Less than a quarter of an hour. The Pokémon fell to the ground one after another. The power of fire, frost, and lightning remained on the ground. The three holy birds looked at the Pokémon lying on the ground with disdain. Then Fuji Professor manipulated the black ball to let the three holy birds complete the disintegration action. This three holy bird combination device has two functions. The first function is to combine the three holy birds and gather the power of the three holy birds to attack. The second function is to promote the disintegration of the three holy birds and control the three holy birds. Birds attack alone, Fuji Professor explained to everyone. This is the controller of the three holy birds combination device. Fuji Professor took out a controller like a black button and placed it in Giovanni's hand. But there's a downside to this one-piece device. That is, the fusion device is violently impacted, it will explode, and the three holy birds will also lose control. Fuji Professor said to Giovanni. Haha, this is the first level God three holy birds created by our Team Rockets. I didn't expect this button-like thing to be able to control it. Giovanni held the controller and raised his head and laughed. After seeing the power of the three holy birds, he was very satisfied. Even Giovanni, a champion trainer, struggled to deal with so many powerful Pokémon. As a result, the three holy birds smashed a group of Pokémon to the ground. Just when Giovanni was triumphant, Mewtwo, who was far away in the laboratory, suddenly opened his eyes. A sly smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. I have finally grown into a complete body, and now I am the real beast. Confusion flashed in Mewtwo's eyes, hypnotizing a Ditto when everyone wasn't paying attention. The Ditto wriggled into a Mewtwo in the sink. Mewtwo then used the teleport to leave the lab. Haha, I'm finally free. Mewtwo exclaimed happily. Now I have to hide well and don't let the Team Rockets find me. Mewtwo wagged his tail, broke through the layers of clouds, and flew into the distance. Very well, the success of the three holy birds plan means that the strength of our Team Rockets has reached a new level. In half a month, we are going to Indigo Plateau to attack the Alliance. This time I must wipe out all the Alliance, let Team Rockets ignite a prairie fire and overthrow the Alliance's domination. Giovanni laughed. Drip drip. Feng Che, who was flying on the sea with a steel-armored crow, suddenly received a message from Sabrina. Sabrina, Leader Giovanni asked us to concentrate in half a month and attack the Alliance collectively. Feng Che, received, Lord Sabrina, I will definitely rush back to Rocket Hideout in half a month. Steel-armored crow swept across the sea at a low altitude. Wherever he passed, the calm sea seemed to be cut by a knife, and the passing UU 3.5 was suddenly divided into two. It's here, it should be around here. Feng Che looked at the map given by Shi and determined the possible location of Relicanth. Tanalot is hidden on Relicanth's body. As long as you find Relicanth, there is hope to find the location of the Temple of the Sea. Come out, Gyarados. Feng Che threw out the Pokeball. Gyarados plunged headlong into the water, only to emerge after a while. It bit a Sharpedo that had already fainted in its mouth and asked Feng Che for credit. Haha, this unlucky Sharpedo actually bumped into you, and it deserves to be unlucky. Feng Che grabbed Sharpedo with a Pokeball. Feng Che took out the diving suit from the wristband and followed Gyarados into the sea. Mount Chimney. A red-haired man in a red shirt stood with a grim expression on his face. This man is the Hoenn region obsessed with finding and taking control of Groudon's Team Magma leader Maxie. At this time, Maxie had just accepted the transformation of the Earth monster. I saw the Omega symbol appeared on Maxie's forehead, and the monster of the Earth was possessed by Maxie. Come on, find me the whereabouts of the Earth Temple. I need the power of the Earth Temple to help me rebuild my body. Maxie said to the three cadres. Chapter 241-Temple of the Sea. Hoenn region is extremely clear. Under the sunlight, it looks like a tourmaline. Corsola, Lovedusk, Gorobus all frolic in the sea. Here is overgrown with weeds. There are quite a few clamprels lazily opening their shells under the sea and spitting out priceless pearls. This is a good place to collect clamprel pearls, but my most important purpose now is to find Relicanth as soon as possible. I don't know if Relicanth is still here, Feng Che said to himself. According to Shio, Relicanth likes to nibble on the tender seaweed here. She had seen Relicanth appear around here. Now Relicanth has not appeared, but Chincho and Lantern have appeared. Feng Che watched as many Chincho and Lantern gathered around. They all looked at Feng Che with unpleasant expressions. Across Chincho and Lantern, as if they were about to die if they disagreed. Chincho is all blue and looks like a fish, but it also has small feet. A pair of tentacles extend forward from its tail, each with a yellow teardrop-shaped illuminator at the end. Its eyes are round yellow, its pupil is a black cross, and its mouth is small. Chincho can emit electricity from the tip of the tentacle, and can also use the tentacle's shiny to communicate with its own kind. Lantern is a blue, larger Pokemon with a pair of small fins. Lantern has big red eyes, a yellow mask-like thing on its face, and the end of its tail is also yellow. Compared to the pre-evolution, the wires on the Lantern head have changed from 2 to 1, but there are branches in the middle of the wires. It has 2 yellow spherical light emitters. A huge Lantern swam over, and an extremely dazzling light shone on its body. This is the Lantern's special hunting technique. They stun opponents with a strong light, and then use thunder shock to knock them down. Gyarados, use a waterspout. Feng Che grabbed Gyarados' trident tightly. Then Gyarados tapped his tail to form a waterspout. Lantern and Chincho quickly spread through the sea and blasted towards Gyarados. These 17 huge electric currents failed to tear the waterspout. Instead, these electric currents were bounced back to Lantern and Chincho. Some Lantern and Chincho, which are not characteristic of electricity storage, were stunned alive. Lantern looked angrily at the waterspout made by Gyarados, and slammed into the waterspout with a saffron-colored electric current all over his body. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail, Feng Che said to Gyarados through telepathy. Facing the menacing Lantern leader, Gyarados shot the Lantern leader into the reef on the seabed with one tail. Go, Pokeball. With such a big Lantern, Feng Che thought about it and included it in the Pokeball. It can be used as a reserve power source for the grow house. After seeing their leader defeated, Lantern and Chincho all dispersed. At this moment, Feng Che saw a huge Relicanth stick its head out from the reef on the seabed. It looks unusually rage. Relicanth is a large fish with map-like markings and a light brown head. Its dark brown body has light brown patterns and a large red spot. Finally there, Relicanth. Feng Che looked at this Relicanth, who had lived for an unknown number of years, and thought to himself. Gyarados, the job of capturing Relicanth is left to you, Feng Che said to Gyarados through telepathy. The Relicanth growled and spewed a large amount of rock from its mouth. These rocks burst into the sea like torpedoes. Suddenly, the entire sea floor shook. The sea water was suddenly turbid by the burst of rocks. Just when Relicanth wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, Gyarados directly bound Relicanth tightly with his body. At the same time, a saffron-colored arc came from Gyarados' mouth, and Gyarados used the Thunder Fang skill. Gyarados sighed directly at Relicanth. A huge current was instantly injected into Relicanth's body, causing Relicanth to twitch. Very good. Although this Relicanth is strong, it has been sleeping for too long, and the body function has not been fully recovered before being knocked down by Gyarados. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che used Psychic to throw the Pokeball at Relicanth. After a while, Feng Che rushed out of the sea with Gyarados. Feng Che took out the notebook from the wristband and used the scanner to continuously scan the patterns on Relicanth's body. Compare the patterns on Relicanth with modern maps. Feng Che finally managed to lock on a small island and found the location of Kyogre's sea temple. Finally found, the island where the temple of Kyogre is located. A faint smile appeared on Feng Che's mouth. Sea God Cave. It has been established as a new base by Team Aqua. Hoenn Region Team Aqua leader Archie is sitting on the throne watching the Team Aqua members kneeling below. Lord Sea God just gave me an order to find the Temple of the Sea. Lord Sea God will use the power of the Temple of the Sea to recast its divine body. By the way, did you find the little devil that Lord Sea God said blasphemed it? Archie's eyes. Sorry, Lord Archie, that person suddenly disappeared. It seems that he is not from this region. I'm investigating his identity now. Archie's subordinates hurriedly leaned over and said respectfully. Continue the investigation. Lord Sea God hates this person very much, and he has ordered me to find this person, and then cut through 1,000 cuts and smash his corpse into pieces. A grim smile appeared on Archie's face. It's here. Feng Che found the island where the Temple of the Sea was located. There are countless pelipers and wingulls hovering above the island. Every now and then, a peliper swoops into the sea, and after a while, it picks up a finger-wide fish and swallows it. Go, steel-armored crow, directly on the island, we are going to find the Temple of the Sea. The steel-armored crow dived into a blue light, and brought Feng Che to the beach of the island. The whole process did not alert a peliper hovering high in the sky. It can be seen that the speed of the steel-armored crow's flight has reached the extreme. Very good, steel-armor crow. After Feng Che praised the steel-armored crow, he released Frogadier. Frogadier, with the scales of Kyogre in your hand, find the whereabouts of the Temple of the Sea. Light blue energy appeared on Frogadier's body, Kyogre's scales were triggered, and floated into the air to guide the location of Frogadier's sea temple. At this moment, suddenly countless Staryu and Starmie jumped out of the sea. A huge octillery nearly 3 meters high emerged from the sea. Several 2-meter-high mantines also rushed up from the sea. Octillery is an all-red, octopus-shaped Pokémon with yellow suckers. The rounded head has 2 round yellow spots. There are 2 suction cups on each tentacle. The tentacles are mostly concentrated on the back side of the body, and there are 2 longer tentacles on the front side. Octillery has a solid rock head. Will wrap the opponent with the feet with suction cups, and then use the head to take down. Longer Octillery lived, the bigger and stronger Octillery became. Octillery was even able to tow a mid-sized cruise ship to the bottom of the ocean. Mantine looks like a real manta ray, with Remoraid attached to its body. Remoraid is attached to Mantine's body, and sometimes Mantine will launch Remoraid as a cannonball. Remoraid has the characteristics of fish, similar to striped and archer fish, with 2 stripes near the tail and a horn on the head. Its body is mostly light gray with 2 large eyes. Its fins and tail are white. The body is not large enough to be attached to Mantine. Remoraid can spray water and has a very long range. These Pokémon seem to be subordinates to the Octillery leader. They appear for the sake of snatch Kyogre's scales. It turns out that if you want to find the Temple of the Sea, you must defeat many competitors. Very well, Frogadier, it's time for you to shine. Feng Che raised his eyebrows, looked at Frogadier and said. At this time, Frogadier changed his cautious attitude. It understands that in order to obtain Kyogre's heritage, it must prove its strength. Passed, and the Remoraid attached to it slammed into Frogadier like a cannonball. Remoraid smashed on the beach, and suddenly the gravel splattered. Frogadier dodged the Remoraid's attack with great speed and sprayed the water gun at the Remoraid. Remoraid stuck his head in the sand. Just as Remoraid was about to struggle, a water gun hit Remoraid. Then Frogadier's cold arm slapped the ground heavily, and Remoraid was instantly frozen in ice. Several ice prisms suddenly appeared on the beach. Seeing his little brother frozen, Mantine glared at Frogadier. Mantine opened her mouth and spewed a large amount of bubble beam from it. Frogadier jumped back twice, avoiding the bubble beam's attack. Bubble beam hit the beach, blasting the sand into several deep pits. Frogadier spread out his hands, and 2 water whips emerged from his hands, smashing them hard in Mantine's direction. In just one click, Mantine felt a huge force hit him. Mantine felt drunk and knocked down a big tree with a thud. The remaining 2 Mantines felt the Frogadier, were not to be provoked, and were about to turn around and run away. Frogadier opened his hands and 2 Psybeam hits Mantine. Mantine was frozen into a lump of ice in the air and fell into the water with a thud. Very good, I've dealt with Megalodon and Remoraid. I saw this giant octillery languidly, it stretched out a tentacle and gestured towards Staryu and Starmie. Staryu and Starmie hit Frogadier like sharp chainsaws at rapid spin. Frogadier's hands were condensed with 2 huge sailors. This sailor is about the size of Frogadier's height. I saw Frogadier threw out the 2 sailors and flew towards Staryu and Starmie at rapid spin. The moment the water shuriken touched Staryu and Starmie, it suddenly spread out, forming a burst of water droplets in the sky. Both Staryu and Starmie were shocked by the sudden impact, scattered in all directions, plunged deep into the ground, and lost their ability to fight. At this moment, a huge tentacle smashed in the direction of Frogadier. After all, this octillery couldn't hold back and shot. Hearing a rumbling sound, a gully appeared on the ground, causing a cloud of gunpowder smoke. A sly smile appeared on Octillery's face. Octillery's tentacles are heavy, and as long as he hits Frogadier, Frogadier will be killed or injured. Octillery looked at Kyogre's scales floating in the air with a greedy look in his eyes. Octillery, as long as I get this token, I will be able to enter the Temple of the Sea and obtain the water-type energy accumulated in the temple for hundreds of thousands of years. Octillery, at that time, I will be able to break through the gym-level strength and officially advance to the quasi-elite. Octillery, maybe, I can still step into the elite class. Octopus 080 Barrel stretched out its tentacles and grabbed Kyogre's scales. At this moment, Octillery only felt a pain in the tentacles, and then a section of the tentacles fell to the ground and wriggled. Octillery, what the hell is going on and when did this Pokémon move? The place where Octillery's wound broke was squirming, and after a while, another new tentacle grew. This Octillery's regeneration ability is really strong. It is said that Octillery's tentacles are also one of the delicacy of the Pokémon world. If I caught such a big Octillery, would I be able to use Octillery's tentacles to make takoyaki? The corners of Feng Che's mouth rose slightly, and delicious takoyaki could not help but emerge in his mind. Octillery spewed a large jet of water from his mouth and rushed towards Frogadier. Frogadier dodged Octillery's hydro pump attack with his extreme speed. Octillery looked at the little jumping frog repeatedly, annoyed. I saw where this Frogadier went. Octillery's tentacles were all slashed by Frogadier's Sailor Shuriken, and Octillery's regeneration rate gradually couldn't keep up. In the end, Octillery, with only one head left, landed on the beach. Octillery, thinking like this, I can't attack. Octillery, there is a lot of venom and ink in my mouth. Octillery, the tentacles scattered in the ground still obey my commands. As Frogadier prepares to end Octillery. Suddenly Frogadier found his feet caught by Octillery's tentacles. Octillery's tentacles are extremely powerful, and once caught, they lock the Frogadier firmly. Frogadier suddenly became heavier, the speed naturally dropped, and more tentacles were attached to Frogadier's body. Frogadier is getting slower and slower. Eventually Octillery aimed in Frogadier's direction to spray black ink. Octillery, this time I won, my ink contains a lot of nerve-paralyzing poison. Octillery, when I recover, it's time for you to kill yourself. At this moment, a Pokeball suddenly appeared on Octillery's head. Octillery, I'll go, trainer, you don't speak Koichi. Octillery wailed in his heart and was taken into the Pokeball by Feng Che. This Frogadier has a trainer, and in your state, it is normal for you to lose. Why should I make you turn against the wind? One Pokeball is not enough, then two. Feng Che looked at the subdued Octillery and murmured. Then Feng Che took Mantine and the more qualified Starmie and Staryu into the bag. I already have a lot of water-type Pokemon on hand, and I can open an aquarium in the breeding house. Feng Che put away the pokeball. At this time, Kyogre's scales suddenly radiated light, and the sea suddenly split in two. A temple of the sea hidden under the sea appeared in front of Feng Che. Chapter 242 Frogadier Evolution, Lance Crossing, Heart Knot. This temple is made of water crystals and contains a lot of water-type energy. Come on, Frogadier. At this point Frogadier has cleaned up Octillery's tentacles attached to it. Frogadier also has a large number of sucker marks on his body. Come on, Frogadier. Feng Che put his hand on Frogadier's shoulder, and a teleport disappeared in place. The Temple of the Sea was built by ancient peoples. Like the Temple of the Earth, the Temple of the Sea is engraved with a large number of statues recording Kyogre's deeds. Maybe Frogadier has the breath of Kyogre in himself, so Frogadier easily opened the door of the Sea Temple and entered this dreamy Sea Temple. After Feng Che and Frogadier entered the Temple of the Sea, the separated sea was closed again. Moment Frogadier stepped into the Temple of the Sea, a large amount of water energy poured into Frogadier's body. The alpha sapphire floating above the temple fell into Frogadier's body. After Frogadier completed the evolution this time, the prototype of my team was formed. Ditto, Steel Crow, Venusaur, Incineroar, Greninja, Aerodactyl, Sirfetch'd, Gyarados. After Zeraora has laid Pokemon eggs, Zeraora will be left by me in the breeding house to hatch Pokemon eggs. Vulpix, Ice Vulpix, Dano, Scyther, and Rowlet are trained as my second-tier Pokemon. Feng Che did not forget to return to Dead Island again. I'm still short of a ground-type Pokemon, and I need to capture it as soon as possible and cultivate it. Otherwise, it still won't have much advantage over the power-type Pokemon. Feng Che thought to himself. Frogadier endured the huge water-type energy injected into his body. Kyogre's scales, Alpha Sapphire, Water God Crystal. These three legendary resources are reshaping Frogadier. Feng Che returned to Team Rockets this time, and most of his Pokemon's strength reached gym level. Even a quasi-elite level trainer, Feng Che was sure he could handle it. Frogadier's evolution lasted longer than Incineroar, probably because Frogadier was more stubborn. Feng Che saw that Frogadier's body was almost compressed into a solid crystal of energy. Finally, Frogadier evolution became the majestic Greninja. Greninja is a Pokemon in the form of a bipedal frog. Its body and legs are dark blue, and its chest is yellow, each limb has large white bubbles, and each leg has a four-pointed star mark, which looks like a shuriken. The pink scarf it wears around its neck is its tongue. Greninja can freeze water into a shuriken that can cut through Orberg, no matter how big it is, and can even saffronize a shuriken. It's haunted like a ninja. Play with your opponent with agile movements, and then slash the opponent with the water shuriken. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Greninja close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Legend Blue. Characteristic, change freely. Open black lens bracket level, 62 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, grab, glare, water gun, rage, water pulse, camouflage, eye of heart, double team, throwing, aerial ace, smackdown, bounce, substitute, facade, psybeam, toxic spikes, toxic, surf, waterfall, water shuriken, night slash, etc. Status, comprehend pseudo, root fluctuation. Evaluation. This Greninja, who has gone to the extreme, observed Kyogre's memory in the Temple of the Sea and realized the falsehood. The source fluctuates, which can summon 6 high-pressure hydropumps to penetrate the enemy, and the moment Greninja appears, it will definitely cause the weather to change. Close black lens bracket. Haha, Greninja, congratulations, my first echelon has finally grown up. Feng Che looked at Greninja and let out a long sigh of relief. The energy of the water crystals of the entire Sea Temple has been devoured by Greninja. The crystals of the original sea blue water became incomparably transparent. This Greninja has drained the energy of the entire sea temple. I don't know how long it will take for this temple of the sea to be full of energy again. Feng Che and Greninja left the temple of the sea with a teleport. Returning to the Kanto region this time, Feng Che will inevitably stir up the situation in the Kanto region. Quartz Alliance. Damalanchi looked gloomy. It's really a leak in the house, and it's raining overnight, and the boat is in the wind again. Taro Sasaki, the biggest gold owner of Damalanchi, announced that he would withdraw a sum of money. This is a huge sum of money originally invested by Sasaki Taro to let Damalanchi tame Rayquaza. This fund has been moved by Damalanchi privately into his own hands, in order to make up for the deficit of the alliance over the years. I haven't found Lance Crossing yet, I've already given up. Why is Lance Crossing still unwilling to come and see me? Where did the 4 elites go? Damalanchi was furious. Team Rockets are hiding in the dark like poisonous snakes at this time. I don't know when Team Rockets will come out and bite us. We lack elite level combat power now. Damalanchi snarl said. Everyone is a worry-free guy. Damalanchi now wants to find Lance Crossing as soon as possible, so that the mess of the alliance can be thrown into the hands of Lance Crossing. Reporting to the head, we still can't find any trace of Lance Crossing Elite, not only Lance Crossing Elite. Even the 3 elites Agatha, Lorelei and Bruno have not been found. Latest said to Damalanchi said. These elites are all hiding in the dark to watch my jokes secretly. Okay, hide and don't want to see me, right? Then I will fight the Yulong family directly, and then I will see if Lance Crossing is willing to come out and see me. Damalanchi stroked his pale beard, and a wicked look appeared in his eyes. In the Dragon Cave in the Kanto region, the clan of the Royal Dragon family. Lance Crossing watched the latest information from the Kanto region, including Damalanchi's rage, and the news that he wanted to attack Yulong family. All the details were presented to Lance Crossing. It seems that Damalanchi is about to jump over the wall. He wants to let me out, but I don't let him do it. To fight the Yulong family, Damalanchi has to find a name. Otherwise, the Kwantung Alliance will be attacked by the Royal Dragon family of other regions. Lance Crossing said to himself. Then, another message caught Lance Crossing's attention. Finally there, Feng Che, I've been looking for you for a long time. Lance Crossing hurried out of the dragon's cave and summoned the Dragonite to leave by the night. The elder looked thoughtfully at the figure of Lance Crossing leaving. Although I don't know what the future of Yulong family will look like, I see that the fate is not the same as before. The elder murmured. At this time, Feng Che was coming out of Dry Leaf Harbor. He summoned the Steel Armor Crow and headed to Viridian City. At this time, Feng Che met Lance Crossing, who arrived from the Dragon's Cave. Isn't this Lance Crossing elite? What happened? Feng Che said to Lance Crossing with a smile. Haha, don't make fun of me, I'm not an elite anymore. I'm not an elite since the moment I fell out with Damalanchi. Lance Crossing said to Feng Che with a wry smile. People in the Kanto region will never forget your exploits, Lance Crossing elite. By the way, Lorelei elite said they will always be waiting for your return. Let me tell you when I see you. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. Come on, let's find a place to have a good chat. Lance Crossing could not refuse Feng Che's refusal, and drove the Dragonite to the ground. This guy is still so domineering. Feng Che patted the Steel Armor Crow's head. The steel-armored crow brought Feng Che to the ground. Feng Che, thank you. If you didn't see that this Dragonite was poisoned, it is very likely that this Dragonite was destroyed by the Alliance. This Dragonite is the most likely Pokemon in my hand to break through champion. Lance Crossing said gratefully to Feng Che. To be honest, I'm so lost right now, I don't know what it means for me to be an elite. Is it for honor, or for the people of the Kanto region? Lance Crossing said with a melancholy expression. The choice is what your heart thinks. I think you become an elite, it's more of a sense of justice, you can't stand the filth of this world. Feng Che looked at Lance Crossing and expressed his opinion. In Feng Che's impression, Lance Crossing has always been a righteous dragon messenger who has always been committed to maintaining peace and justice in the Pokemon world. It can be said that where there are outlaws, there is Lance Crossing justice. Yes, when I became a prosecutor, I kept thinking, why is there so much evil happening? How can the crime rate be reduced? How can Pokemon and humans coexist peacefully? Lance Crossing said with a sigh. But once I make a decision, my persistence is a joke. Lance Crossing said to Feng Che in distress. You mean your plan of rebellion? Do you think it will bring disaster to the people of the Kanto region? Feng Che said bluntly. How did you find out about the plan? Lance Crossing was stunned when Feng Che revealed the biggest secret in his heart. Because I saw Lorelei Elite training the Ice Pokemon Corps in Seafoam Islands, and combined with the fact that the four of you Elite fell out with Damalanchi, I guessed this conclusion. Feng Che shrugged at Lance Crossing. He shrugged his shoulders in disapproval. This is a good plan. If I were you, I would agree with your plan with both hands and feet. Feng Che said with a smile. However, this is the opposite of the people, and it will have a huge impact on the people of the Kanto region. Lance Crossing has never been able to overcome this hurdle in his heart. Chapter 243_Capture Mewtwo. How can this affect the people of the Kanto region? The target you are attacking is always the family that controls the alliance. You are also doing this to clear the alliance's tumor and establish a better order for the people of the Kanto region. Team the Rockets will be attacking the alliance soon. Quote. At that time, wouldn't it be enough for you to attack the family collectively in the name of Team Rockets? It is normal for anyone to see Team Rockets attacking the family. As a division of justice, you led 4 legions. The safety of civilians. Quote. It's just because the rescue was not timely that these families were destroyed by Team Rockets. What's your business? Feng Che's words all reminded Lance Crossing to throw the blame on Team Rockets. It turns out, I get it, and I think the starting point of the question is always wrong. I always thought this rebellion would hurt civilians. Actually, this is what Team Rockets did, right? As the Justice Division of the Alliance, we have protected the safety of the people at the first moment of their needs. As for those families, we are beyond our reach. Lance Crossing's eyes suddenly lit up, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the originally gloomy expression was swept away. In this way, you have won a good reputation, and you can clean up the poisonous family that has fallen everywhere, so why not do it? Feng Che continued to instigate Lance Crossing. As long as the legions under your 4 elites do not attack the city, they can gain the reputation of saving the Kanto region in times of crisis, and those who take the blame will become Team Rockets. And you are the savior who protected the entire Kanto region. People, Feng Che continued. Yes, that's how it should be. With this reputation, I should be able to serve as champion of the Kanto region. Lance Crossing muttered. No, you must not be the champion of the 080 Kanto region. Feng Che suddenly spoke up to discourage Lance Crossing. The Kanto region's finances should be in serious deficit right now, and it's already overwhelmed. I remember you once said that your elite allowance can't be paid out. Feng Che reminded Lance Crossing. Yes, it is so. Lance Crossing nodded. That's right, now the Kanto region is in deep financial deficit. Once you take over, you fall into Damalanchi's trap. If you think about it, the first problem you have when you take office is to solve the salary owed by the 100,000 workers of the League for half a year. Then you will find that the Kwantong League has a huge deficit in its finances. Then, the moment you take office, it becomes the moment when you are hunted by noble families. As champion, you must solve the mess left by the alliance that took office. If you can't solve these problems smoothly, you are among the civilians. The prestige will get worse and worse. Quote. Your final outcome is only to step down in despair, and then Damalanchi will take the opportunity to take power again, in charge of the Kanto region. So, I suggest you take over as champion of Johto region. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. Champion of Johto region, isn't that Bell Tower's site? I remember that the Johto region was controlled by High Priest Shimiao of Bell Tower. Will I be tied down when I go to the Johto region? Lance Crossing raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of confusion. No, go to the Johto region and that's when you're going to show your skills. Just because the Johto region is the territory controlled by High Priest Shimiao, it's good for you. You can also become BHDF, the unparalleled king who controls the Kanto region and the Johto region. Feng Che smiled at Lance Crossing. Want to hear about it? Lance Crossing motioned for Feng Che to continue. Bell Tower has always been at odds with the Alliance, so Damaranch's control ability in the Johto region is very poor. If you are transferred to the champion of the Johto region, Damaranch will have no way to trip you up. Although the relationship between the Kwantung Alliance and High Priest Shamiao is not very good, but your Yulong family and High Priest Shamiao support each other. If you are the champion of Johto region, High Priest Shamiao will definitely help. You can accumulate food in the Johto region and claim the king slowly. With the help of High Priest Shamiao, you can take down the Kanto region in turn. Your main army is in the Kanto region. If it is placed in the Kanto region, it will be able to contain Damalanchi. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. That's all I have to say. Although I'm in Team Rockets, my goal is the same as yours, to build a better Pokemon world. If you trust me, you can go back and discuss it with the other 4 elites. The name of the Rebel Alliance is a bit ugly, and it cannot be supported by the people of the Kanto region. You go back and train your Pokemon, and put a simple logo on the Pokemon. When the Team Rockets attack the major cities, tell the people of the entire Kanto region through the broadcast that as long as they encounter the Pokemon Legion under your 4 elites, they will be sheltered. You can also let your forces disguise as Team Rockets and attack the Family Alliance. Feng Che added a few more points, and finally let the steel-armored crow flap its wings and fly into the distance through the night. Feng Che is indeed a strange person. Lance Crossing couldn't help but sighed when they saw Feng Che's figure receding away. If possible, Lance Crossing really wants to pull Feng Che into their own camp and be their own counselor. I want to discuss with Agatha and Lorelei, keep an eye on Team Rockets, and take this opportunity to rectify the chaos of the Alliance and stand at the highest moral point. Lance Crossing thought to himself. Just fooled Lance Crossing. Very good, so that Lance Crossing will not continue the tragedy of the previous life and be forced to go to the Johto region by the Alliance. This time he voluntarily gave up the champion of the Kanto League and went to Johto region. If the original plot develops, in the end, even Lance Crossing's ally, the High Priest Shimiao, was plotted by Damalanchi, and Lokia was taken away by Damalanchi. Damaranchi's failure is my joy. Feng Che smiled secretly. Team Rocket's headquarters lab. Ditto, who transformed into Mewtwo, looked lazy. None of the researchers found that the Mewtwo in front of them was Ditto's transformation. Fuji Professor was busy with the fusion experiment of the 3 holy birds, and did not find the abnormality of number 13. It was like this until Ditto, who turned into Mewtwo, died due to a genetic breakdown. This made Fuji Professor mistakenly believe that the 13th died, so the Mewtwo plan was also ordered by Giovanni to shelve indefinitely. Feng Che, who was on his way, suddenly found a purple Pokemon in front of him. This Pokemon, which looks similar to Mew and several times larger than Mew, is Mewtwo. Feng Che, I came here to find you as agreed. Mewtwo said to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. Are you willing to accept me and make me your partner? Mewtwo said playfully. I now have the power to destroy the world. Mewtwo's hand, filled with a huge psychic. Of course I would. But Mewtwo, I don't want you to be a fighting tool. Don't think that you are a clone of who you are. You are Mewtwo, my Feng Che partner. I hope I can grow with you and become the top existence in this Pokemon world. At that time, you will be able to appear in front of the world openly and be respected by the world. Underground organizations such as Team Rockets, Team Magma, and Team Aqua are all idiots in front of you. Feng Che said to Mewtwo with a smile. Mewtwo, this is the Master Ball I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Feng Che put the Master Ball in a super cute place. Thank you for setting me free. Please give me more advice in the future. Mewtwo put his hand on the Master Ball, and it instantly turned into a red light. Master Ball took down Mewtwo. Feng Che made the Master Ball into a necklace and hung it on his chest. In this way, Mewtwo can see the outside scenery anytime, anywhere. Of course, Feng Che made a layer of disguise on the necklace, so that outsiders couldn't see that it was Master Ball, thinking it was just a decoration. Mewtwo, just accompany me throughout the Pokemon world, Feng Che said with a smile to the Master Ball with Mewtwo. Okay, the final battle between Team Rockets and the Alliance is about to begin. I want to see what cards Damalanchi has left. Damalanchi, this bad old man, is very dark. Feng Che directed the steel-armored crow fly towards Team Rocket's headquarters. Rocket Hideout. After Feng Che entered Rocket Hideout through the review, he was immediately invited to the Special Operations team. Feng Che, you are here. Giovanni sat in the boss chair and looked at Feng Che. I have an urgent task for you to handle. You should know about the quartz prison below the Indigo Plateau, Giovanni said to Feng Che. It's the quartz prison that claims that no one can rob prison, right? Of course Feng Che knew about the quartz prison. It was the most heavily guarded prison in the Alliance. It is said that the prisoners in it are all felons of the Alliance, and they are all vicious criminals who have been sentenced to life imprisonment. However, no one has yet been able to break the quartz prison record of 0 escapes. Yes, I need you to go to the quartz prison and free Augustus. And release all the prisoners in the quartz prison. These people are full of spite on the Alliance, and when they get out of trouble, they will definitely attack the Alliance. With their help, it's a lot easier for us to defeat the Quartz Alliance. Giovanni watched the wind expectantly. Che said. Chapter 244-Infiltrate the Quartz Prison. I will arrange a charge and send you to the Quartz Prison. You have to be prepared that you can't carry any Pokemon in the Quartz Prison. As long as you can get Augustus out. When you come back, it's time for you to be promoted to Team Rocket's cadre. Giovanni directly said the reward after the success. He also knew that this mission was difficult and hoped to give Feng Che more motivation. By the way, Lieutenant, Serge is more familiar with the Quartz Prison, so let him explain to you about the Quartz Prison. Giovanni clapped his hands, and Lieutenant Serge walked in from the door. Lt. Serge, please explain to Feng Che the specific details about the Quartz Prison. I have something else to do, so I will go first. Feng Che, after you communicate with Lieutenant Serge, I will immediately send someone to send you to the Quartz Prison. You have to be mentally prepared and store your valuables. Giovanni said to Feng Che after saying a word, he hurried away. Should I call you Feng Che, or should I call you a pharmacist? Sabrina told me. Lieutenant Serge looked at Feng Che with intriguing eyes and smiled. Feng Che, the pharmacist, made it easy for him to find it. In the end, it turned out to be far away from the horizon, close to the eyes. Lt. Serge, don't make fun of me. Feng Che sneered. That Rowlet, did you find a solution? Lieutenant Serge thought of the sleepy Rowlet. There is no solution yet, that Rowlet is still very sleepy. I plan to go to Sinnoh region to find Shaman. It is said that it may have a solution to the problem of Rowlet's sleepiness. Feng Che shook his head and said, that's good. If Rowlet can't be cured, I'll compensate you with something else. Lieutenant Serge said somewhat apologetically. Now I'll tell you what I know about the Quartz Prison. August already had the strength of Elite before he went to the Quartz Prison. So I guess that the Quartz Prison should have an Alliance secret. The Elite guard in front of you. You must be careful when you go to the Quartz Prison this time. The Quartz Prison is located 1,000 meters below the Indigo Plateau. The environment there is extremely harsh. It is rich in rare iron ore, guarded by magnemite and magneton. Once an inmate is found to have escaped, these magnemites will emit high explosive sonic waves to alert guards and use thunder shock to attack inmates mercilessly. This prison has a moat up to 20 meters wide, in which many ferocious warrior perch are raised, and there is even the evolution type of warrior perch, the ghost blackfish. All prisoners who escaped or died violently were thrown into the moat. Let the warrior perch devour it. These nether blackfish should be formed by the evolution of the warrior perch devouring the soul of the prisoner. Lieutenant Serge explained to Feng Che in detail. No Pokemon are allowed in prisons. If it is a person with special abilities, they will also use special chains to imprison your ability. So Feng Che, you have to be careful. The interior of the quartz prison is like a labyrinth, and I don't know what is in it. I only know that the quartz prison is also called a beehive. Our intelligence officers also heard the buzzing sound of wings beating on the periphery of the quartz prison. It is very likely that a group of beedrills are kept inside. Lieutenant Serge said to Feng Che with a serious expression. Mewtwo, can you hide your traces from being discovered? Feng Che said to Mewtwo through telepathy. Recognize. Accurate. Ruo. Water. First. Hair. Underscore. I can be invisible, and human beings will never detect my trace. Mewtwo replied. Okay, then my Pokemon will be deposited with you. After I enter the quartz prison, you will give me the Pokemon. Feng Che explained to Mewtwo. Feng Che, do you have any valuables on you? If you have one, keep it in the Team Rocket's vault so you don't lose it. Lieutenant Serge opened his mouth and reminded. I don't have anything of value except myself. Feng Che shook his head and said jokingly. Okay, then I'll send someone to send you to the quartz prison now. Next, it'll be your hard work. Although it's a little difficult, you must release the prisoners in quartz prison within half a month. This has a big impact on our Team Rocket's offensive league plan. Lieutenant Serge said earnestly. Feng Che nodded calmly. In this way, the riot in quartz prison can more or less divert the attention of the Kanto Alliance. Lieutenant Serge clapped his hands, and a member of Team Rockets took Feng Che down. This Team Rockets member smears the wind cheek face. After half an hour, the Team Rockets members clapped their hands in satisfaction. Feng Che saw a young man with a cross scar on his face appeared in the mirror. Your name is Darrow, remember that name. Then the members of Team Rockets handed Feng Che a prison uniform. After Feng Che was replaced, the members of Team Rockets put handcuffs on Feng Che's hands again. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che was sent to a detention room in Viridian City, where he was detained with many prisoners. It took another day before Feng Che was taken to quartz prison in a large truck. Feng Che, I have used psychic to hide me. I will also protect your safety as soon as possible. Mewtwo spoke to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. Don't whisper, you scumbags of society. You yourself know that you have done unforgivable deeds. The Alliance will save your life. When you arrive at the quartz prison, work hard, make a good transformation, and serve the Alliance. The Union prosecutor in charge of escorting the prisoners shouted at the prisoners. It took another day before Feng Che was sent to quartz prison. After Feng Che got off the car, he realized that the surrounding area was full of dense iron ore. With so many dark iron ore, combined with the ultra-pure iron and meteor iron I got, the ability of my steel-armored crow should be further improved. Feng Che's eyes lit up and he thought secretly. Everyone comes to do the inspection, and it's a bit of a rule. The resistors will all be killed on the spot. A prosecutor with a laser gun pointed at the prisoner who had just gotten off the truck. Feng Che imitated others and raised his hands, lined up quickly, and accepted the strict inspection. Feng Che, I used psychic to temporarily imprison your psychic. The existing detection equipment cannot detect that you have psychic. Mewtwo said to Feng Che's mind with a little pride. Thanks, Mewtwo. Feng Che replied gratefully. Prison guards checked very quickly. After a while, it was Feng Che's turn. Feng Che stood on a detector and was repeatedly scanned by infrared rays several times. After confirming that Feng Che did not have any contraband on him, Feng Che was put on handcuffs and anklets made of special materials by the guards who were standing by. The handcuffs and anklets glowed bright black. The material of Feng Chei's handcuffs and anklet is very strange. It seems to be able to absorb all kinds of energy. Even my confusion was absorbed by the handcuffs and anklet. After observing for a while, Mewtwo said solemnly to Feng Chei. Forbidden iron. For flowers. The name of a metal suddenly flashed in Feng Chei's mind. Forbidden iron is a metal that can devour all kinds of energy, and it is an ultra-rare metal that Steel-type Pokémon dreams of. If that's the case, if the Steel Crow can absorb the forbidden iron, the last shortcoming of the Steel Crow will be made up. Then the Steel Crow will become the most powerful Pokémon I have. The quartz prison can use the forbidden iron to make handcuffs. It is conceivable that there should be a vein of forbidden magic iron here. Feng Chei thought to himself. He secretly glanced at the pile of handcuffs and anklets behind the prison guards. The real forbidden iron is silver-white metal. The handcuffs and anklets should be doped with a lot of other metals. It can be seen how big the vein of this quartz prison is. Feng Chei secretly estimated the vein. The size of. Feng Chei was driven by the prison guards to a place the size of a playground where he lined up to gather. There are magnemites all around, and the magnemites are used to monitor the surrounding movement. Feng Chei thought secretly as he looked at the magnemites who were patrolling around. Then, the warden of the prison came up with a queen bee. The warden was a short, fat man with a small goatee. Zero. His appearance is particularly Philistine, with many storage rings on his hands, and a pair of small slit eyes full of shrewd calculation. Hello, prisoners, I'm Doris, the warden of this prison. I also like to be called Queen Bee, or the Great Lord Doris. You will spend your whole life here. Make a good transformation here. Don't think about being able to escape. This is called the Hive Hell. Countless people are shot and killed by prison guards every year. Their souls have all become nether fish in the moat outside the prison. As long as you work hard, I, Doris, will naturally give you better treatment. After Doris finished speaking, he swaggered away from here under the respectful gaze of the prison guard. Feng Chei was also driven into the cell by prison guards armed with guns. Because the prisoners are afraid of conspiring to riot, the quartz prison adopts the method of solitary confinement of prisoners. Each room is only about 2 square meters. The iron door of the room is controlled by magnetic force. I saw magnemite sticking to the iron door of the room and turning, and the iron door opened with a snap. Only prison guards have the authority to open the door to the room. The cell Feng Chei was assigned to was room 811. Inside there is a 1.8*1 meter iron bed, a separate toilet and wash basin. Other than that, there's nothing left. The prison was built underground, and the temperature was nearly 10 degrees cooler than the ground. There is only a thin quilt on the bed, and usually only when the prisoner is curled up can he feel the momentary warmth. Feng Chei looked at the thin quilt on the bed, which exuded a stench, and couldn't help frowning. Mewtwo, help me probe with Psychic to see if there is any surveillance in the room. Feng Chei said to Mewtwo. I've scanned with Psychic and they don't have surveillance in the room. Mewtwo replied to Feng Chei. Mewtwo, you help me use Psychic to get Ditto out. Feng Chei sneezed. He really couldn't stand the strange smell of this room. I took some Ditto with me when I left the lab. These Ditto should be able to help hand to you. Mewtwo puts out a pink Ditto. This Ditto's body began to stretch, wrapping Feng Chei's hands and feet. Only a crisp snap was heard. The handcuffs and anklets were opened. Feng Chei looked at the red marks from the handcuffs and moved his joints. And Chapter 245 _ The Secret of the Quartz Prison. Ditto, transform into me. Ditto wrapped the handcuffs and anklets together, and his body kept squirming, and in a short while he became Feng Chei in handcuffs. Ditto, you just stay here quietly, and when the riot breaks out in the prison, you sneak out of this room quietly. Feng Chei warned Ditto. Ditto, who had transformed into a windy appearance, made an okay gesture, lay on the bed, and covered himself with the foul-smelling thin quilt. Mewtwo, we use teleport to move out of here. Will the resulting psychic fluctuations be detected by the instrument? Feng Che asked Mewtwo warily. He didn't want to make a move by himself and be noticed by the people of the Alliance. Don't worry, the instruments monitoring psychic here are blocked by my psychic. No matter how we use psychic in prison, we won't be noticed. Mewtwo confidently said to Feng Che. Then Mewtwo's thoughts moved, and Feng Che was taken outside the prison. Just came to the place where the prison guards are most closely guarded. What makes Feng Che feel a little strange is that the prison guards here are walking around in front of him, but, 080, no one has noticed his existence. I made you invisible with psychic, now you are free to walk around this place and no one will find out where we are. Mewtwo looked at Feng Che with a puzzled face and explained. Feng Che watched as there were many Golbats in the sky using ultrasonic waves to detect movement around them. Golbat is a bat-type Pokemon. Most of its body is blue, and the diaphragms of its wings are purple. Its mouth became unusually large, taking up almost its entire body. 4 sharp teeth separate the upper and lower jaws. Golbat's teeth are very sharp. No matter how hard the skin can penetrate, so as to suck blood, it can also learn other moves with teeth such as Poison Fang, Bite and so on. These Golbats are in groups of 5, patrolling back and forth. There are also 4 Magnezones floating in the doorway, using magnetism to monitor everything around. After a while, 5 Machamps came here carrying the smelted metal. Feng Che recognized that these were forbidden magic iron and dark iron with extremely high purity. I saw that Magnezone checked that there was nothing abnormal in Machamp. Magnezone opened the door behind it. Feng Che saw countless smelted metal blocks piled up behind the door. This should be the warehouse where the smelted metals are stored in the quartz prison, so there are so many prison guards and Pokemon guarding here. There are also precious metals such as dark iron and forbidden iron. I doubt that there is an Orberg here. Heart. Feng Che said to Mewtwo's mind. Heart of Orberg, what is this thing? Mewtwo asked curiously. The Heart of Orberg is a legendary resource for steel Pokemon, and the Heart of Orberg has the properties of all metals. As long as there is the Heart of Orberg, the energy of the steel system can be absorbed continuously, and it can be derived into a vein of ore. My steel-armored crow still lacks the energy of the steel attribute. If I obtain the Heart of Orberg, the strength of the steel-armored crow will increase by leaps and bounds. Feng Che explained to Mewtwo. Even if there is no Heart of Orberg here, it should be a steel holy place, and it is also of great benefit to the steel-armored crow. The steel-armored crow can use this place to practice. Lt. Surge said that the Alliance's elite is hidden here. Quote. So let's be careful, I don't want you to be exposed. When you are wanted by Team Rockets, you and I will have no place to stay. Feng Che said with a solemn look at Mewtwo. I see. Mewtwo nodded. Feng Che and Mewtwo toured the prison once. The entire prison is huge, divided into cells, canteens, mining areas, felon reception areas, and special rest areas for prison guards. Most of the prisoners here are yellow-faced and skinny, and their expressions are muddled, like tools without souls. At the urging of the prison guards, they used iron picks to mine the ore. As for why mining uses manpower and not Pokemon, of course, it is because using prisoners does not require money, and using Pokemon requires money. Pokemon's food expenses alone are a lot of money every day. Prisoners, just give them something to eat and not let them starve to death. The food in the cafeteria is stewed in a large pot, and the fruit and green vegetables are poured directly into the pot and boiled without cleaning. Some unscrupulous cooks also spit in their own meals. The defense of the felon holding area is much tighter than the general area. The felony holding area is built below the prison and has only a single entrance. A team of 10 prison guards conducts inspections. The prison guards' Pokemon are Magmortar and Electabuzz. These Pokemon follow closely behind the guards to keep them safe. Through Mewtwo's psychic, Feng Che saw the detention area for felons. It is extremely spacious, with a cell area of 20 square meters. There are crowbats all over the aisles in the felon holding area. Darmanitan who entered the Dharma mode was suppressing the corridor of the felon holding area. Even the lights illuminating the felony holding area were provided by Chandelure and Litwick. Darmanitan is an orangutan-like fire-type Pokemon. The color of the body is mainly red, and the tails of its face, hands and legs are orange. It has 3 small orange dots on its belly, its eyes have upwardly extending eyebrow-like flames, and 2 orange gull-like stripes on its back. When Darmanitan is in Dharma mode, his body is cyan. Its hands, feet, 3 small spots on its abdomen, and its face are all a lighter blue. Its eyes are completely white, and the eyebrows on the eyes are orange. Darmanitan who entered the Bodhidharma mode cannot eat or drink for several years, and is usually subdued by the ancients to guard the ruins. Chandelure is a Pokemon in the shape of a chandelier. It has a round, striped head and round, pupilless yellow eyes. It has a smaller black spike above its head, which towers over it with a blazing purple flame. There is a black lamp holder under the head, with a pair of curled arms in the shape of a black lamp holder, with 4 clusters of burning purple flames at the ends. While Chandelure and Litwick shine, they are also absorbing the souls of repeat offenders. This is a very cruel punishment. After I find out what's around this prison first, I'll take a look at the felon holding area. Feng Che muttered in his heart. Feng Che had just glanced over the cell, and found no trace of Augustus. Augustus was currently in a prison cell in the felon custody area. Several chains locked Augustus firmly. Augustus struggled desperately. All I could hear was the rustling sound of the chain being pulled. The chains looked particularly irritating under the purple flames of Litwick. August, stop struggling, it's useless, I've been struggling for more than 10 years. A hoarse voice came from the cell next door. Feng Lu, you kid, you came to the League without a word at the time, and ended up being caught here. After so many years, I thought you had been burping. I found out that you have been to Indigo Plateau, so I came here to investigate. I didn't expect that your kid is still alive. I wanted to save you, but as a result, you dawdled, causing Lao Su to be imprisoned here with you. Augustus became angry when he thought of Feng Lu's pitfall. I've been imprisoned here for too long, my muscles are atrophied, and it's hard to escape here. It's just, sorry, I've hurt you. Feng Lu lamented. It was here that I discovered the traces of the heart of Orberg, and I was only caught by the Alliance when I was careless. Feng Lu said to Augustus. Heart of Orberg. There really is a heart of Orberg here. Augustus knew the value of the heart of Orberg. The heart of Orberg is a legendary resource. As long as the heart of Orberg exists, a vein can be created. Of course, otherwise, how could there be forbidden iron here? You must know that forbidden iron is the companion mineral of the heart of Orberg. If you think about it, the chains that ban us are made of 3.5 magic iron. If it weren't for this damn forbidden iron, I use the power of the dragon, and the prison guards here would not be my opponent. Feng Lu said unhappily. By the way, have you found the whereabouts of Aiko and Xiaoli? Feng Lu asked Augustus. Aiko disappeared suddenly, and even Team Rocket's internal channels didn't find out how Aiko disappeared. I went to investigate later, and it was said that Xiaoli was placed in an orphanage by kind people. But by the time I got to the orphanage, he had slipped away and disappeared. That's all I could find. Augustus sighed. I'm really sorry, I didn't take good care of your family. Augustus said with a guilty look on his face. Please don't blame yourself, it was me who acted daringly, and it was also my skill that was inferior to others, which I admit. Xiaoli inherited the bloodline of my Yulong family, and was born with the power of Yulong. I believe he must safe and sound. The royal dragon family should grow up on a road full of thorns. This is the fate of our royal dragon family. Feng Lu said flatly. Chapter 246 _ It's time to liberate the quartz prison. Feng Che and Mewtwo visited the entire prison and became more and more familiar with the overall situation of the prison. Ordinary criminals in prison are no different from the Walking Dead. Even if they were released, they would not be able to raise the spike to the Alliance. The key place to break the game is in the recidivism zone, where the vicious thugs are. I need to find these people's Pokemon first. Then I will create chaos and sneak into the place where the heart of Orberg is located. Feng Che secretly planned. I want to get the heart of Orberg, even the rare ore derived from the heart of Orberg, I can't let go. Feng Che noticed that these prison guards sent the mined ores to deeper underground every day. There seems to be a smelter there. There, the collected ores will be purified into higher precision fine iron, and then transported to the warehouse of the quartz prison for key storage. However, the iron blocks smelted in the quartz prison warehouse have all been stored in Mewtwo's psychic space. In addition to the felon room being strictly guarded by the prison guards, there is also the building where the warden is located, which is inspected by prison guards from time to time. If I'm not mistaken, the heart of Orberg should be hidden under the building where the warden is. There should be an elevator up there to where the heart of Orberg is. Mewtwo, you can use confusion directly. Teleport us underground, Feng Che asked Mewtwo. No, the surrounding space is very chaotic. I have no way to locate the spatial coordinates of the underground. Mewtwo shook his head. 17. If we hijack the warden and take away the heart of Orberg. You said the warden would be. How do you feel? Feng Che said to Mewtwo. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It must be fun, hee, Mewtwo said excitedly. At this time, Mewtwo was still in the mentality of a child, and it thought it was very interesting. We haven't seen the elite hiding in the dark side yet. Where do you think this elite level trainer is hiding? Feng Che's deep eyes lit up, as if he already had the answer in his heart. Is this elite hiding in the heart of Orberg? Mewtwo said uncertainly. If I guessed correctly, it should be in the heart of Orberg. Feng Che looked at Mewtwo and nodded, and said with great conviction. In the game, Feng Che knew that the Alliance had a very powerful Steel Elite. This Steel Elite Pokemon has super physical defense and special defense capabilities. It is known as the strongest shield in the Alliance. Just to test the power of Incineroar and Greninja, Feng Che thought for a while. In the evening, after the warden toured the prison, he found that everything was normal. Then, the warden hummed a little tune and walked into his luxurious office with satisfaction. Many treasures collected by the warden are stored here. Every day at this time, he would happily examine these treasures carefully. Treasures can take away his day's fatigue. Who? The warden walked into his office and found a teenager in a prison uniform playing with his favorite gemstone on his boss chair. You have the guts of a bear and a leopard to sneak into my office, Snarl said, with wide-eyed eyes from the warden. Warden, don't get excited yet, I've been waiting here for you for a long time, I just asked you for something. Feng Che said lightly, looking at the angry warden. HMPH, if you want my things, it depends on your life. Just as the warden wanted to release Pokemon, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The warden seemed to be drowning, his face flushed red. He struggled desperately. After a while, Feng Che released the prison director's imprisonment. The warden felt his tight neck loosen, and he was breathing heavily. Your attitude just now was too bad and disrespectful to me. As punishment, I will accept these treasures. Feng Che snapped his fingers, and the warden's window made of bulletproof glass was all broken. The treasures in the window floated in the air, all of which were collected by Feng Che into the storage ring. It is obvious that everyone who enters the prison will be handcuffed with the forbidden iron. How can you break free from the shackles of the forbidden iron? The warden's pupils contracted violently. It was like being pricked by a needle in his heart, watching his treasures being plundered by Feng Che, making the warden feel like he was cutting his own flesh. Which prison guard was negligent and let a psychic infiltrate? I have to underpay these prison guards. The warden cursed inwardly. However, after seeing Feng Che's methods, the warden quickly put on a warm smile. I don't know what my brother needs. I can satisfy you with money and gems. Seeing that Feng Che was still sitting on the chair like an uncle, the warden quickly opened his mouth and said enthusiastically to Feng Che. I want the heart of Orberg, take me to where the heart of Orberg is. Feng Che said coldly to the warden. Heart of Orberg, well, hold on to the person in front of me first, and then I'll find a chance to ask for help. The warden thought to himself. Don't play tricks. If you want to find someone to save you, my psychic can directly detonate your sea of knowledge. At that time, you will become a fool. I wonder if you can still hold the position of the warden. Feng Che said lightly. Damn, even threatening me. When I get out of trouble, I must teach you a good lesson. The warden almost had a silver tooth crunch in his heart. Okay, please follow me. The warden looked at Feng Che a few more times, secretly planning to investigate Feng Che's details after he got out of trouble. Hee, just remember my appearance. If you survive the riots in the prison, you will only find that there is no such person. Feng Che saw the warden's careful thinking. The information that Feng Che entered the prison was originally forged by Team Rockets. Even Feng Che's current appearance was made up by the team members of Team Rockets, so naturally he couldn't find any useful information. The warden was forced out of the office by Feng Che. 2 prison guards approached in the corridor, and behind them was the majestic Electabuzz. I saw that the warden winked desperately at the 2 guards. However, he found that these prison guards did not look sideways, and they passed him by talking, as if he did not exist. Prisoner, don't worry about it, I used psychic to make you invisible. So your subordinates can't find out that you are being held hostage by me. Feng Che rolled his eyes at the warden without a word and said. The warden quickly stopped his unnecessary little movements, and cold sweat could not help oozing out of his back. Forget it, anyway, the heart of Orberg is guarded by a steel-type elite Hejong, let's see how long this kid can be proud. Even if this person is brought around the heart of Orberg, he will not be able to escape the attack of the steel elite Hejong. An elite from Team Rockets rushed in before, but he was still captured by Hejong. His Pokémon are still in my vault. Every criminal who is held in the felony holding area, their Pokémon is secretly kept in the vault by me, and when I retire, it will be brought to the black market to be auctioned at a high price. Only the Pokémon of ordinary prisoners, I turned over to the Pokémon library of the Alliance. The warden thought quietly. Mewtwo sensed everything the warden thought in his mind and forwarded it to Feng Che. This is Mewtwo's special ability, Mind Reading. Can read the voices of humans and Pokémon. This ability is similar to Feng Che's eavesdropping ability. It's just that Feng Che can only hear Pokémon's voice 080, and he can't directly obtain the voice of human beings. It's good news that Augustus, Pokémon is still in prison and hasn't been teleported to the Alliance by the warden. Otherwise Team Rockets will lose the elite-level combat power of Augustus. Mewtwo, you took away the vault that the warden secretly hid, and returned all the prisoners' Pokémon in this prison to the prisoners. Tonight is our time to liberate the quartz prison. Feng Che blinked and said to Mewtwo. Understood. Mewtwo used confusion to find the vault that the warden had secretly hidden. And Mewtwo found the trainers corresponding to these Pokémon through Psychic, and used the venue exchange to send these Pokéballs to the Pokémon trainers. Retention area for felons. Just when Augustus and Fenglu were chatting without a word, suddenly 6 Pokéballs fell from the sky. Feraligatr, Nidoking, Talonflame, Breloom, Seviper, Drifblim rushed out of the Pokéball. What the hell is going on here? Augustus looked stunned. Never mind, Feraligatr uses Slash. Slash is all the chains on me. Augustus shouted at Feraligatr. I saw Feraligatr's claws suddenly stretch. The sharp claws radiated white light, and the chain on Augustus was split into pieces of about 1 centimeter. Drip drip. Augustus suddenly saw his communicator appear on the ground, and a message came from the communicator. Leader Giovanni demands to capture the quartz prison, attract the attention of the Alliance, and leave quickly. I have returned the prisoners' Pokémon, tonight is a night of riots. August, please lead the prisoners in the felon zone to violently attack the quartz prison. So that's the case, it was Lord Giovanni who sent someone here. Isn't it just to create a mess, a trivial matter? Augustus raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Chapter 247 Giovanni. This is too efficient, I'm not ready yet. Feng Lu, is your main Pokemon back? Augustus shouted to the wind road next door. I saw several lines of white light appearing on the wall. A majestic Sceptile used the blade to cut the solid wall into pieces. Pokemon such as Burst Tortoise, Gyarados, Sceptile, Hydreigon, Haxorus, Salamence appeared along the wind path. The wind road looks very handsome. But because he was imprisoned underground for a long time, and was absorbed by Chandeleur's soul power, he looked unusually old. Well, although my Pokemon hasn't been seen for more than 10 years, my body is still a little malnourished. But as soon as I get out, I have the confidence to get them back. Feng Lu looked at Augustus firmly and said, Okay, let's join forces to overturn this sinful quartz prison. Augustus and Feng Lu's hands were tightly clasped together. At this point, many prisoners have found their Pokemon back in their hands. Haha, I've waited so long, my Pokemon is finally back. Alliance, this time I will tear you to pieces. An old man roared, his voice mixed with unforgettable hatred. Haha, my little cutie is back. An old woman in rags looked at the Pokeball that fell to the ground, and released Pokemon such as Drapion, Beedrill, and Scolipede. Kill it, my little cuties, and destroy this prison. At this moment, Crobat, Darmanitan, and Chandelure woke up. Extremely fierce fighting broke out in the prison area for felons. No, there's a big mess in the quartz prison. There is a problem in the felon zone, sound the alarm. Prison guards sounded the alarm. Beep beep beep. A deafening siren sounded from the quartz prison. Even the prisoners in the cell were pleasantly surprised to find that the iron doors holding them were opened one after another. Pokeball also appeared on many people. Dog Days Alliance, Dog Days Warden Doris, today is our time for revenge. Rush, let's rush out. The prisoners rushed out screaming, throwing Pokeballs at the guards who tried to stop them. Immediately, the entire quartz prison fell into an extremely chaotic scene. What's the matter, what's the matter? Damaranch burst into the office in his pajamas. You wake me up so late, it's better to have a reason to convince me. Damalanchi said with a dissatisfied expression. It's not good, boss, there's a big mess in quartz prison. Now the quartz prison is calling for help. The union prosecutor who was on duty said to Damalanchi with a panicked expression. Damaranch's face turned green. How is this possible? What the hell is that bastard doing? Has he contacted Hejong yet? Damalanchi roared. Report, Steel Elite Hejong has not been contacted yet. The prosecutor replied reluctantly. If you can't get in touch, contact Doris for me. I want to know what happened in quartz prison immediately. Damalanchi directly smashed his favorite teapot on the ground. By this time Giovanni had received news of a rebellion in the quartz prison. Giovanni's face was strangely odd. Feng Che is too efficient, I'm not ready yet. Secretary Matori, gather the 3 cadres, we are going to attack the Alliance in advance. Giovanni stood up from the boss chair with a satisfied smile on his face. Feng Che really gave me a surprise. Then, Giovanni straightened his back and strode out in good spirits. Quartz prison. Feng Che followed the warden to a very secret elevator. At this time, the entire quartz prison was filled with harsh sirens. The siren of quartz prison has sounded. It seems that the prison guards have discovered that you kidnapped me. The warden said with a sneer. No, they didn't find out. It's just that I returned the Pokemon of these criminals to them. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said coldly. I don't know for what purpose you have hoarded so many Pokemon in your hands. But I have to thank you. It is because of you that I was able to create an unprecedented chaos. Feng Che said to the warden with a smile. You. The smile on the warden's face stopped abruptly. He knew he was done. If the Alliance finds out that the prison is in chaos because of his own possession of Pokemon, the Alliance will not let him go easily. At this time, the elevator has reached the bottom floor. The warden rushed out of the elevator first and ran towards a middle-aged man who was meditating on the ground. The location of the heart of Orberg is filled with all kinds of extremely pure metals. These metals tower above the ground like stone pillars. The entire underground cave is also extremely spacious. A silver-white heart of Orberg is floating high in the sky, emitting a silver-white light. Mr. Hejong, save me, I was kidnapped by the prisoners. The warden shouted to Hejong with a panicked face. Doris, you are really going back as you live, and you were actually kidnapped by prisoners. Hejong slowly opened his eyes and said with extreme dissatisfaction. His purpose is the heart of Orberg, Hejong. Doris pointed to the heart of Orberg suspended in the air and said to Hejong. You really have the guts, a kid who didn't even get to elite, dare to go to the heart of Snatch Orberg, my sight. Is this the courage Arceus gave you? He glanced at Feng Che with disdain. Hejong is a tall man with a silvery white head. His partners are a tough Aggron and Steelix. At this point the two Pokémon are trying to absorb the power of the heart of Orberg. Aggron is a large monster-like Pokémon that is covered in hard armor. Its head and face are covered with silver armor, and the top one extends out along the forehead with a sharp horn. There are 2 pairs of holes on the forehead, and 2 long sharp horns protrude from the 2 holes in front. Its eyes are sky blue, and there are several sharp, tooth-like protrusions around its mouth. Its nape and back are covered with silver armor, its shoulders are raised, its limbs are also covered with silver steel rings, and there is a thick and long black tail behind it. It can easily crash hard rock with its horns. Aggron is very ferocious and highly aggressive. It will treat the scars on the armor as a badge of battle, and the more scars the more battles the person will experience. Steelix, like Onyx, is also gray. Its eyes are mainly red and very ferocious, and its tail resembles a nail. Steelix's body, forged from underground pressure and heat, is harder than any metal. It crunched rock with its strong jaw, and had eyes that could see even in the darkness of the ground. Come out, Steel Crow, Incineroar, Greninja. Feng Che threw out these 3 Pokémon in a row. Go ahead and deal with Aggron and Steelix. Feng Che said to the steel-armored Crow, Incineroar and Greninja. Come out, Lucario, against Greninja. Hejong threw another Pokeball. I won't let you take the heart of Orberg. He said firmly. Lucario looks like a real German Shepherd, with a thorn on his back and a thorn on his chest. The upper body is thin and the lower body is stronger. Lucario is able to use aura to communicate with his companions and to find out what's going on around him. When Lucario uses the aura, he can also learn what's going on a kilometer away. Steelix, you play Incineroar. Aggron, you fight against the Steel Crow. Hejong gave instructions to his 3 Pokémon respectively. I really haven't seen a person like you for a long time. Hejong doesn't like people who are weaker than him. That's not necessarily true. I saw Feng Che's hands wrapped in a burst of blue light. Suddenly, a silver-white Orberg heart the size of a basketball landed in Feng Che's hand. Look, the heart of Orberg is in my hands. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and looked at He-Gang with a proud expression. Feng Che had just relied on Mewtwo's psychic to transfer the heart of Orberg into his own hands. In front of Hejong, he silently pretended to be a force. I didn't expect you to be a top psychic. Doris, are you eating dry rice, and you let top psychic people infiltrate the quartz prison? How many times have I told you, don't save money, a little bit of money and install a device that can detect top psychic people? Hejong said to Doris very angrily. The heart of Orberg is now in the hands of the enemy. Looking at Doris lying on the ground, Hejong was really angry. Feng Che took advantage of the situation and stuffed the heart of Orberg into Mewtwo's psychic space. After Hejong's Pokémon lost the heart of Orberg, his momentum was obviously sluggish. Damn, give me back the heart of Orberg. He swung his fist up. I saw Feng Che's teleport fell into the sky, overlooking Hejong like a god. At this time, Augustus and Feng Lu had already rushed out of the felon receiving area. They led these felons to launch a violent attack on the prison guards. Their Pokémon are extremely powerful. Darmanitan and Crobat, who were blocking the way, were not their opponents at all. I want to snatch the heart of Orberg right now, and beat Hejong who guards the heart of Orberg, Windroad said to Augustus. At this moment, a pillar of fire suddenly sprayed Yuan Yuan in their direction. A man sitting in Arcanine was running in the direction of the wind path. This person is Yan Che. Damn, here comes an elite from the Alliance, and we can only beat him, Augustus said to the Wind Road. Chapter 248 _ The Devastated Damalancy. Courts Union Office. At this time, Damalanchi was sitting in the office, and he was devastated by the bad news. Report, Team Rockets have suddenly appeared on the perimeter of the Alliance, and they have summoned an army of Pokémon. Ladies Elite is fighting back. Celadon, Rainbow City, Cerulean City, Pewter City are reported to have been heavily attacked by Team Rockets. A large number of families are calling us for help. Report, prisoners have escaped from Quartz Prison. Yanch Elite has arrived in Quartz Prison, and is now suppressing prisoners. Damalanchi listened to the bad news, and his eyebrows were twisted into a twist. Where are the 4 elites? At this critical moment in the Alliance, the 4 elites dared to avoid seeing them. Give me a call with the head of the Kanto region radio station, and I want to spread the news of the 4 elites fleeing without a fight to the entire Kanto region. I'm going to let their reputation rot in the streets, Damaranch said fiercely. President Damalanchi, you can watch the live broadcast of the Kanto radio and television station. The prosecutor wiped his sweat and said to Damalanchi, bring it here and show it to me. Damalanchi took over the tablet, which was playing a live broadcast about Lance Crossing. Right now Team Rockets are launching a heavy attack on the Kanto region. The scope of this attack by Team Rockets is very large. They attacked the main cities in the Kanto region. But residents of the Kanto region, please don't panic. Our 4 elites have already sent our staff to major cities in the Kanto region. When you come across Pokémon wearing yellow ribbons, please don't panic. Those Pokémon are the Pokémon that the 4 elites sent to protect you. Our 4 elites will sit in the 4 corners of the Kanto region in case Team Rockets conduct terrorist attacks on major cities. Now that the Alliance headquarters has formed an effective defense against the attack of Team Rockets, please don't panic in the Kanto region. Lance Crossing said immediately made Damalanchi vomit blood. Damalanchi threw the tablet to the ground at once, and the tablet suddenly fell apart. Oh wait though, how dare you be so daring, that little bastard, disguised as Team Rockets to attack the Alliance family. Damalanchi detected Lance Crossing's conspiracy at a glance. This time, the 4 elites have also gained their reputation and greatly weakened the power in my hands. He has all the benefits. I also had to knock out my teeth and swallow. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to ruin this little beast, but in the end, this kid finally stood on the highest point of morality. When did Lance Crossing become so cunning and resourceful? He has a great man behind him. Damalanchi trembled with anger. Team Rockets, if I can Lance Crossing through this difficulty, I will do my best to clear this underground force. 3 Pokeballs appeared in Damaranch's hand. He intends to use the Pokémon from the 3 Pokeballs against Giovanni. Haha, 4 elites are really talented. That's good too, pushing our Team Rocket's reputation to the top. When we take over the Kanto League, there will be no more aristocratic families who want to point fingers at me, Giovanni said with a smile. Very well, Feng Che did a really good job this time, but I also had to watch out for 4 elites. After all, the snipe and clams are fighting for the fisherman's profit. The 4 elites want to get a good reputation, and they want to reap the profit. It's really a good way. Giovanni is not afraid now. Originally, Giovanni had champion-level strength, and the 3 holy birds enhanced Giovanni's strength. Sabrina, Lieutenant, Serge, Koga, Augustus have elite strength. Even if the four elites came in person, Giovanni had a way to stop them. This time, no one can stop me from destroying the Alliance, Giovanni said with a serious look. The long-cherished wish of life is finally coming true. Quartz Prison. Steel Armor Crow, use Stormwind, Feng Che said to the steel-armored crow. Immediately, the steel-armored crow flapped its wings to form a violent hurricane, which swept Lucario directly into the storm. Why is this steel-armored crow so strong? The storm produced by this shot is already comparable to a 14th level gale. He-Gang had an unbelievable expression on his face. At this time, Hezhong was also blown to the ground by the steel-armored crow's wind. He hugged the bare rock tightly to avoid being blown away by the hurricane. Not to mention Doris, his chubby body was lying on the ground and clinging to a huge rock. Lucario, beat with a bone stick. Hezhong saw Lucario, who was trying to stabilize his body in the midst of the storm, and quickly gave an order. I saw Lucario slapped both hands, and a white weapon like a bone rod appeared. Lucario picked up the bone stick and slammed it into the ground, and Lucario was immediately fixed on the ground, stabilizing his body. Steel Crow, use Air Cutter. The steel-armored crow flapped its wings to create a hurricane, while creating an air cutter more than 1 meter wide. Suddenly these air cutters covered half of the sky. The steel-armored crow flapped its wings suddenly, and the air cutter slammed into Lucario like rain. At this time, Lucario was still struggling in the hurricane, and there was no way to withstand the attacks of these air cutters. Steelix, use Iron Defense, block the air cutter of the Steel Crow. At this time, Steelix was using his Orberg-like body to block the magma ejected by Incineroar. Although Steelix's body is coated with a layer of forbidden iron, Steelix still has no way to resist the magma of Incineroar. Incineroar growled loudly. At this time, the ground where Incineroar was located had turned into a mass of flowing magma. Red blood vessels protruded from Incineroar's body, drawing heat from the magma continuously. Half of its body is magma. After Steelix heard Hezhong's growl, he gritted his teeth and used his iron defense skill. Immediately, Steelix's body glowed with a silver-gray metallic light. Steelix dived into the ground to avoid the Incineroar's attack. The next moment, only a rumbling sound was heard from the ground, and a mound suddenly appeared on the ground. Steelix rushed out from under the ground and surrounded Lucario. The Steel Crow's air cutter landed on Steelix's body, making a clanging sound, accompanied by a large number of sparks. This is the ember from the violent collision of air cutter and Steelix. Steelix let out a shriek. How come? It's just air cutter. Why is Steelix screaming in so much pain? At this time, Hezhong had an incredible expression on his face. He felt that what he was facing was an indiscriminate bombardment from elite-level Pokémon. He-Gang glanced at Feng Che with a solemn expression, and immediately put aside his contempt for Feng Che. As a top psychic, you really have two brushes. Hezhong released another Escavalier to participate in the battle. Another elite-level Pokémon joined the battle, putting the Steel Armor Crow under enormous pressure. Incineroar was furious when he saw Steelix abandon himself and go besiege the Steel Crow. Who is looking down on it? Incineroar was originally a Pokémon with an extremely irascible personality, but after obtaining the inheritance of Groudon, his personality became even hotter. Incineroar below the rage erupted with a very strong column of fire. Blazing white flames expand the magma. Incineroar spewed out an extremely powerful sea of fire from the flame belt. The flames are overwhelmingly rushing towards Hezhong. No, Steelix, you stand in the way of Escavalier and Lucario. In the face of Incineroar's fire, Hezhong can only make Steelix form a ball to protect him, Escavalier and Lucario. With Steelix's special defensive ability, he should be able to block Incineroar's attack. Hezhong murmured. But what Hezhong didn't expect was that the moment Steelix collided with the sea of fire, Steelix suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound shook Hezhong's ears. The entire underground was shaken violently by Steelix's roar. A fiery flame passed through Steelix's body, emerged from Steelix's gap, and rushed towards Hejong. He again felt that his hair was burned by the fire. When he touched his hair, his palms turned black. Warden Doris watched Hejong's hair turn into black charcoal, and couldn't help taking a deep breath. At this time, Hejong looked extremely embarrassed. Damn, my hair, how is this incineroar so strong? He again looked at his dark palm and knew that his silver-white hair had turned black, and he gritted his teeth in anger. On the other side, Agron stomped on the ground. Immediately, countless stone pillars appeared on the ground, stabbing Greninja like bamboo shoots after rain. This is Agron's trick rock tomb. Agron can control the rock energy to change the shape of the rock. Greninja has 2 more giant water shuriken in his hands. I saw Greninja throw these 2 water shuriken. Immediately, the 2 water shuriken rapid spins blasted towards Agron. The stone thorns along the way were cut off by water shuriken, revealing a very smooth cut surface. The 2 armors of water shuriken and Agron tackled together fiercely, making a clanging sound. But water shuriken, capable of splitting gold and cracking stones, failed to leave any traces on Agron's armor. Greninja throws more water shuriken in his hands. These water shuriken were manipulated by Greninja and rushed towards Agron. Agron snorted coldly, and then 3 giant rock walls rose from the ground. The surface of the rock wall exudes a dark glow, with a metallic sheen. This can be called the Orberg Wall. I saw water shuriken passing by, and the 3 Orberg walls were torn apart instantly. Then Greninja pinched his right hand fiercely, and the water shuriken spread all over Agron's side suddenly exploded, forming water droplets scattered in all directions. The droplets landed on Agron's body like bullets. The powerful impact made Agron involuntarily take 2 steps back. But these water droplets also didn't affect Agron in any way. Agron's mouth curled into a cold smile. After absorbing the power of the heart of Orberg, Agron has absolute confidence in his defensive abilities. Previously, it defeated all of Augustus' Pokémon by its defensive abilities. But Agron was puzzled to see that Greninja had a calm smile. Just when Agron was puzzled, Greninja's hands turned ice blue. It slapped the ground fiercely, and immediately turned the surrounding water droplets into solid ice. Agron was also hit by this extremely strong cold, and he couldn't move for a moment. On the other side, Incineroar's flames burned Steelix's body red. Steelix rolled on the ground. Puffs of dust were stirred up. Lucario took the opportunity to pull his trainer out of the fire. I didn't expect that my dignified elite would be defeated by a trainer who is not even an elite. Hejong said a little desolately. Chapter 249 _ The Mighty Team Rockets. Please subscribe. Ask for flowers, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. Come back, Incineroar, Greninja, Steel Crow. At this point, Mewtwo had already collected all the iron ore associated with the heart of Orberg into the psychic space. Fengche directly took back the Pokémon, and used the power of Mewtwo to use the teleport to come to the ground. Incineroar, Greninja, and Steel Crow were able to duel an elite Pokémon. Although I just caught Hejong by surprise, my Pokémon still has a lot of room for growth. Also, the 3 of them have received the inheritance of the 3 gods Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, and their strength is stronger than the average Pokémon. If Hejong recovers, I should not be Hejong's opponent. Fengche preliminarily estimated his own strength, which was probably between gym level and quasi-elite. If it wasn't for Hejong's careless dispatch of only 4 Pokémons, Fengche would not have won so easily. Hejong Elite, are you alright? Doris looked at the dazed Hejong and asked quickly. I just received a notice from the Alliance that Team Rockets are violently attacking the Alliance headquarters. President Damalanchi asked us to return to help immediately. Doris said to Hejong Elite. Steelix of Hejong Elite has already slowed down at this time. Although burned by Incineroar's fire, Steelix is gradually recovering its stamina with its excellent special defense ability, coupled with its constant nibbling of surrounding ore. Chase, I must chase after the person just now and regain the heart of Orberg. I was careless just now, and was caught off guard by that person. Hejong said unwillingly. Doris, I remember that you have a reuniqueless that can track the enemy's trail, and now I want that person's specific location. I must recapture the heart of Orberg. Hejong said firmly. Good. Doris knew that this time was his major dereliction of duty. If he could regain the heart of Orberg, he might have a chance to keep his position. Come out, reuniqueless, and help me follow the trail of the man just now. Doris called out reuniqueless. Reuniqueless, nuclei are light green, and the shape of the nucleus is the same as that of humans, but the head is larger than the limbs. It has a red mouth and black eyes, and its mouth opens wider than its previous evolution shape. It is covered in cyan cell membranes all over its body. It can send out the spiritual power, and manipulate the arms made of special liquid to smash the rocks. Reuniqueless sent out a blue thought, and was tracking the spatial coordinates of Feng Che's teleport just now, and the specific location of lock-on Feng Che. Suddenly Reuniqueless screamed and fell from the air, losing consciousness. Reuniqueless encountered a psychic stronger than himself, and it was counterattacked. Damn, that person was a top psychic just now, and he left behind a secret hand. Doris said through gritted teeth. Interesting, just now there was a little bug who wanted to track your location, but I squeezed its mental power. Mewtwo, who was traveling through space, said to Feng Che's mind. Mewtwo, thank you for your help this time, otherwise I wouldn't have won the heart of Orberg so easily. Feng Che thanked Mewtwo. Hee, it doesn't matter, we are partners, aren't we? Mewtwo replied happily. Feng Che and Mewtwo were teleported to the periphery of the quartz prison. At this time, the entire quartz prison was surrounded by fire. An Arcanine, a Camerupt, and a Magcargo are battling two prisoners. Damn, what is the origin of these two people, and they are so strong. Yanche solemnly saw his three main Pokémon stalemate with each other. At this moment, Yanche received a message. Damalanchi, Yanche, speed back to the Quartz Alliance, we can't hold it anymore, we are now trapped in the Quartz Alliance headquarters. Yanche looked unwilling after reading the information. Damn it, Damalanchi asked me to go back at this time, that coward. But Yanche also understands that he and Damalanchi are grasshoppers on a straw. If Damalanchi is not good, he will be bad too. Come back, Camerupt, Magcargo, Arcanine. Come out, Talonflame. After Yanche commanded his three main Pokémon to push back the attacks of Augustus and Fenglu Pokémon, he took back the Pokémon. At the same time he sat on Talonflame and flew towards the headquarters of the Alliance. Why did this elite suddenly retreat? He clearly has the upper hand. Augustus said with a puzzled look at Yanche who was far away. I don't know, maybe I received an order. Feng Lu shrugged. Lord Augustus, let me tell you. Feng Che came over. Leader Giovanni is ordering an attack on the Quantum Alliance at this time, and now it has reached the headquarters of the Alliance. Damaranchi panicked, so he urgently asked Elite to return to help. Now the leader of Giovanni also asked us to go to the surface and assist them in attacking the Alliance together. Feng Che explained to Augustus. That's it, okay, let's go up and join the main force led by Lord Giovanni. This time, I must be the vanguard and beat all the gang of dogs from the Alliance to the ground. Augustus said proudly. Quartz Alliance. Damn it, Yanche and Hejong haven't come back yet. When is this? Team Rockets have hit the door. It doesn't make much sense to defend the Quartz prison now. When the Alliance is broken, it will be too late. Damalanchi was like an ant on a hot pot, rushing around in a hurry. The three Pokeballs in his hand are his last trump card. He didn't want to use the Pokémon inside until it was urgent. Haha, I didn't expect it to go so well. Giovanni raised his head and laughed smugly. And now the four elites are standing still, and there are not even people who have returned to the Alliance. Our Team Rockets stormed into the Alliance's headquarters, and we haven't even used the 3 holy birds yet. The League's defensive capabilities were unexpectedly weak, and the League that lost 4 elites was like a toothless tiger, losing ground. In the northeast corner of the Union, Red, Gary, Blue's Pallet Town Special Team is lurking here. Professor Oak also brought out his main force, a champion Dragonite and a champion Kangaskhan. Although I don't want to rescue the powerful villain Damalanchi. But the headquarters of Indigo Plateau is the face of the Kanto Alliance after all, and I can't let Giovanni break the Kanto Alliance. This is a huge blow to the Alliance's prestige. Quote ellipsis. For flowers. Professor Oak spoke to Red, Gary, Blue, and the coalition of trainers gathered from Pewter City, Celadon, Rainbow City, and Cerulean City. 4 elites are rescuing the major cities in the Kanto region, so the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance will be protected by us. Professor Oak said to the crowd. Professor Oak, are we going to rush up now? Red jumped. No, the Alliance is still struggling to resist the invasion of Team Rockets. All we have to do now is wait. Wait until the moment when the Alliance is defeated and Team Rockets is about to win. That is when Team Rockets is the most slack. Professor Oak explained. We just need to resist for a while and wait until the 4 elite corps arrive at the Alliance. Professional Oak already has a mature plan in mind. Viridian City. Lance Crossing is watching Team Rockets play against the Alliance. Damaranchi is such a piece of crap that the Team Rockets drove straight to the Indigo Plateau. Lance Crossing sneered. Are we going to go back to the Alliance? 0 inches. If the Alliance is breached by Team Rockets, our reputation will also take a huge hit. Lorelei pushed his glasses and said. No, this time I'm going to test out Damalanchi's trump card. We can secretly deploy the Pokemon army near the Indigo Plateau. When we arrive at Malanchatu, we will immediately dispatch the Pokemon army to drive the Team Rockets away. Of course we don't want to fight Team Rockets head-on, so as not to compromise the strength of our legion. Team Rockets are now the enemy of the Alliance, and the enemy of the Alliance is our friend. Lance Crossing analyzed the presence of Elite. Damalanchi is a very good man, he will not let himself fall into the worst situation easily. I'm sure he'll have a back. I need to understand his backup so that I can defend against Damalanchi in the future. Lance Crossing spoke his mind. Reporting to Lance Crossing Elite, we have broken through countless families, large and small, and plundered a lot of wealth. Lance Crossing's staff reports to the Lance Crossing report. Be careful with your hands and feet, don't let them know that we did it, otherwise the family will have a strong counterattack. Turn all their eyes to Team Rockets. Lance Crossing said to his subordinates. I get it, Lance Crossing Elite, we were all wearing Team Rockets uniforms when we attacked the family, and we didn't use our usual Pokemon, so there's no openings. Lance Crossing's subordinate replied. At this time, Feng Che had merged with the main force of Team Rockets. Feng Che, you really did a great job this time. I'll show you this time, the ultimate weapon of our Team Rockets. Giovanni said to Feng Che enthusiastically. August, you're back, just come back. This is your unforgettable friend. If your friend is interested in our Team Rockets, you can join our Team Rockets. However, if there is no interest, I will not be hard on others. Giovanni glanced at the Wind Road and said to Augustus. Seeing that Feng Lu did not express his position, Augustus smiled and did not speak. The 3 holy birds have been released by Giovanni, and every blow of the 3 holy birds has defeated many Alliance Pokemons. And Chapter 250 Damalanchi's trump card, seeking subscription, collection, monthly pass, evaluation ticket. Union Headquarters. Master, Hejong Elite and Yanch Elite have returned to the Alliance, and at this time they are leading Pokemon to meet Team Rockets. A prosecutor hurriedly ran over to report to Damalan Kiwei. Ladies Elite was defeated by a Psychic Elite from Team Rockets. Ladies Elite is now missing. Another prosecutor hurried over. We can't let Team Rockets go on like this anymore, it's time for these 3 Pokemons to appear in front of everyone. Damalanchi finally made up his mind. These 3 Pokémon are the Pokémon passed down to me by the previous leader, and can only be used when the Kanto Alliance is in danger. Damalanchi grabbed the Pokeball and walked out of the Alliance headquarters. Look, Damalanchi came out of the Alliance headquarters. Feng Che reminded Sabrina. The shriveled tortoise is finally willing to come out. Sabrina folded her arms across her chest and looked at Damalanchi. Very well, Damalanchi came out, which means that the Kanto League is about to end in our hands. Sabrina said confidently. Damarangi, you shrewd turtle is finally willing to come out. Giovanni shouted to Damaranch, wearing a golem mask. Giovanni, don't think I don't recognize you when you wear a mask. Why are you betraying the Alliance, 080? Damaranch exclaimed. Not only did you create an evil organization like Team Rockets, but you also brought Team Rockets to siege the Alliance. I won't let you succeed today. Come out, Pokémon. Damaranch threw 3 Pokeballs. Suicune, Raikou, Entei rushed out of the Pokeball. Legend has it that Suicune is the incarnation of the North Wind. It has a blue gem-like headdress and is surrounded by white wind-like streamers, showing a light figure. It has blue and white patterns on its body, reflecting the image of water and wind. Suicune has the ability to purify water. Suicune travels around the world like the North Wind, purifying the polluted water. Raikou looks like a saber-toothed tiger, with saffron-colored hair, strong limbs, and sharp fangs. Raikou has a black steel iron head on his forehead, which covers his forehead, nose and mouth, under which is an X-shaped beard. It has a spark-shaped light blue tail with an ember-shaped tip. The white mane on its face and the long, thundercloud-like cape-like hair on its back symbolize clouds and cumulonimbus. When Raikou runs, there will be arc-shaped thunder and lightning under his feet, which is extremely majestic. It is said that Raikou comes with thunder and lightning, and the dark purple thundercloud cape-like long hair on his back can release thunder. Entei has orange-red hair and iron rings on his strong limbs. Behind it is a mane as elegant as a white cloud of smoke, and under the cloud of smoke, is brown hair like a sharp blade. He has red hexagram-shaped structures on his cheeks, and a clover-like saffron hair shell on his forehead. When you land from a high place, you will step out of flames under your feet, majestic. Entei has the ability to spew flames hotter than volcanic magma, and also has great physical strength and endurance. When it roars, its roar might cause a volcano somewhere to erupt. Suicune, Raikou, Entei, is this the last trump card of the Kanto League? Giovanni looked in disbelief. Aren't these 3 holy beasts in the hands of High Priest Shimiao in the Johto region bell tower? Why were you able to summon these 3 Pokémon? Giovanni looked at Damalanchi and questioned. These are the 3 holy beasts left over by the previous leader, Pokémon that can only be used when the Kanto Alliance is in crisis. Suicune, Raikou, Entei, I tell you my request, please defend the Kanto League from Team Rockets. Damaranch said to Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. Human, this is the last agreement between your Kanto Alliance and Lord Ho-Oh, have you considered it clearly? Once this contract is used up by you, you will not be able to summon us. Suicune teleported to Damalanchi's mind. I am sure that the Quantum Alliance has reached a critical moment of survival, and I ask you to help. Damaranch said to Suicune. Very good, we will use all our strength to help you block the 3 holy birds. As for the Team Rockets, you can only resist. Suicune charged up with Raikou and Entei. Damn, I killed 3 Cheng Yaojin halfway through. I didn't expect that the Quantum Alliance would be able to summon the 3 holy beasts. Giovanni said through gritted teeth. At this moment, the 3 holy birds fit machine was floating above the 3 holy birds. Giovanni began to control the 3 holy birds to attack the 3 holy beasts. Sabrina, Koga, Lieutenant. Surge, I'm now manipulating the 3 holy birds against the 3 holy beasts. You led Team Rockets to break the alliance. Giovanni gave Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Surge an order using the communicator. We understand, Chief Giovanni. Sabrina, Koga, Lieutenant Surge said in unison. Everyone, listen to me. Don't rush too far when you're going to fight the Alliance. Save your own strength as much as possible, so that we can retreat in time. We can't lose too many Pokemon here. Sabrina uses Psychic said to her subordinates. Koga and Lieutenant Surge also issued the same order. They knew that the four elites were hiding in the dark and staring at them. Giovanni never imagined that the three cadres he valued would be paddling there at this critical moment. Seeing the people from Team Rockets gathered around, the timid members of the Alliance did not resist very much. This gave Team Rockets the upper hand. I didn't expect the former leader to hand over such important three Pokémons to Damalanchi. Lance Crossing watched the three holy beasts fiercely with the three holy birds under Damalanchi's order. Fighting. This should be Damalanchi's last secret hand. Lorelei, Agatha, Bruno, after this fight I will apply to be transferred to Johto region to be the champion of Johto region. Any of you willing to go with me? Lance Crossing looked at the three elites. I would like to follow you, Lance Crossing elite. Bruno looked at Lance Crossing firmly and made a decision on the spot. I still like the Kanto League, and of course I won't be the champion of the Kanto region. Champion in the Kanto region is a Tianking, whoever sits will die. Agatha shook her head. Agatha saw very clearly. I'm not familiar with Johto region, and after this fight, I'll stay in the Seven Islands. Lorelei spoke his mind. Okay, then let's wait patiently for Damalanchi to lose. Lance Crossing said to the other three elites. On the battlefield. Raikou opened his mouth and sent out lightning. Saffron-colored arcs blasted Zapdos with a chirping like thousands of birds. Zapdos flapped his wings unhurriedly, releasing intertwined silver-white lightning from his feathers. The two slammed together, producing a huge explosion. With just a bang, spark overflowed, accompanied by bursts of smoke. Lieutenant Surge hinted that his troops were quietly retreating. He didn't want his troops to be affected by the battle between these two phantom beasts. Raikou sent out Snarl. I saw its claws hit the ground heavily, and countless rocks floated up from the ground. These rocks are more than 1 meter in diameter. Saffron-colored electric current burst out from Raikou, and was transmitted to the floating rocks. After a while, the rocks were dyed saffron, and there was a crackling sound. The rocks were blasted towards Zapdos like cannonballs under Raikou's control. Raikou let out a loud roar. The rocks that rushed towards Zapdos broke into sharp fragments, whizzing like bullets. Rock Blast plus Thunderbolt. Giovanni snorted coldly. Zapdos, use Giga Impact. Zapdos turned into a saffron-colored twister and charged towards Raikou. The rock blast was shattered by Zapdos, Giga Impact, turning into powder and wafting into the sky. Raikou jumped back several steps to avoid Zapdos' attack. I saw Zapdos collided with the ground, smashing the whole earth. The ground golden snakes wandered, and the silver snakes danced wildly. Many members of the Alliance couldn't dodge and were scorched black by the electricity, and they fell to the ground. Suicune and Articuno confront each other. Both of them are elegant and beautiful Pokémon. At this moment, Suicune moved suddenly. I saw a white mist pouring out of Suicune's body. Mist instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The absence of 5 fingers on the battlefield greatly interfered with Giovanni's judgment. Damn, come out, Flygon, use the defog. Giovanni threw a Pokeball from the fly, and released the Flygon. The Flygon body is roughly green, with a hemispherical structure attached to the big red eyes, which can be used to prevent sand from blowing into the eyes. Its wings are shaped like a rhombus, and the tip of its tail has 3 diamond-shaped fins, which allow the Flygon to maintain its balance when flying at high speeds in the air. 3.5 Flygon will flap its wings violently to roll up sandstorm and hide its shape. It is also known as the desert Pokémon due to its sound of flapping its wings resembling the beautiful singing of a woman. Giovanni's Flygon appeared on the battlefield, only to see it set off a violent hurricane. Instead of dissipating, the mist created by Suicune grew thicker. Giovanni only heard sporadic tragic growls from his men. It was only then that Giovanni discovered that the ice made by Suicune was hidden in the thick fog. Since it's thick fog, let's wash it with rain. Come out, Greninja, use rain dance. Feng-Che hurriedly threw out a Pokeball. The majestic Greninja bursts out of the Pokeball. In a short while, the sky was thundering and lightning, and the rain was majestic. Both the Alliance and Team Rockets were blinded by the rain. The heavy rain dispelled the mist directly. Zapdos fell to the ground with the rain, and the current stunned several Union prosecutors to the ground. Greninja's rain dance comes and goes quickly. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the bright moon. Nice job, Feng-Che, very good, leave the rest to me. Giovanni looked at Feng-Che with admiration and said.